Chapter 1. Discovery. Why would you help a demon? Killed your parents, didn't it? It only thinks about itself, how it can get stronger, how it can get revenge, Mizuki said while he looked at Irika lay bleeding on the forest floor. Naruto was behind a tree at the tree line, trying to stay as quiet as possible. He still couldn't fathom what Mizuki-sensei had said. I am the fox? I'm the QB no Yoko? I can't be. Can I? It made more and more sense when he thought about it. That was why all the villagers hated him. That was why no one cared for him. That was why he didn't have parents. You are right. That's how the fox would be, Irika said. Naruto tried hard not to cry out loud. Even Irika agreed. The only person other than the Sandaime Hokage who actually cared for him, the one he thought was like a father or maybe a brother, thought he was a demon. But that is not who Uzumaki Naruto is. He is one of the most caring person I know. And he just wants to be acknowledged. He may have that damned fox sealed inside him. But that doesn't make him the fox. More than a sealing scroll makes it what is sealed inside it. He is my student. And more than that, he is a person I care a great deal about. He is like family to me. I won't let you hurt him. Naruto was smiling. And not just a little smile. It was an ear-to-ear, sun shining out of your mouth. Your chin is hurting smile. He had someone who thought him as family. Then his face turned serious. Irika-sensei, his big brother figure, his precious person, was going to get hurt. Naruto ran out from his hiding spot, just to see Mizuki throw his Fuma Shuriken. Naruto ran as fast as he could. But he wasn't fast enough. He could see it get closer and closer to Irika-sensei. Naruto ran and ran, but he wasn't fast enough. It was 3 meters from Irika now. He wouldn't make it. He wasn't fast enough to protect the first person to really acknowledge him. No! Naruto yelled with all his might, his arm reaching out for Irika. The earth began to quake, and a big cluster of pink crystals grew out of the ground, blocking the shuriken. That left 2 academy instructors and students speechless and stunned. Naruto snapped out of it first, turning to face Mizuki with the most serious look he had ever given. He pointed at him. I won't let you hurt Irika-sensei. Not now, not ever. He put his hand in front of him, weaving a hand seal crossing his index and middle fingers. Taju kage bunshin no jutsu. A big cloud of smoke exploded in the forest. When the smoke cleared, Mizuki and Irika couldn't believe what they were seeing. Over 1,000 orange-clothed Narutos were standing in the clearing and the surrounding trees. As one they charged towards Mizuki. Not now, not ever. Screams could be heard all over Konoha, as the now traitorous Konohanin was beaten by a 12-year-old academy student. 2 minutes later. Sorry, Irika-sensei. I think I may have gone a bit overboard, the blonde said with his trademark smile, while scratching the back of his head. Irika stood dumbfounded while staring at Naruto. He turned it into a smile. I think I can overlook it this once. He turned his head to look at the discolored formation of meat that was Mizuki lying on the forest floor. He then turned his gaze a bit to look at the big crystal formation. What was that? He turned his gaze back on Naruto, who was still grinning. Close your eyes, Naruto. Naruto just stared back at him. Why? Irika rolled his eyes. Just do it, Naruto. A few minutes later. Irika-sensei, are you done soon? Can I open my eyes already? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. Just a minute, Irika chuckled. There, now open your eyes. Naruto did as he was told. There, right in front of him, was Irika-sensei smiling at him. But something was off, something was missing. It took Naruto a few seconds to figure out. He didn't have Hitayate on. Naruto's hand slowly made its way to his forehead. Yay, I did it. I'm a ninja of Konoha. I'm going to be Hokage in no time. Believe it. Naruto began ranting. But Irika's thoughts were miles away though those crystals. Did Naruto make them? How did he do that? Does he have a Kekkei Genkai? If it is, it's not one I have ever seen or heard of before. I guess it is possible he could have one, since no one knows who his parents are. I better report to Sandaime soon. He would want to know this. Ano, Irika-sensei. Irika's focus snapped back at Naruto. Sensei, is it true about the fox? Irika smiled sadly. I'm afraid it is. Naruto looked down on the ground. He mumbled something inaudible. What? Am I the fox then? Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. Irika placed his hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. Didn't you hear me back there? You are no more the fox. Then a sealing scroll is the kunai sealed inside it. Did you mean the other thing too? Naruto asked carefully. What other dash? He looked at the blonde, before displaying a large smile. Yeah, I meant it, little brother. Naruto looked up at Irika again with a smile wider than when he had gotten his Hitaiate. Before Irika knew it, he was tackled by the little blonde, hugging him tightly while sniffling. In the Hokage's office, the Sandaime had seen it all through his magic little crystal ball. To think Mizuki would betray the village like that. I knew he had some grudges, but to think he would go this far. He looked at the crystal ball, seeing his grandson in spirit hugging the academy instructor. At least something good came out of this whole ordeal. He have finally found someone else than me that he knows acknowledges him. Then he frowned. But what was those pink crystals? I have never seen anything like it. I'll ask Jiraiya about it next time he comes to report in. He may know something about Minato or Kushina that I don't. He looked at the crystal ball again. The two Konoha shinobi were walking out of the forest hand in hand, the smaller figure jumping up and down, while the bigger looked down on him with a smile on his lips. Hiruzen leaned back into his chair, looking up at the ceiling. I guess I better call back the search parties so they don't drag him off the street. And with that thought, Hiruzen made his way out of his office. The next morning with Naruto. Naruto yawned loudly as he sat up in his bed. He didn't really know what to do the next few days but train. It was not like he had any friends to hang out with. Sure, Chuji and Shikamaru didn't hate his guts, but that was about it. There was still 6 days left till the new teams got assigned. He didn't really care that much about who he got teamed up with. Just not from the Sasuke team. Please let it be anyone but Sasuke team. And he wouldn't mind if he got teamed up with Sakura-chan. Though I could imagine she would have a problem with that. He frowned at that thought. Well, better get up and get going, he said to himself, jumping off the bed and heading for the bathroom. He had just opened the newly made instant ramen when an ANBU appeared in front of him. Naruto froze the instant he saw the ANBU. What have I done this time? I haven't done any pranks since I painted over the Hokage monument. Right after that, it was the test and then the whole thing with Mizuki team. Calm down, Uzumaki-san. You haven't done anything this time. He waited a second, while giving Naruto a look. Felt like that anyway. Hokage-sama has summoned you. You should be there within the next hour, the ANBU said, and shined away before Naruto could respond. Well, it's not like I have anything else I have to do today. I wonder what Gigi wants, he wondered while slurping the noodles in him. 3 bowls and another toilet visit, and he was on his way to the Hokage tower. Naruto walked down the hallway where you could enter the Hokage's office from. As he walked past the receptionist, he got a dark glare. The blonde ignored it like all the other glares. He knocked on the door and heard a quick enter before turning the door knob. Ah, Naruto, thank you for coming so quickly. We have a few things to talk about. Naruto looked around the room while his grandfather figure talked. There was 3 shinobi standing in front of him. The 2 first he recognized right away. Sandaime Gigi and Irika-sensei. The last one, not so much. On first eyesight Naruto could see he was old. Not as old as Gigi, but at least up in his 50s. He had long white hair and some red war paint running down his face from his eyes to his chin. He had a Hitaiate with the kanji for oil on it. Tora, Uma, please leave the office. I think we can defend ourselves against a 12-year-old genin, the Hokage said. 2 ANBU appeared from the shadows before shining away. Now, Naruto, why don't you take a seat and explain us what happened yesterday, Hiruzen said, gesturing towards a chair. Naruto went over to the chair and sat down. He turned towards Irika for reassurance that he wasn't in any trouble. The scarred Chunin just smiled and nodded back at him. That was all Naruto needed, as he began rambling about what had happened, all from the way he had painted to Hokage Monument, to how Mizuki had come to him after the exam, to the battle in the forest. And then I ran towards Irika-sensei, trying to reach him before the Fuma Shuriken hit him, but I couldn't make it. I wasn't fast enough. And then, Naruto trailed off, while looking up on Irika with a confused and pleading look. And then the earth began to quake, and crystals grew out of the earth. Deflecting the shuriken away, Iruka finished. Naruto looked around for the reactions. Sandaime Jiji and the white-haired guy didn't show any. They had calm, collected faces. I see. Please continue, Naruto, the Sandaime said calmly. Naruto continued his story to the point where he had used a kenjutsu and to where he got his Hitaiate and the ramen Iruka-sensei had bought for him afterwards. When Naruto was finished, the room was quiet for a minute or two. Naruto was looking carefully at the three shinobi in the room. Jiraiya, do you have any idea what those crystals may have been? The Sandaime asked. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Taking in everything he saw, gods, he looks so much like Minato. But from what I've heard, he has inherited Kushina's fiery personality. I may know. I heard a rumor a while back. I had just set out on my journey. The nations were still recovering from the Third Great War, and everyone wore their nerves on the outside of their clothes. I heard that a whole village up in Tano Kuni had been destroyed by a single jutsu. Now that alone isn't something to raise eyebrows over. It was the jutsu in question that was used that was. Where are you going with this, Jiraiya-sama? Iruka asked in a mild, annoyed tone. He had already concluded that it was Naruto who had made those crystals. But he didn't know why or how or if it was dangerous in any way. Everything for its own time, Jiraiya said, looking calmly at Iruka, who was glaring lightly back at him. Apparently it was destroyed by crystals. Now these crystals just grew out of nowhere. They encased people and plants alike. No one knew how. Jiraiya continued. He looked around on the small group. It later got the name Shoten. Iruka's eyes bulged out of their sockets. While he had expected something like that, it was still a bit of a shock. Naruto just looked confused at Jiraiya. I thought the same thing. There's only one way to find out, the Sandaime said, while going through his drawers. He pulled out a little piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. Please run your chakra through this. Naruto looked questioning at the Hokage for a moment before complying. When he did, the paper split into two, where after each piece turned dark brown before crumbling. Now Naruto looked even more confused. What just happened, Gigi? Naruto looked at the Hokage. Well, Naruto, it looks like you have a Kekkei Genkai. The old Hokage replied calmly. What? Naruto asked, looking more confused than ever. After 20 minutes of the older shinobi trying to explain the basics of elemental manipulation and Kekkei Genkai, the blonde finally got it. Somewhat. But how? I mean, wait, you said this Kekkei Genkai is genetic, right? The old Hokage looked at Naruto. Knowing where this was going, yes. It is. Do you think, maybe? Rest was mumbling as he turned his head down. Sorry, Naruto, you will have to speak up. I'm not as young as I have been, the old Hokage said to Naruto with a kind smile. Do you think this will help me finding out who my parents were? We just have to find someone who had the same abilities as me, and they must have been my family, right? Naruto asked hopefully. The old man looked sad at Naruto. I don't think that's possible. It is true that Shoten is a Kekkei Genkai, but it isn't bound to a family as, let's say, the Byakugan is. I wish I could tell you who your parents were. You just have to be a bit stronger before I can tell you. Minato and Kushina had some powerful enemies. Just hold on a bit longer. You will know soon enough. Naruto's mood dropped a second, but he came right up again smiling. I guess I'll just have to find another way then. The older shinobi smiled at that. There were very few in this world similar to Naruto. The Sandaime then caught the glance he was getting from Iruka. He sighed deeply. He didn't know how Naruto would react. Naruto, he said gently. He got the attention of the blue-eyed blonde about the Kyuubi. Are you okay? Naruto's smile faltered slightly, but he was still smiling. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of relieved. The Sandaime Hokage eyed him. Relieved? Yeah, I finally understand why. Why all the villagers hate me so much. Why I'm getting all those looks. Guess I'll just have to work harder on getting them to acknowledge me. Despite that damned fox. Iruka was smiling at his student. He was proud at how well he was handling it. He wasn't sure he could have done it well as him. That's good to hear, Naruto. Don't let it get you down. If you have any problems, no matter whom or what it is, you just come to me. My door is always open. That got Naruto to grin while putting his hand behind his head. Thanks, Irika-sensei. Well, it's good that that's settled. Now Naruto, we don't know how this shoten works, so please don't use any chakra before we have taken a look at how it's used. The old Hokage said with a serious undertone. Naruto nodded. The sandaime then turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, meet with me and Naruto tomorrow at Training Ground 43 at noon. Hi. Good, the sandaime turned to the blonde. Naruto. I know. Tomorrow at Training Ground 43 at noon. Don't use chakra until then. Can I go now? Naruto asked eagerly. Now having spent almost 2 hours in the room, he was getting restless. The sandaime chuckled. Yes, you can go. You're dismissed. And then the blonde shinobi dashed out of the office. The Hokage then turned towards Irika. You're dismissed too, Irika. Irika nodded and made his way to the door. Halfway there, he turned to face the Hokage. Do you think he will be okay? The sandaime looked up at Irika with a smile. You really do care about him, don't you? Irika nodded with a smile. I think he will be fine. He has gotten some answers today. That should help him some. Hi, Irika said before continuing walking towards the office door. Just as he was about to close the door, the old Hokage called him out. Irika, take care of him. Irika just smiled at the Hokage. Hi. The following day at Training Ground 43, Naruto and the sandaime were talking as there were still a few minutes until they should meet with Jiraiya. Hiruzen turned towards Naruto and took a good look at him. He still wore that bright orange jumpsuit. Naruto, don't you think it's time you soon bought some new clothes? Naruto looked outrageous at the Hokage at that question. Why? What is wrong with my clothes? He asked while looking down, tucking on his clothes a bit. Well, you're ninja now, and ninjas can't really go around with bright colors so the enemy will spot them faster. Can they? I guess you have some point, Naruto grumbled. But what am I supposed to do? I can't really go into a regular clothing store, since they won't sell me anything. And the few places that will triple or quadruple the prices as soon as I enter. Hiruzen frowned at that. Naruto had a good point. He would have to talk to the boy's new Jounin instructor about that. Maybe he could help him. A puff of smoke appeared in front of them. Glad to see you could make it, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said to his former student. I hope I'm not late? No, you just made it. Well, let's get to it. The two elder shinobi turned towards Naruto. Now, the reason we're here is because we need to make sure your shoten isn't dangerous, the Hokage said. Why would it be dangerous? The orange-clad genin asked. It was Jiraiya who answered, well, normally with jutsu, the greater the power, the greater are the risks. We want to make sure you don't hurt yourself. Naruto didn't seem convinced, but complied. Jiraiya nodded at Hiruzen. Good then. Naruto, can you tell me how you did it in the forest? I don't really know. I just tried everything to save Irika-sensei. I was desperate and was willing to do anything to save him. I had my arm put out like this, Naruto said while showing what he had done. As before, the earth began to quake, and pink crystals appeared out of the ground. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen were wide-eyed. While Hiruzen had seen it through his crystal ball, it was another thing to see it happen with your own eyes. How did you do it? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. I just channeled some chakra, while thinking of the crystals from yesterday, Naruto answered. Jiraiya thought about that for a bit. He then got an expression like he had an idea. Try to think of it shattering. Naruto did what he said, and to his amazement, the crystal shattered in tiny pieces, making the air glitter lightly in pink. Amazing was all Jiraiya could say. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. What are you thinking? I think it's controlled by his thoughts. He has to channel the chakra to make it, but he just have to think of what he wants and it's going to do it. It will probably not work on higher level jutsu, but on the lower, I would say D and C rank jutsu, he just has to think of it. Hiruzen nodded while looking at Naruto. Okay, Naruto, try to make. Next morning in Naruto's apartment, Naruto yawned loudly while stretching. He took a few minutes sitting in bed and waking up, before making his way to the bathroom. While he was taking a bath, he was thinking about what happened yesterday. They had discovered a lot about his shoten. It is a combination of futon and doton, as the chakra paper had said. Jiraiya had theorized that he used Doton to find minerals and stuff like that, while he used Futon to compress it under high pressure, successfully making crystals. He could crystallize anything they put him to. Earth, wood, water, grass, really anything that had mass and wasn't energy. He could even crystallize living things, as they had discovered when he accidentally crystallized a bug. It was really like having a weapon on hand all the time. Jiraiya had also told him about the secrets of Kage Bunshin halfway through the day, so he had made about 100 clones, putting them to learning his Shoten, thus why he already had such control over it. Jiraiya said he was the only one who could train this way, due to him having such a large chakra reserves. When they were about to leave, Hiruzen had pulled him aside and asked him to go to the library today. Naruto wasn't really a reader and had complained loudly about it, but as Hiruzen said, if you want to be a ninja and the Hokage nonetheless, you need to have knowledge about the world. If not, people will just use you. That had made Naruto promise that he would do it. He also planned to go find a store who would sell him a new outfit, though he didn't know if he would be successful. Naruto ate his breakfast and brushed his teeth before making his way out the door. Scram, demon, and don't come back. Naruto sighed as he was kicked out of another store. Walking off, Naruto tried to think of a way to get into a store. He could use henge, but it would dispel as soon as someone touched him. And he couldn't just use the I'm a ninja under the direct command of the Hokage deal. It would only work on buildings owned by the government, like the library, not private-owned stores. He sighed deeply again. Looking around, the blonde found a store that looked fairly nondescriptive. The only sign that told him it was for shinobi was the rather large kunai symbol above the door and the sign that read, Higurashi Weapon Shop. Deciding to give this place a try, Naruto walked in. Looking around, the first thing Naruto noticed was that whoever owned this place had an obvious love for weapons. There were racks upon racks of weapons lining the entire shop. Swords, staffs, scythes, it seemed that anything anyone could name was there. He had never seen so many different weapons in one place ever, and some of these weapons he had never seen at all. It was enough to make even someone like Naruto, who knew next to nothing about weapons, drool. "Can I help you?" Naruto stiffened and almost shouted as he spun around. Behind him was a young girl that was maybe a year older than him, wearing a Chinese-style pink tank top, dark green cargo pants, and had her hair done up in 2 buns. To Naruto, they made her kind of look like a panda. Or a mouse. Naruto did his best not to snicker at the thought. "Hello?" Tenten asked, while waving her hand in front of Naruto's face. He blinked a couple of times. What?" Naruto said, blushing in embarrassment as he took a step back and put a hand behind his head. The girl just looked at him before she rolled her eyes at the kid's inattentiveness and shrugged. "I was asking if you needed help finding anything." Naruto blinked in surprise. "You work here?" "That's right," the girl said. "My name is Higurashi Tenten. My father owns this store, so I come in and help when I'm not on missions." "You're a shinobi then?" Naruto asked curiously. "Yep, I've been a shinobi for about a year now," Tenten replied. "That's awesome," Naruto stated with a large grin. "I just graduated." He blinked as he remembered why he was here. "You know you can help me. I was looking into getting some new clothes." "I can see why," Tenten said with an amused smirk. "Your clothes are hideous." "Hey," Naruto said, feeling the need to defend his clothes. "These clothes are warm and comfortable and dash." "Ugly?" Tenten finished with a grin. "Seriously, who wears orange?" "I like orange," Naruto shouted indignantly. Seriously, what was it with people continuing to diss on the color orange? It was the best color in the world. "It's my favorite color." "Even so, it's not a very good color for a ninja," Tenten replied, finding the boy's defensiveness amusing, especially when it's so bright. He took a deep breath to calm down a bit. "I guess I can see the logic in that. Anyways, can you help me?" "Sure," Tenten replied, amused by Naruto's reaction. She took him over to the clothing section of the store. "So what are you looking for exactly?" she asked. Naruto thought about what he wanted to look like. He needed something that made him look cool and added a mysterious persona to him. Something that screamed powerful and awesome. Something... "You know, I'm not sure," he said sheepishly. I've never really shopped for clothes before so. He had actually tried clothes shopping once when he was 6 and had just gotten an apartment. However, the store owners had kicked him out before he could actually shop. That had actually been the same day he found his jumpsuits in the trash. After the same store he tried to shop from had thrown them away. You're kidding, right? Tenten looked at him incredulously. When he shook his head, she sighed. Then it looks like we're just going to have to see what works. She pulled him over to the clothing section of the store, where she began grabbing different styles of clothes and then making him change into many styles she gave him, essentially turning him into a life-size dress-up doll. Eventually she found a style that fit. Now Naruto was wearing dark black shinobi pants that tucked into a pair of black shinobi sandals. He had a black sleeveless Chinese-style shirt like hers but with a dark orange trims and with the Uzumaki swirl on the back of it. She had tried to talk him out of wearing any orange but was unsuccessful in getting the blonde to completely rid himself of his favorite color. At least there was less orange than before, and it was in a darker tone than his jumpsuit had been. His hands were covered in fingerless gloves, and his arms were also covered in black bandages up to his biceps. Lastly, she changed the strap of his Hitai 8 from the dark blue color to black. There, you look much better now, Tenten said, smiling at him. Indeed, he did look much better. Now that she was seeing him without all the orange, he actually looked cute. Now you're like a real shinobi. You think so? Naruto blushed as he scratched the back of his head. Of course. So will that be all? Tenten asked. Yes, I think so. For now anyway, he responded with a smile. Tenten, are you out front? Both Naruto and Tenten yelled as they spun around. Naruto found himself staring at a bull of man. Large and built like brick shit house. The man had muscles on every part of his body that Naruto could see. He even had muscles on his muscles. He had brown hair and brown eyes much like Tenten. He was wearing an off-white shirt, brown pants, and a pair of brown boots. Damn it, Tusan! Tenten shouted as she clutched a hand to her chest. How many times have I told you not to sneak up on me? And especially when I'm with a customer. Tenten's dad merely laughed. Ah, take it easy, Tenten. Besides, aren't you shinobi supposed to be more aware of your surroundings? Do you want to be used as target practice again? Tenten asked with a maniacal gleam in her eyes and had one of her hands inside her kunai pouch. Her dad merely sweats dropped before he coughed and turned his attention to Naruto. He looked him up and down, immediately recognizing him. That didn't matter to him. He wasn't as narrow-sighted as some of the other villagers. He worked with sealing scrolls on a daily basis. He knew that the boy in front of him wasn't the demon, and if he had been, he would probably already have destroyed the village with the way some treated him. Naruto watched with a mixture of shock and weariness as the man looked him over. He was already expecting to get thrown out. No one wanted to sell the demon brat anything. But Tenten's dad just smiled at him, walking over to the cash register, typing in all that his daughter had noted on a block. Now all that stuff you got there will come to around 5,000 yen, Tenten's dad said. Naruto cringed a bit but got out the necessary money. It would put him back by a lot, especially since he would no longer be able to gain a stipend from the Hokage since he was a ninja. But this was for his shinobi career, so he had to. He took out his frog-shaped green wallet, much to the amusement of Tenten, and put the money on the table. Thank you, kid. Hope you'll come back, Tenten's dad said to Naruto, while counting the money Naruto had left. He gave the two there one of his most brilliant smiles. Thanks, Mr. Kaido, the man replied. Thanks, Kaido-san. Naruto bowed before grabbing his equipment and running off with a grin. I'll make sure your store becomes famous when it's selling to me as the Hokage, he yelled out as he left for the library. Naruto was standing outside a big building, a building he had never thought he would set foot in. The library. He sighed deeply and made his way through the front doors. He hadn't made his way in more than a few meters when a voice called out behind him. Can I help? Why dash? What do you want? I'm sorry, but you will have to leave now. Naruto turned around to see who it was. It turned out to be the custodian, a woman who looked to be in her mid-50s, said, spitting out the word boy with venom. Naruto remembered what Hiruzen had said to him the day before. Naruto tapped his finger on his Hitai 8. I am a ninja of Konoha, under the command of the direct command of the Hokage. And can I remind you that this is a government-owned building? And who again runs the government? That's right, the Hokage does. Thus, you can't kick me out of here. The custodian was clearly irritated by this. But as Naruto had pointed out, she couldn't kick him out. She sighed, fine, but if you break anything, you will be sorry, she said, and walked away. Naruto snorted mentally at this. Since he was told about the Kyuubi, he had been near stunned by the naivety of the population of Konoha. One thing was the civilians who knew nothing of sealing, but the ninja population too. They used sealing on a daily basis. He shook it off him and made his way to the shinobi section of the library. When he was there, he put his hands in a ram seal, making 10 clones. Alright guys, I need your help finding some books. Anything on chakra, seals, taijutsu and basic shinobi skills will be fine. Also, try to find something on bijou, jinchuriki and anything related. With that said, he and his clones looked through the bookshelves looking for said books. In the end, he found 27 on the various subjects. He made his way home and began to read. 3 days later, Naruto was on his way to training ground 43. Gigi had given it to train the week before the team assignments, which was still 2 days away. The Sandaime had said it was because he needed to get his Shoten under control before getting on a team, so he wouldn't put them or himself in danger with it. He made his way to the training field and did what he had done the last few days. He put his hand to form the ram seal and made about 100 clones and split them up to do various tasks. 50 clones were working on his Shoten, which were coming along nicely. He had learned to crystallize stuff fast and could even make crystals from the humidity in the air. He had also made quite a few new jutsu, most of the based on jutsu of other elements. It wasn't as hard as he had thought it to be. He would just have to think about something crystallizing and it would. The next 25 were working on his chakra control. He had perfected the floating leaf exercise that they had learned in the academy and were now slowly making progress on the tree climbing exercise. He could run up the tree by now and could walk about 2/4 of the way. He had decided that he wouldn't move on before he could fight on a vertical surface for about 10 minutes. And the last quarter were reading anything he could get his hands on. Most of the jutsu and exercises were from the books. He had learned a lot about bijou, one of the subjects he was most interested in for obvious reasons. He continued training the next few days until the team assignments. The day of the team assignments, the alarm clock ringed high. Naruto almost fell out of his bed, trying to punch the stupid thing into oblivion. When he finally managed to turn of the stupid thing, he sat up, scratching his eyes and looked around with sleepy eyes. He saw the calendar, and within a second he was wide awake. Today I get my team assignment. He jumped out of the bed and made his way to the bathroom to wash up and brush teeth. He thought about what he had done the last week. He had advanced rather quickly due to the Kagebunshin. He had done almost 2 years of training in the last week. He now had decent control over Shoten, but it could still be improved. His chakra control were a ton better. He could no fight on the tree surface for about 4 minutes before he fell off, and he had read. He was surprised how much it had mattered. He could actually understand what people were saying most of the time now. Nothing like when the week started. Overall, he had improved a lot, though he still needed to be careful. The third day he had dispelled all his clones at once, and had fainted from fatigue alone. He had woken up an hour later with a throbbing headache. He wasn't due that again, and had the following days dispelled his clones in groups of 10, with a few minutes interval. He had also met Konohamaru, the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, and his teacher Ebisu, who hated his guts. He had met Konohamaru when he had turned in his ninja registration form. Konohamaru had come to challenge the Sandaime for the title of Hokage, but had tripped over his own scarf, halfway across the room. It had been fun to see the reaction of his teacher when he slammed him across the head after he learned who he was. Konohamaru had followed him later, asking him to teach him. Naruto had complied, and taught him Henge no Jutsu and Oiroke no Jutsu. Later Ebisu had come, saying he didn't want Naruto to teach. Konohamaru couldn't figure out why, but Naruto knew right away when he saw the eyes of Ebisu. It was the same as most of the villagers, full of hate towards him, for something he had no control over whatsoever. He had beaten him with his new Harimyu no Jutsu, sending him flying halfway across Konoha because of his nosebleed. He had after told Konohamaru that there was no shortcut to becoming the Hokage, and that he had to beat him to get there. Konohamaru told him that they weren't student and teacher anymore. They were rivals. He had left after that. After he was done in the bathroom, he made his breakfast, which was made up of bread and various vegetables. Naruto had read that he needed to eat better if he wanted to grow. Naruto was still the shortest from his class, which annoyed him to no end. He was sitting and eating, looking across the room. He saw the new picture he had put up the day before. It was his picture for the ninja registration. He had asked Hiruzen if he could get a copy of it to hang up, and was allowed. He was in the picture, of course, and stood with an angel to the camera with his hand back down towards the ground, pointing slightly towards it. From his hand to the corner of the picture, and across the top, the air was glimmering slightly pink, clear evidence of his Shoten. It had taken some persuasion on his part, but the Hokage had finally said yes. He was quite proud of it. Clear evidence of his shinobi status. After he was done with his breakfast, he bolted out the door and made his way to the academy. Today I'm going to get a team. I am officially going to be a genin, a ninja of Konoha. It's the first step on the way to become the Hokage. Chapter 2. Survival Training. Pass or fail. Naruto made his way towards the academy, ignoring the usual stares and glares. It didn't really bother him anymore. He had gotten used to it over the years. The only difference the last week was that he knew why he was getting them. That helped a lot. It was a burden lifted from his shoulders. He didn't have to wonder why. As he walked down one of the alleys, when he saw someone trying to blend in with the railing behind him, using a sheet as cover. The only problem was that it was hanging 90 degrees wrong. He knew right away who it was. Before he could call him out, Konohamaru jumped out from his cover yelling at him, "Fight me!" Sadly, he hadn't even taken one step before he tripped over the sheet. Naruto's sweat dropped. "What are you doing, Konohamaru?" "I expect nothing less from the man I respect," Konohamaru said, getting up. Naruto was silent for a few seconds. "I didn't do anything. You tripped again." Konohamaru totally ignored this and got up, making a hand sign, "Fight me fair and square." Naruto shook his head. "Sorry, Konohamaru. I have to go to my team assignment meeting now." "Team assignment?" the boy asked, confused. "Yeah, I'm a ninja of Konoha starting today," he said, smiling, pointing at his Hitai-8. Konohamaru stared in awe. He smiled at his big brother figure. "Okay, and Aizen, I guess we'll have to do it another day then." And with that, the two boys went on their way. Naruto made it to the academy a little earlier than normal. Heck, normally he would have met at least an hour late, since none of the teachers really bothered with him. But that wasn't on his mind today. Today was the first day in the rest of his life, the first step towards becoming the Hokage. Nothing could bring him down. If he was honest with himself, he didn't care much about which team he was assigned. Just not Sasuke team. He is way too broody for me, and I wouldn't mind getting on the same team as Sakura-chan. Though I could image her having a problem with me. I guess I'll do what Tenten told me to. Flashback 3 days ago. Naruto was walking down one of Konoha's many streets with Tenten. Since the day he had come her father's store, they had become friends. Well, Naruto's first real friend at his own age. Shikamaru and Chuji didn't hate his guts, but they weren't close either. "So, have you gotten your team assignment yet?" Tenten asked. Naruto shook his head. "Nah, we're getting them in 3 days. If I'm honest, I don't really care what team I get on. I'm just happy I graduated." "Huh, so you don't care at all? There is no one you would or would rather not be with?" she asked doubtingly. Naruto looked at his new friend with a small smile. "Well, there is this one guy, Sasuke team. He just gets on my nerves all the time." "Wait, Sasuke? As in Uchiha Sasuke? The sole survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre?" "That's the guy," he said while nodding. "Ouch, I can understand that. I mean, I can't set myself into his place to get his whole clan killed, but he is just so brooding." "Exactly," she smiled. She rather liked Naruto. Not in romantic manner, but he was a good friend. It was a good break from her two teammates and their eccentric sensei. Naruto was a funny guy, maybe a bit straightforward with things, but nothing she couldn't handle. She took a look around and saw the glares of the villagers. It wasn't her they were glaring at. It was her new friend. She had tried to ask him about it, but he had changed subject rather quickly. She knew that he had pranked most of the villagers when he was a kid. She had found them rather funny. And then a few days ago when painted the Hokage monument. She was impressed. It wasn't anyone who could overpaint a monument, which was visible from most of the village in daylight, wearing an orange jumpsuit. When she had asked how he had done it, he had answered, "It's easy when no one wants you to exist." That time it was her who changed subject. She was pulled out of her train of thoughts when Naruto started talking again. And then there is Sakura-chan. She raised an eyebrow while smiling. So there's a girl? I guess she hung up on the Uchiha then. Yeah, can you believe it? And every time she asks him on a date, he turns her down and still she won't go out with me. He answered a bit moping. So, how many times have you asked her on a date? Every time I see her? It's usually just after she gets turned down by Sasuke. I have an advice if you want. Naruto nodded eagerly, back off. What? Naruto said disbelievingly. I said back off. Try to stop asking her on a date every time you see her. Try just to be there for her. You know, maybe in time she will come around, she said while winking at her blonde friend. Baby steps, learn to be friends first. Then see where it goes from there. Maybe. Okay. I'll try it, he said, showing her one of his big bright smiles. Good, she nodded approvingly. Flashback end. Naruto opened the door to his classroom and made his way inside. He hadn't stepped 3 steps inside before a boy stepped in front of him. Oi, Naruto. Today is the team assignments. You do know that you would actually have to pass the exam if you want in on it, right? It from the brown-haired boy. He wore a pair of dark grayish pants that reached down to his calves, and a gray hooded fur-lined coat with a hood he wore on his head. Under the hood on his head was a little white puppy. Ouf, ouf. See, even Akamaru agrees, Kiba stated with a smug smile, petting his puppy. Naruto smiled right back at Kiba, while tapping his finger on his forehead protector. Are you blind, dog breath? I have a Hittai 8. Thus must I have passed. The Hokage himself passed me. Can you say the same for you? Kiba narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at his Hittai 8, just to be sure it was real. When he was convinced, he just came with an humph and turned around to go back to his seat. The blonde genin shook his head with a smile of Kiba's antics. When he was done, he took a look around the classroom for an empty seat. As far as he could see, there were 3, one beside Sasuke team, and another beside that seat, and one in front of Chuji. The last option wasn't really an option in his opinion. It was a known fact that all the Akamichis were real greedy guts, and the new clan heir wasn't an exception. That alone wasn't the problem. The real problem was that not all of his food made the trip from the back it was in to his mouth. So anyone who says in front of Chuji would be showered in food scraps. Naruto took a deep breath and made his way over to the table where Sasuke sat and took the seat furthest away from the Uchiha. Naruto reached for his pocket and took up a book on Fuinjutsu and started reading it, much to the whole classroom's disbelief. Even the Uchiha was brought out of his brooding mood and raised an eyebrow at the blonde shinobi. Hinata was looking from behind the classroom, where she had taken a seat. Naruto-kun was able to graduate. Maybe, just maybe, I can get on the same team as him, she thought hopefully. Before long, Naruto was brought out of his reading, when the whole classroom went quiet. They could all hear something rumbling, like some big animals like rhinos or elephants which were running. It was getting closer and closer. You would think that the class would become nervous at the apparent impending doom, but this was a daily routine for them. Before long, 2 girls almost fell in through the door. First/I win, they yelled, before turning to each other to glare. The first one Naruto recognized right away. It was Sakura-chan. She had bright pink hair, a color Naruto didn't know could appear naturally before he had met her, and green eyes. She also had a rather large forehead, and Naruto knew she had been bullied because of it. To him, though, it was just her, and he loved every part of it. She was wearing a red dress with a white circular design on her shoulders and her back, and she wore dark green shorts. She wore her Hittai like a hairband. The second girl was Ino, who had an ongoing rivalry with Sakura. She wore a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a skirt that was cut off on the sides and bandage on her stomach and legs. She also wore purple and white elbow warmers with this, and her hitai around her waist as a belt. "I win again," Sakura Ino said. "What are you talking about? My pinky toe entered the classroom before yours by a whole centimeter," Sakura replied, glaring harder. Ino returned the glare. "Are you blind?" The two girls kept bickering like that, and the rest of the class went back to doing what they were doing before. That is, everyone but Naruto. He was looking at Sakura with a blush. He quickly looked away again. "Naruto, remember what Tenten said. Give her some space. But there she is, looking over here. And now she's coming this way. Maybe she wants to sit beside me," he thought, as the pink-haired Kunoichi made her way over to the table where Naruto and Sasuke were sitting. He smiled at her. "Good morning, Sakura-chan." "Get out of my way. I want to sit there beside Sasuke-kun," she replied, pointing at the seat in between him and Sasuke. He sighed while getting out of his seat. "Fine. Get in then." Sakura hadn't expected that. Normally Naruto would get going how uncool Sasuke was, and she would have to hit him. Thank you, Naruto," she said, taking her seat. She was just about to talk to Sasuke when Irika came in through the door. "Okay, class, settle down." Most of them didn't hear him, causing a tick mark to appear on Irika. He used his big scary head jutsu. "I said settle down." That got the desired effect. He cleared his throat. "Starting today, you are all official ninjas, but you are all still just new genin. It's going to get harder from here. You all will be in a group of 3, where you will accomplish missions under a jounin instructor." That got the class attention. Most of them hadn't expected a 3-man team. Naruto wasn't surprised. The Hokage had given him permission to train the last week because he was going to be on a team. Irika continued, "We've arranged the groups such that overall abilities are equivalent. I will now announce them. Team 1 is..." Naruto started reading his book again, just paying enough attention to react when his own name was called. Team 7 will be Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Internally, Naruto was jumping up and down in happiness. Sakura quite the opposite, and Uchiha Sasuke. That got the reversed effect. Naruto couldn't help but throw a quick glare at Sasuke. The gods must really be against me. There are 27 people that have graduated, and I get on the same team as Sasuke team. He sighed, "Well, at least I'm also on the same team as Sakura-chan." Next, Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. There won't be a Team 9, as last year's Team 9 is still in effect. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Chuji. He called up the last few teams. "That's it for the teams. Now, your Jounin sensei will be here after lunch. You can do what you want until then." With that said, the different teams went out the classroom. In the council chambers, it was the day of the assignments of the new genin teams, and thus there was a council meeting. Currently all were present but the Hokage. The council chambers consisted of the Hokage's seat at the end of multiple tables. Beside the Hokage's seat were 2 smaller tables where the elders sat. Their names were Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, and Shimura Danzo. Hamura and Koharu were old teammates of Hiruzen, and had retired from their shinobi carriers and settled back as elders and counselors for the Sandaime. Danzo was an old rival of Hiruzen. While he had Konoha's best at heart, he didn't always care of the way to get there. From the Hokage's seat point of view, the left side was reserved for the business people of Konoha, the 6 that had been elected from their respective areas. These people didn't have Konoha's best at heart. What they cared about was getting more power and getting more wealth. The right side was reserved for the 8 major clans of Konoha: Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, Akamichi, Nara, and Yamanaka. Though because of the Uchiha massacre, the Uchiha seat was empty until the time of the last Uchiha to be 16 years of age, and the Senju seat was empty because the last known survivor of said clan, Senju Tsunade, wasn't in Konoha and hadn't been for years. These people were the only one beside the Hokage who were not thinking of ways to get more power, but had Konoha's best at heart. In the seat closest to the Hokage's was none other than Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, which was currently the largest clan in Konoha. Hayashi was a man who, despite his cold demeanor, always put his clan and Konoha first, even when it went against his own beliefs. The next seat from Hayashi was Tsume, the clan head of the Inuzuka clan. This clan was well known for their collaboration with ninja dogs, their pack mentality, and their hot-headedness. They always believed in looking out for family, and were well known for their fierce loyalty to others. Sitting next to the Inuzuka matriarch was Shibi Aburame, the clan head of the Aburame clan. The Aburames were well known as a clan that followed logic, believing that to do otherwise would cause more issues to arise than need be. They were also ostracized because of the bugs they carry. The last in the lineup were the members of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akamichi clans, who were well known for their powerful teamwork. These three were Inoichi, Shikaku, and Chuza, and they had been known as the Inashikacho trio, due to the teamwork they used during the Third Great Shinobi War. Finally, the Sandaime entered the chambers and took his seat. As it seems we're all here, we will get started. Now, first point of order is dash. Sorry, Sandaime-sama, but I have disturbing news that I think the council should hear. Danzo interrupted the Hokage. Hiruzen didn't seem affected by this, as he had known this would come sooner or later. He was pretty sure it was because of Naruto and his Shoten. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret long after he allowed Naruto's ninja registration photo to be taken. That he had allowed the blonde to use one of the training ground by himself. He was sure that Danzo would have picked up on that. What is it, Danzo-san? Hiruzen asked more politely than he would have out of the council chambers. It has come to my attention that you have reserved a whole training field for a newly graduated genin. It intrigued me, but I let it go. I'm not one to question the Hokage. Hiruzen mentally scoffed at that. Danzo questioned every action he took. He had tried to get his hand on the seat for a long time. Other than that, he had tried to get his hands on Naruto more than one time, willing to turn him into a weapon of Konoha, due to his Jinchuriki status. He was sure that he would try even harder now that he had found out about the blonde's new Kekkei Genkai. Hiruzen was, of course, greatly opposing of this. Minato had asked him to make sure Naruto would be safe. He couldn't do much about the villagers, but this he could. He wouldn't let Naruto fall into the grasps of the old war hawk. Never mind what Kushina would have done to the crippled elder if had gotten hold of Naruto. Hiruzen wasn't entirely sure if he'd applaud or be terrified of that outcome. Danzo looked over the chamber. He could see that he had piqued their interest. But then a few days ago, when the elders and I went over the new ninja registration forms, we came across this, he said, taking out Naruto's photo, sending it around the council. He could see many confused looks. We, like you, had no idea what this was, so I send some of my guards to look for the Jinchuriki. They found him at earlier mentioned training ground. He was training to use Shoten. Yes, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has Shoten. An hour later. Enough of this. Yes, Naruto has Shoten, but it isn't dangerous. Jiraiya and I have observed and made sure of that. The reason I allowed Naruto to use that training ground was so he could get it under control, and so he wouldn't put his team at risk, Hiruzen said loudly and irritated. The last hour had been nothing but accusations, and pleads about putting the boy down, letting Danzo have him. If any other shinobi or citizen of Konoha had awakened Shoten, you would all be delighted. But because it's Naruto, you're acting like this? I won't have it, he continued, while glaring around the council. The shinobi side had been concerned, but had calmed a bit down. It was the civilians and the elders that caused problem. They hated the boy's guts, because of the Kyuubi. Now I have given you all the answers I'm willing, so we're gonna get on with this council meeting. Now, for the first point of order. Lunch at the academy. Sakura was sitting on a bench outside the academy. They still had some time before their Jounin sensei would pick them up. She had just had a not-so-friendly conversation with Sasuke. He had told her that he thought she was annoying. You're annoying, huh? I see. Naruto must have felt the same way. Maybe I can be nicer starting now. I could give him a chance. I never really have gotten to know him. I always brush him off as a pest. He did seem different from before. She was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Naruto coming her way eating a dango. It didn't seem like he had seen her yet. All right, this is my chance to be nicer to him. Remember to smile, not scowl. Smile. With that, she had a really strange smile on her face. Hey Naruto, let's go back to the classroom. Naruto looked up at her. Sakura-chan? I thought you would be with Sasuke, he said, the last part a bit sad. Sakura didn't miss that. Yeah, but he had to go do something else. Come on, let's go back to class, she said. This brought a big smile to Naruto's face. You're a genius, 10-10. 3 hours later in the classroom. Why is our sensei the only one who's late? All the other teams have been picked up hours ago, Sakura said, annoyed. Team 7 was still sitting in the classroom. Or Sasuke and Naruto were sitting at their respected desks, and Sakura was going back and forth, getting impatient with their new sensei. Naruto sighed and looked up from his book. Sakura-chan. It can't be helped. He'll get here when he get here. While he agreed with her, he was getting rather annoyed with Sakura. She had been like that for the last hour, coming with outbursts every 10 minutes or so. Granted, a part of him was really tempted to pull a prank on this guy, but making a first impression, that wouldn't help much. Sakura turned to look at Naruto in disbelief, before gathering herself. Okay, if Naruto asks me to calm down, I really must be tiring. I mean, he is the most hyper person I know, but that means Sasuke-kun also thinks that I'm getting annoying again. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, before taking the seat beside Sasuke. Naruto eyed her before going back to reading his book. 15 minutes later, a silver-haired jounin entered the room. Sakura couldn't help herself, and jumped up screaming, "You're late!" He just stared at them passively. How should I say this? My first impression of you guys is, I hate you. Sakura got a moping expression, while Naruto and Sasuke got a better look at their sensei. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, along with iron-plated gloves. His face was mostly covered by his mask, and his left eye was covered by his hitayate. All in all, they couldn't get a real good look at him. "Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, he said before shining away. 5 minutes later on the roof. Kakashi was looking over each of his students. He was mostly looking on Naruto gods. "He looks so much like you, sensei." Then he turned his gaze to the Uchiha. "I really hope I can help him." Before chooses a path that he can't be saved from. When the 5 minutes were up, he spoke, "Let's see. Why you don't introduce yourselves?" "Introduce ourselves? What should we say?" Sakura asked. Kakashi shrugged. "What you like, hate, your dreams and hobbies. Something like that." "Why don't you introduce yourself first, sensei? So we know what to say," Naruto suggested. "Me? I'm Hatake Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I have few hobbies." The 3 genin were left with sweat drops on the back of their heads. Sakura turned to her new teammates. "So all we found out was his name." Naruto squints while Sasuke's eye twitched. "Now it's your turn. Blondie, you go first." Naruto shot a quick glare for his new nickname. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, Ichiraka ramen, my friend Tenten, Irika-sensei, and Hokage Ajisen. My dislikes are the 3 minutes you have to wait for your ramen to finish after you have poured water over it, people who will hurt my friends, and can't seem to tell the difference between a kunai and the scroll it's sealed inside." This caused Kakashi to raise an eyebrow. He, of course, knew what Naruto was talking about. Sasuke and Sakura looked confused at Naruto. Naruto just continued, acting like he hadn't noticed my hobbies or training, hanging out with Tenten, and tasting new kinds of ramen. And my dream for the future. I want to become the greatest Hokage and make everyone in the village acknowledge me. I also want to find out who my parents were," he finished, getting a nod from Kakashi. "Hi, next you Pinky. I'm Haruno Sakura. I like, well, the person I like is..." Sakura glances at Sasuke, "And my hobbies are, well, my dream is to..." Glances at Sasuke again, and giggles like crazy. "And? What do you dislike?" Kakashi asked. I dislike Ino Pig." Sakura finished looking over at Naruto. "I promised that I would try to give him a chance. And I start today." Naruto looked genuinely surprised. He was half convinced that she would have said his name, and knew she almost did. What happened to her? Kakashi looked at Sakura. Girls her age must be more interested in love than ninja training. Well, at least she's trying to be nice. "Now you, last guy." Sasuke didn't look up when talked. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things that I hate, and there aren't a lot of things that I like. Also, I have an ambition that I have no intention to leave as just a dream. The revival of my clan, and to kill a certain man." Naruto looked at Sasuke. "I guess it's the man who killed his clan." Sakura was still hyped after her own introduction. "Sasuke is cool." Kakashi, on the other hand, had a brief look of seriousness in his eyes, just as I thought. He quickly got back to his old careless look. All right, you three all have unique personalities. I like that. We're going to begin a mission starting tomorrow. First, we're going to do something we four can do together. Survival training. Survival training? Kakashi-sensei, we have just been through years of training in the academy. Can't we just go ahead and start missions? Naruto asked, rather annoyed. This is no ordinary training, Kakashi replied. Now Sakura was looking annoyed too. Can't he just get to the point? Then what kind of training is it? Kakashi started laughing, freaking the three genin out a bit. Sakura looked more annoyed than ever. What is so funny, sensei? Well, if I say this, I'm sure you three are going to be shocked. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 are going to become genin. The other 18 will be sent back to the academy. In other words, this training is going to be a very hard test with a dropout rate of 66%. And as Kakashi had predicted, the 3 genin were very shocked. See? You 3 are shocked, he said, pointing at them. Are you kidding me? What was the final exam for? Naruto asked in complete disbelief. That? It just picks out those who are qualified to become genin. Did you really think that 3 jutsu were going to get you graduated? Out there is a world whose only goal is to get you killed. We're not going to send anyone out there who isn't prepared. He paused to let it sink in anyway. I'm going to determine whether you pass or fail tomorrow at Training Ground 7. Bring your ninja equipment and meet at 5 a.m. Kakashi could see how shocked the 3 genin were. Even Sasuke, who had until now composed himself, trembled some. Now then, meeting over. Oh yeah, don't eat breakfast. You're going to throw it up if you do. 5 a.m. at Training Ground 7? The 3 genin of Team 7 came from each their own direction, every one of them half asleep. Good morning, Sakura said tiredly. Hey, came from Naruto. And the 3 of them waited, and waited, and waited. 3 hours later. Finally, Kakashi came going from the tree line. Hi fellows. Good morning. You're late. Both Naruto and Sakura yelled at him, while pointing accusingly at him. Now normally the new and improved Naruto wouldn't do that, but the lack of sleep and his empty stomach made him momentarily pick up some of his old habits. Yeah, you see a black cat crossed my path, so, Kakashi replied, but trailed off when he saw the faces of Team 7. He cleared his throat. Let's move on. He went over to a clock on a stub a few meters from the genin alarm set at 12 p.m. He then turned towards them and took out 2 bells to show today's topic is to get one of these bells from me. Whoever can't will have no lunch. What? It came from Naruto, but was ignored by Kakashi. I'm going to tie you there and eat lunch in front of you, he said, pointing at the 3 stubs, one of them having the alarm clock on it. At that moment, the genin understood why he had told them not to eat breakfast. Took a few seconds for them to get over that. But wait, why are there only 2 bells? Sakura asked. Kakashi showed one of his eye smiles. I'm glad you asked, Sakura. Since there's only 2, at least on will have to be tied to the log. That person will fail since he failed to complete the mission. The person will go back to the academy. It might just be 1 or it can be all 3. You can use Tour Shuriken. You won't be able to get these unless you come at me with the will to kill me. He looked at his team. There were no objections. Kakashi continued, we're going to start after I say, ready? Start. The genin quickly jumped away, hiding in the surrounding area. Kakashi calmly took out a book and, apparently, started reading. The most important thing for a shinobi is to hide and conceal yourself. It seems like they got that part down. Naruto was hidden in a tree along the river going through the training ground. He was looking at Kakashi, thinking how to do this. This is a jounin, the highest rank of ninja, only surpassed by the Kages. I can't run head first in there without having a plan. Just to get a few things down. There is no way that I can take him down. He can't be expecting us to either, which means he is testing out skills. But he should already know them from our records from the academy. Well, beside me, he must be testing our teamwork. Damn it. There is no way Sasuke team will team up with me. He thinks I'm a dope with no talents. And while Sakura has been nicer to me since yesterday, I don't think she'll go against her Sasuke-kun. So the only way we can work together is if I prove myself. And I prove myself by fighting against a Jounin, whom I have no chance of beating. Naruto sighed at the dilemma he was in. I guess there's no choice then. The only plus side I can see is that I can get some info on Kakashi, though he won't even be required to try. Naruto quickly formulated a plan. He made a few Kage Bunshin and had them hide throughout the area. Naruto jumped out from his hiding spot and made his way to the field where Kakashi were standing. He took his stance a couple of meters in front of Kakashi. Kakashi looked from his book, acting like he had only just seen Naruto. He looked back in his book. You do know that it's basics for a shinobi to attack from the shadows, right? Naruto, still in his stance, didn't take his eyes of Kakashi, observing everything. Yeah, but I figured there was no way that I, a newly graduated genin, could beat you, a seasoned jounin with years of experience. So I came to the conclusion that this test was to test our skills. Kakashi looked at him again. He is observing me, trying to find anything he can use against me. But he was cut short when the earth began to quake. His eyes widened when he saw razor-sharp crystals shooting out of the ground, trying to impale him. He quickly jumped back to avoid it. Shoten, Kesho no Hari, it came from Naruto. Kakashi took his eyes of the pink crystals and looked at Naruto. For the first time since he had met Team 7, he was truly shocked. Was it not for years of experience in the field and in the war, he would have shown emotions. Shoten, I haven't heard of that in a while. I think there was something up in Tano-kuni, but to think it would appear here in Konoha, and it to appear in the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The two other members of Team 7 weren't handling themselves as well as Kakashi was. Sakura's face was full of shock. Shoten? Is that even a Kekkei Genkai? And how can Naruto have it? She thought. How the hell should I know? Just don't get hit by it, Sije. It came from her inner self, which she completely agreed with. Sasuke had his eyes narrowed. How can the Dobe have a Kekkei Genkai? He is a clanless loser with no family. Kakashi looked at Naruto over his book. Well, since you want to show your skills, why don't you? All right, Naruto said before charging. He aimed a punch in the guy, but it was easily parried by Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. The punch had been a lot harder than he would have thought it to be. It didn't stop Naruto. He aimed a kick at the ribs, but it was again parried. He then aimed a kick in the chest. Knowing that Kakashi would parry, he focused his chakra there. Kakashi parried, but was pushed back a few centimeters, much to Kakashi's surprise. Naruto used this to jump back through the air. Kakashi used this to his advantage and threw a kunai. Naruto saw this and quickly conjured up a hexagonal shuriken in his hand and threw it to intercept the kunai. They clashed together and were pushed out of the way. Naruto landed with a smirk. That was my Kesho. Rakuku Shuriken. Kakashi still had his book up, but he had to focus a lot more than he had thought, so he is able to crystallize the air around him. It may seem like he doesn't have a weapon, but everything around him is. Also, it doesn't seem like he needs to use hand signs, but how was he able to kick so hard so suddenly? Kakashi took a closer look at Naruto and saw light reflect off him, which caused Kakashi to raise his visible eyebrow. Naruto nodded at Kakashi. It's just what you think, Kakashi-sensei. I call it Kesho no Yoroi. Kakashi didn't react, to think he ranked dead last. Kakashi was, to say the least, impressed. Sensei, you're not going to retaliate? Naruto asked in a ready pose. Kakashi looked at Naruto. He knew that he wanted him to attack him, and that he had something up his sleeve. Kakashi shrugged before going through some hand signs. Suetun. Mizurappa. Kakashi took a deep breath before beginning to spew out water towards Naruto. He made sure it wasn't as powerful as he would make it towards an enemy. He had to remember, this was just a test. What Naruto did next completely shocked Kakashi. Naruto raised his arm just like to intercept, and when the water was a meter from him, it started crystallizing and split so it didn't hit him. Kakashi quickly realized that this jutsu weren't going to work. It was just supplying Naruto with more material to crystallize. Shoten. Kesho Hakidori, Naruto cried with the ram sign up. From the crystals that Naruto had just made, thousands of small hummingbirds were created. They appeared around Naruto until there were no crystals left on the ground. With an unsaid command, they attacked. They closed in quickly, aiming all over Kakashi. Kakashi jumped into the air just in time to avoid them. When they hit the ground, they created a big cloud of debris. That was a close one, Kakashi thought, thinking he was out of harm's way. Shoten, Rakuku Shuriken, Ranbu. It came from several places around the clearing. From 5 places barrages of crystal shuriken was shot at him. Shit, he thought, before quickly performing Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto's shadow clones jumped out of hiding before dispelling. Naruto nodded to himself in satisfaction before jumping away. Now he just had to find the others. Naruto was jumping through the canopies when he heard Sakura scream. He quietly made his way there, making sure he wasn't detected by Kakashi. He finally found Sakura. She was lying motionless on the forest floor. He wasn't worried if she had been hurt. He knew Kakashi wouldn't take it that far. He made his way down to where she was, and after a brief examination it was clear she was under a genjutsu. He put 2 fingers on her forehead, while the other was in a ram sign Kai. Slowly her eyes fluttered up. As soon as she could see where she was, she quickly got to her feet. Sasuke-kun. Relax, Sakura-chan. You were under a genjutsu, Naruto said, trying to get his teammate to calm down. But she was still going on about she had seen Sasuke dying. Sakura! That got her attention. Stop fussing like that. Sasuke is fine. You were under a genjutsu. Besides, this is just a test. So there is no way that Kakashi-sensei would hurt any of us badly, let alone kill us. That seemed to sink in, but she quickly shook her head. But I need to find him fast. We don't have much time until the test ends, she said, starting to run out of the clearing. Naruto quickly grabbed her arm. What is it, Naruto Baka? Naruto sighed at her affectionate nickname for him. I agree, but we can't just take him on one-on-one. We need to work together, all 3 of us. Sakura stopped trying to struggle his way out of his grip, and he let her go. Then she turned to face him fully. But one of us will fail. Maybe. But it's better than all 3 of us failing. None of them said anything for a few seconds. Listen, I'll give the bells to you too. You like Sasuke, right? It was an obvious question he already knew the answer on, but she blushed deeply and nodded. Good. Then you 2 can be on a team together. I'll just take another year at the academy. I already failed 3 times. What is one more time to that, right? Sakura was looking at Naruto in disbelief. Was he always this nice? I kind of feel bad at how I treated him. The rosette nodded. Okay. Let's go find Sasuke-kun. No, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at the black-haired genin in front of him with outrage. Why? You both will pass. We need to work together to get those bells. Sasuke scoffed. I don't need help from a clanless loser like you to do that. It didn't seem like that. When we found you buried to your neck before, Naruto replied with a bit of venom earning a glare. They kept bickering like that, with Sakura just sitting between them. Now normally she would jump to the defense of her Sasuke-kun, but she could see the wisdom in Naruto's words, and she had seen what he could do with Shoten. Also, this meant that she would work together with Sasuke, and that she would be on the same team as Sasuke. But she knew they didn't have long time to do it. Sasuke-kun, we don't have very long time again before the test ends. Wouldn't it be better just to do it together and get it over with, she asked carefully, not wanting to get on the wrong side of Sasuke. Sasuke actually seemed to think about it. He looked up in the sky to see the sun's position. He scoffed, fine. Naruto nodded at Sakura, who was overjoyed now. 2 minutes to 12. Kakashi was standing the middle of the clearing again. He looked over at the clock and sighed. I guess it's just another team that doesn't pass. I actually hoped they would. Sensei's son, a Shoten user, and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the last loyal Uchiha, a true genius, and the girl weren't bad either. She just needs to get over her fangirl stadium. Oh well, maybe next time. It was then that 3 Narutos ran out of the tree line. He watched them coming, but didn't do anything visible to counter them. They all brought their arms to what looked like a guard Shoten. Suishotu. On their forearms, deep blue-colored crystal tantos formed. They charged forward as one, slashing like crazy at Kakashi. He could see that Naruto hadn't had this style practiced as much as the academy-style taijutsu. He kept parrying and dodging. At last, he decided that it was time to get rid of the clones. He kicked hard in one of the Naruto's stomach and it dispelled. He was just about to do the same to the second, when he heard a voice shout behind him. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu!" Sasuke yelled, spewing out a large fireball towards Kakashi. Kakashi saw this coming and jumped out of the way. He was a little worried that it had hit Naruto, but it didn't last as he saw them dispel. They were clones all along. Huh? He didn't have time to think as he saw a barrage kunai being cast out of one of the trees. With closer inspection, he saw that it was Sakura. He brought up his kunai and began blocking them. He had just landed when Naruto bolted out of the tree line again. He was getting closer and closer to Kakashi and was just about there when the alarm ringed. All three genin looked in disbelief and despair at the clock. "No, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it," Naruto said, mentally kicking himself for not being a bit faster. A few minutes later, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were tied to the logs, and as Kakashi had said he would, was eating his lunch in front of them. Naruto's stomach was the loudest, but Sasuke's and Sakura's wasn't silent. "Well then, none of you got the bells," Kakashi said. All of them were waiting for the dooming words. "You pass," Kakashi said. They stared, disbelieving at him. "But you said that we would fail and be sent back to the academy if we didn't get the bells," Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi nodded. "I lied," he stated flatly. "But sensei, what was the test for then?" Sakura asked. "You three are the first I have passed. People I had previously were blockheads who just thought about themselves and didn't want to risk getting kicked back to the academy. They didn't want to work together because they knew one of them had to fail. But that is not how being a shinobi works, especially a Konoha shinobi. We work together, train together, and basically live together." He looked up in the sky. In the world of shinobi, those who break the rules are called scrum. But those who don't take care of their friends are even worse than scum. You guys work together to have a chance, even though you knew one of you would fail the test. So to answer your question, Sakura, it was to test your worth as a team. Naruto looked at Kakashi. As he moved around the logs to tie up the ropes, he isn't that bad. He is actually kind of cool. When he had tied them up, he turned to them. "The training ends here. Everyone passes. Team 7 will start doing missions starting tomorrow." Chapter 3. The Hellcat and the Ramen Stand. Team 7 were jumping through the forests of Konoha, pursuing their target. It was faster than any of them thought it could be. They had used hours tracking it down and now, for at least 45 minutes, chasing it. But they were gaining in on it. They were so close now. Their target had stopped. Team 7 quickly made their way to different hiding spots around their target. "This is Sasuke, arrived at point B," it crackled through the radio. "Sakura here. I have reached point C. Naruto here, reached point A." Kakashi was listening in, supervising them. Normally he would have scolded, as much as Kakashi now can scold people, that for taking so long, but this was no ordinary target. As soon as he heard they had reached their positions, he tapped his radio. "If you're all in position, execute capture target T." Team 7 didn't need to hear any more than that. They jumped from their hiding spots, going after the target. It was fast and dodged first Sakura's attempt, then Sasuke's. Naruto, seeing his opportunity, jumped into a tree and came at it from above. It was a success. He grabbed the furball-shaped target. It was, to say the least, not happy. Turned around and began attacking Naruto. The cat Tora was captured. The crackling sound of Kakashi's voice over the radio sounded. "Does it have a red ribbon on its right ear? Is it our target, Tora the cat?" The Uchiha looked lazily over at Naruto, who was getting beaten up by the small brown feline from hell, and Sakura, who was giggling at her teammates' expense. Sasuke tapped his radio. "Affirmative. Tora the cat is captured." Again. All the genin of Team 7 was starting to hate Tora. Since they had graduated 6 weeks ago, they had had Capture Tora the cat mission 16 times. 17 with this. For some reason, the Hokage loved to give their team the most hellish missions. They had all agreed it was because of Kakashi's tardiness. At the mission delegation office, "My sweet, dear Tora-chan, I missed you. I was so worried about you. You've gotten yourself really dirty, haven't you, dear? We will have to take a long, Wet shower when we come home, a large lady in red said to the hellish cat, while hugging it to death, much to the satisfaction of Team 7. They were all grinning evilly at the feline abomination from hell. She turned towards Hiruzen and bowed, "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'm happy you're always willing to help." Then she turned towards Team 7, "And thank you for helping." The Sandaime nodded, while Kakashi smiled. "Ah, no problem, Madam Shirjimi. We were happy to help." All the genin shot glares at Kakashi. Naruto scoffed mentally, "We? What the hell do you mean with we? You didn't do a damn thing. If we get that mission one more time, I'm gonna kill that hellcat. I would be doing all of Konoha a favor." Sakura also mentally on the same lines. "If you removed your eyes from that abomination of a book sensei, you could have actually helped." Madame Shirjimi walked over to the Hokage and handed him the payment. "Here you are, Hokage-sama. I must be going now. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Madame Shirjimi, and give my regards to Fire Daimudano," the old Hokage said. She nodded at it and made her way out the door. Hiruzen turned towards Team 7 to see Kakashi getting deadly glares from his team. "Now, Team 7, let's see what we have for you now." He looked through all the mission papers. Here we have it. Council member Yojiu needs someone to babysit his child while he is out on business. Grocery shopping in a neighboring town and helping pick up potatoes at one of the Akamichi farms. "Oh, come on, Gigi. We have done nothing but D ranks for almost 2 months. Can't you give us something just a little bit difficult?" Naruto exclaimed. Sakura and Sasuke looked annoyed by it, but they had to agree. They too were getting tired of all the easy missions. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "You know it's gonna be me who take all the trash, right? I guess it's revenge for me not helping with Tora." Irika sighed. "Naruto, you already know how the ninja rank goes. You're only newly graduated genin. Until you have trained some more, you can't go on higher ranking missions than D rank." "I know that, but I'm not the same brat who used to paint over the Hokage monument. I can handle myself," Naruto retorted. "Will at least just one C-rank mission kill us, Irika-sensei?" said scarred Chunin, only sighed again at the blonde's words. He has been keeping up on his former students' progress, and like Naruto said, he has been improving greatly in the past 2 months. The old Hokage looked at one of this year's most promising genin. There is some truth to that. He chuckled lightly while puffing on his pipe. "Kakashi, what do you say? Do you think they are ready?" Kakashi, who in the meantime had taken up his little orange book, looked over his genin team. They were all looking at him with begging eyes. He took a deep breath. "I would say a C rank would suffice, as Naruto mentioned. They have been making slow but steady progress." Hiruzen nodded. "Very well then. If you insist, I do have a C rank for you then. It's an escort and guard mission to Nami no Kuni." "Ano, who are we supposed to escort then?" Sakura asked. Instead of answering Sakura's question, Hiruzen called out towards the door to Tazuna-san. "Can you please enter?" The young teens crinkle their noses from the smell of alcohol as coming in through the door were wobbling a drunk, middle-aged man. He had gray hair and a large beard of same color. He wore glasses with a dark pair of eyes behind them. Took him a few seconds to get his balance. When he finally did, he narrowed his eyes when he saw who the ninja team, that was supposed to protect him, was made up of. "What the hell is this? You're giving me a couple of brats? I mean, the short one doesn't even seem to be 10. They can't have any skill," he slurred out. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had matured a bit from his old self, but his short height was still a touchy subject. And then he criticized their skill. Naruto smirked, which caused Kakashi to worry. Before any of the people in the room could do anything, a big crystal shot out of the ground. Impaling the bottle Tazuna was raising to his mouth, successfully pouring its content all over Tazuna's chest. He blinked a couple of times, very surprised. He wasn't the only one. All the ANBU guards in the room were mentally wide-eyed behind their mask. This was the first time they had seen the Shoten in action. They had of course all heard about it. It was big news when the village got a new Kekkei Genkai. But they didn't show any of this, thanks to their years in service. "What was it you were saying, Aji-san?" Naruto smiled. He didn't get any answer. Behind him, Hiruzen coughed / secretly chuckle in his hand. "Naruto, please don't kill our clients. Wouldn't be good for business, you know?" Naruto looked over his shoulder before shrugging. He snapped his fingers. and the crystal shattered in tiny microscopic pieces. Tazuna was breathless by the sight of the crystal shimmer in front of him, but composed himself. I am Tazuna and I'm an expert in bridge building. I will need you to escort me back to Nami no Kuni and protect me while I finish it, the old man from Wave said. Kakashi turned towards his team. You heard the man. This is a C rank, so we will probably be away for a few weeks. Go home and pack all that you could need. We meet at the main gate tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto nodded. Good then. Team 7, I expect you back in a few weeks then. Dismissed. With Naruto. The blonde Uzumaki was walking down the main street alone. As soon as they had been dismissed from the mission delegation office, Sasuke had walked towards the Uchiha district with Sakura on his ass. He sighed. I still like Sakura-chan, but the way she acts sometimes, I have to find a way to talk to her about it. Most of the time, on and off missions, she really doesn't act like a proper kunoichi. Maybe I can use Sasuke to make her act less fangirlish. He was making his way to Higurashi Weapon Shop to buy different ninja tools for the upcoming mission. He had thought he had it all at home, but no such luck. He couldn't wait till he was better at Fuinjutsu so he could make the exploding tags himself, but it was so damn hard to understand. He was only 1/4 of the way through the first beginner book. He had learned to make sealing scrolls and he was good at it, but the rest, it went slowly. It didn't really help with clones, since it was him that had a hard time understanding it. But he was making progress slow and steady. He was brought out of his thoughts when he almost bumped into someone on the street. He quickly got out of the stranger's way. He wasn't going to give the villagers any excuses to hate him more, though since he had graduated they were concealing it more. He had made his way to the weapon shop. He was hoping to see Tenten in there. He hadn't seen her in 3 weeks. She had been given a mission, so she was away, and now he was going on one. If he didn't see her, it would probably be a few weeks more. He stepped inside and was delighted to hear a familiar voice. Welcome to Higuri. Hey Naruto, Tenten said, making her way out from the counter to give him a quick hug. They may only have known each other for a few weeks, but Tenten had become his best friend. If not because she was his first. When she was done, she took a good look at him. It's good to see you again. Now, did you come to buy or just to say hey to little old me? She smiled at him. Naruto smiled back. Well, kinda both. You see, my team has gotten its first C-rank mission, so I need to restock all my ninja tools like explosion tags, smoke, and flash bombs, things like that. And then I hope to run into you before I was going away. She nodded and began to take all the different articles from the shelves and put them on the counter. When she got to the kunai and shuriken, Naruto shook his head. I won't need those. Tenten frowned. I know you told me you like hand-to-hand combat and ninjutsu combat more, but you will need weapons. That wasn't what I meant. Naruto looked around the store, just to make sure they were alone. While most of the higher-ups ninja knew of his Shoten abilities, there weren't many others that did, and he planned to keep it that way for as long as he could. I can make them myself, he said, holding his hand up, conjuring a crystal shuriken. Tenten gasped, how did you do that? She motioned to take it, but quickly stopped herself and looked at him. Can I take a look at it? Naruto nodded. She took it from his hand and looked closer at it. She was, to say the least, impressed. There were such detail, and she couldn't find any weakness in the way it was built, even though it should be fragile. In fact, it was the opposite, it was sturdy. When she was done, she made motion to return it to Naruto, but he shook his head. You keep it. I can make 1,000 others in no time. She smiled at him, bigger than before. She put it down in her pocket, making sure it was safe. She looked at him again. You still haven't answered my question. How did you do that? Naruto's face turned serious. You can't tell this to anyone. Okay? She nodded. She weren't going to betray one of her closest friends. I have Shoten, a Kekkei Genkai. I found out just after I graduated, and before you ask, yes, the Hokage knows, and so does all the higher-up shinobi. Tenten was stunned, but regained herself. Somewhat. So, how does it work? Well, I haven't really figured it all out yet, but it seems like I can crystallize anything with a mass, such as earth, water, wood, and so on. But I can't crystallize energy, such as lightning, wind, and chakra. The only exception is my own chakra. I'm guessing it's because I'm so tuned into it. If I had to guess, I would think that if I spent enough time on, let's say, a lightning bolt, I would be able to crystallize it. But because it only lasts for a few seconds at most, I wouldn't be able to do it. And all lightning bolts have a different energy signature, so it wouldn't help to try it out on 1,000 different. Tenten nodded, satisfied with the explanation. She was happy he was willing to share like that to her. She could see it was one of his big secrets. He still wouldn't tell her why all the villagers seemed to hate him so much, but she guessed it was just a matter of time. She walked over the cash register and typed all the items in Naruto was planning to buy. Okay, that will be 865 yen. Naruto took the money out of his wallet, Gamachan, and put it on the counter before putting all the items in various pockets in his outfit. Tenten was still amused by his little frog wallet and the fact that he had named it. Tenten, do you want to go grab something to eat? I probably won't be back for a few weeks, Naruto asked. Tenten looked thoughtful for a second. 1 second. I just got to ask Dad if he can watch the counter. She ran out back for 20 seconds and came back with a smile. It won't be a problem. Now, where do you want to go? She asked, already knowing the answer. Naruto smirked at her. Do you really have to ask? Ichiraku Ramen, of course. 30 minutes later at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto and Tenten walked into the small stand. Hey Tuchiajizen. I am Nizan. Tuchi and Ayam, who were standing and making noodles, turned around to face where the voice had come from. Ayam were the first to speak, Naruto-kun and Tenten-san. Let me guess. The usual? She asked with a smile. Both nodded. You bet, Nei-san. The old ramen stand owner chuckled deeply, coming right up. Both of them turned to continue making the noodles and soup. While they were waiting for the ramen, Naruto turned towards, by the way, you never told what your mission was about. I got told you were on one from Kaido. Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to find you but obviously couldn't, and we had to go fast. My sensei is rather eccentric, and he makes everything into a competition, she said, dropping her head at the end. Guy was a good sensei and all, but she could use a holiday from all the craziness. No worries. Now, what was your mission about? There had been some bandit raids on some small villagers down by the border to Kawa no Kuni, so the villagers had hired us to track them down and take care of them. Tenten told Naruto about the mission, how they had gone from village to get information, and to how they tracked down and took care of the bandit groups in the area. In the meantime, they had gotten their ramen, and Naruto was on his third. Sounds like you had your work cut out for you, huh? Naruto asked, inhaling some more noodles. Tenten looked at her friend with a smile. She had tried more than once to get Naruto to eat with some manners. She had had some success with dango, but with noodles, according to Naruto, it was the god's gift to mankind, and he couldn't get enough of it. Yeah, but I have a good team. I trust them, no matter how weird they can be. Naruto sighed. I wish I had a team like that. Is it still about Sasuke? Yeah, he just doesn't want to work or train together. He says that I would drag him down. He made quotation marks in the air to what Sasuke had said. I just can't win with that guy. I'm probably one of the people in the village who understand him the most. I never knew my parents. Of course I can't put myself in his place. To have all that love just for it to get taken away. He trailed off. Tenten could see he didn't like to talk about that, so she tried to get the conversation to move on. Then what about that girl? Sakura was her name? Yeah, Sakura. Well, she is nicer to me than she was at the academy, but she doesn't really act like a kunoichi. She is all about diets, her hair, what clothes she wear, and if Sasuke likes it. I like her, but I wish I could talk some sense into her. Ouch. I had a couple of fangirls on my class too. They haven't really made it far, so it would be good if you could talk to her. He nodded at that. She took another mouthful of ramen. Now I've told you about my mission. Why you don't tell me about yours? It was your first C rank, right? Naruto brightened up when she asked. She loved her blonde friend's antics. Yes, it's our first C rank. We're supposed to escort some old drunk named Tazuna to Nami no Kuni, and then guard him while he finishes some bridge there. Tenten shook her head at her friend's bluntness at describing people. He hadn't really learned what should be thought and not said. Well, good luck then. It's a C rank, so you shouldn't get into something you can't handle. Especially with your little gift, she said, referring to his crystal powers. Naruto nodded, thanks. They were silent for a bit while eating their food. Naruto broke the silence. Do you have any chakra weights at your shop? I read that they can help you with your speed and strength. I was really planning to wait till I could make restriction seals, but it's going slower than I had anticipated. So for now, I will have to go with weights. I tried to look for them while you were gone, but couldn't find any, and I never got to ask Kaido. Tenten finished what ramen she had in her mouth. You wouldn't be able to find them. There aren't many that buy them, so we will have to order them. I can do it later back at the shop. They should be here when you're back from your mission. Thanks, Naruto said, taking another inhaling of ramen, now on his 5th bowl. So it's here where you were hiding? And with a girl nonetheless. I'm so proud. I hope I didn't interrupt anything. A voice came from behind them. Both of the genins spun around on their chair to be faced with a big white-haired man. Ero Sennin, there's nothing like that. Gods, you're such a pervert, Naruto said a little high. Damn it, Gaki. How many times have I told you not to call me that? And it's super pervert, thank you. Jiraiya responded, puffing his chest a bit. Tenten watched as the two kept bickering. She knew she had seen the old man somewhere before. Then it hit her. It was Jiraiya, Tsunade's her idol old teammate. Naruto, you really shouldn't call someone like Jiraiya that. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, she said while bowing. Naruto scoffed, you wouldn't say that if you knew him. And you heard what he said. He is a super pervert. Tenten looked from Naruto to Jiraiya. Well, he did say that, but someone with that much skill and such a high rank can't be a pervert. Can he? Now Naruto, don't get into a fight with your girlfriend, Jiraiya said with a smirk, causing both of the genin to blush. Naruto was the first to speak. Damn it, Ero Sennin. I told you it isn't like that. He paused for a few seconds. Now that I think about it, why are you here? I thought you were out of the village. Jiraiya smiled at his part-time student. I was, but I'm back to report to Sensei, and he told me that you're going on your first C rank? You bet I am, was Naruto's answer. Okay, in that case I got a new exercise for you, the white-haired man said, taking off his backpack and looked through it. Now Naruto was excited. As much as a pervert the old sage was, he was a good teacher and always had new thing Naruto could do. He got more and more excited the longer it took Jiraiya to find whatever it was he was looking for. His excitement plummeted when Jiraiya took up what looked like a water balloon and gave it to Naruto. Naruto looked curious and a little disappointed at Jiraiya. The Gamma Sannin sighed while rolling his eyes. It's the first step to a jutsu. And before you ask, no, I won't show you before you have at least mastered the second stage. There are 3 stages. Ah, are you sure you won't show me the jutsu? Jiraiya shook his head. Naruto sighed. Fine, but what am I supposed to do? This Jiraiya took out another balloon. First nothing happened, but then small lumps began to appear on the surface, before it burst. Naruto and Tenten looked curiously at his hand, where the balloon had been before. You have to burst it open by using your chakra alone. Just rotate the water inside it. Jiraiya took out a scroll. Here I have sealed a lot of balloons inside it. It won't be easy, but if you manage to finish it before I get back, I'll give the second stage to Kakashi. For the third stage, you will have to wait for me. Naruto took the scroll and put it down his pocket. Thank you, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya nodded at him, before waving and walked away. Naruto turned back to his ramen, just to see Tenten look accusingly at him. What? What? You're learning from Jiraiya-sama, one of the Densetsu no Sannin, and you don't tell me? I didn't think it was that important. Besides, he doesn't really train me. Kakashi-sensei is my sensei, though he doesn't train me much either. Tenten sighed, just promise me. If you ever get to meet Tsunade-sama, and you get the chance, please introduce me to her. Will do, Naruto said smiling. He knew that Tsunade was Tenten's idol, and that she held her in very high regard. He finished his bowl. Oh well, I'm full now. How about you? Tenten looked at him with an amused look. I have been done for 20 minutes. Naruto chuckled at that. Well, thank you for staying then. No problem. What are friends for, right? Right? And with that they paid for their meal, said their goodbyes and walked each their way home. Next morning at Konoha Main Gate, 11 a.m., Gah, where are your sensei? He should have been here 3 hours ago. Tazuna said rather irritated. I knew you weren't worth anything. Sakura and Sasuke shot him a glare. Naruto just kept reading his book. He may have lost it a bit when he first met the old drunk, but he weren't gonna let that happen again. He was aiming to be a top-notch shinobi of Konoha. Naruto looked up from his book. Well, it's almost 11 now, so he should be here any minute. He is always at least 3 hours late. And as if called upon, a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the road, with Kakashi in the middle of it. You're late, Sakura screeched, making everyone else wince at the volume of her voice. Sorry. You see, a cat crossed my path, so I had to take another way, and then I saw an old lady trying to get across the street, and I just had to stop to help her over. All the persons present just gave him a look that said, You don't really think you're fooling anyone, do you? Anyway, it seems like we're all here, so let's get going. Remember all the stuff you have packed. Sasuke scoffed, but picked up his backpack. He took a look at Naruto. He couldn't see any backpack. Dobe, aren't you forgetting something? Naruto was putting his book down in his pocket. No, what should that be? It was Sakura who answered, What about the things you should have packed? Naruto shrugged and held up 2 scrolls. It's in here. Way easier than carrying around a heavy backpack. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He had seen that Naruto was reading Fuinjutsu books, but he didn't think he was this far in it. He stopped Sakura and Sasuke from digging more into it. Okay, it seems you all have your stuff, so let's get going. With that, Tazuna and Team 7 walked out the gate, making their way to Nami no Kuni. Next time, the wave mission begins. Nami no Kuni, land of waves. Kawa no Kuni, land of rivers. Densetsu no Sannin, literally meaning legendary 3 ninja. The Sannin was a group of 3 legendary ninja, noted to be 3 of the greatest ninja of their time. While all 3 eventually left the village at some point for their own reasons, they still retained their title as the Sannin. Their names are Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Chapter 4. To Nami no Kuni with Demons in the Mist. Team 7 was walking down a road in the middle of the forest surrounding Konoha. They had only left said village a few hours ago, and had some days of journey ahead of them. Tazuna was walking in the middle of the group, with Kakashi walking behind the rest, pretending to read his little orange book while giggling perversely, to complete the illusion. He didn't think much was going to happen on this mission, maybe a few thugs, 1 or 2 bandits, but nothing his team couldn't handle. But he knew he had to keep an eye out. He was responsible for the safety of his team, and he wouldn't let anything happen to them, even if it meant giving his own life in the process. In the front, Sasuke was walking, with Sakura trying to get his attention by trying to start a conversation, but she wasn't very successful. All she got in return was scoffs, and if she were lucky, a couple of HN from didn't matter that much to her. She just kept telling Sasuke of her life, all the things she wanted for the future and so on. Naruto was walking on the right side of Tazuna, while enjoying the day. He was working on the water balloon that Jiraiya gave him, but he hadn't had much luck. So far it would only bent one way, nothing what Jiraiya's balloon had looked like. But he kept trying. He looked over at Sakura and Sasuke. Now she even let her fangirlish tendencies disrupt missions. She is supposed to walk on Tazuna Ajizan's left side to guard him. I guess it doesn't matter much right now. This is only a C rank, but I really got to figure a way to get into her head that she got to start taking being a kunoichi serious. If not, she could be killed or one of us could try to protect her. Absently glancing at their sensei, he noticed the silver-haired Jounin lone visible. I expressed the same feeling observing Sakura's current actions. Eventually the Rosette ran out of things to talk to Sasuke about, and turned towards the bridge builder Tazuna-san. Can I ask you about something? Tazuna looked at the little pink-haired girl. What is it? You're from Nami no Kuni, right? She asked curiously. What about it? He asked, just a little irritated. The drunkard was an old man, and he wasn't known for his patience. I was just wondering why you didn't use ninja from your own country? Don't you have a village there? It was Kakashi who answered no. There are no ninja in Nami no Kuni. Some countries are too small, too poor, or simply don't want or need a ninja village. For Nami, it's the latter. It's remote and isn't influenced or influencing easily by other countries. so there is no need for a ninja village. If a small country like Nami needs help from shinobi, they get it from a village from another country, like Konoha. Tazuna nodded, "You're quite right," and left it at that. After that, they walked in silence, only interrupted by Sakura trying to get Sasuke to talk again from time to time. They continued like that for a few more hours. They were almost out of the forest when Naruto noticed something. It was a little pool of water in the middle of the road. He frowned. "That's odd. It hasn't rained for over 2 weeks. In fact, it has been quite the opposite. There hasn't been more than a few clouds on the heaven, and it's been baking hot. And yet, here in the middle of the road, in a month where the sun has been high in the sky, there is a water puddle." He thought for a few seconds, trying to figure out how it could be. Could it be? He glanced back at Kakashi, who subtly nodded without taking his eyes off his book. They continued forward. They passed the puddle without either of Sakura or Sasuke noticing the oddity. When they had passed it by a few meters, it quietly morphed into 2 cloaked people. Kakashi and Naruto had noticed it, but didn't show. Quickly, one of the persons threw the other, retracting the kunai chain that was connecting the two through gauntlets. They quickly wrapped Kakashi in it, before stopping on each side of him. The rest of the group turned around. Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura looked shocked, while Naruto acted like it, but in reality he knew that Kakashi had a plan. Naruto took a closer look at the 2 now obvious shinobi, and saw their Hitai's Kirigakure. What are Kirinin doing here? The 2 Kirinin retracted the kunai chain, slicing what appeared to be Kakashi in half. First one down, the one on the left said. They quickly disappeared in a blur of speed, only to reappear behind Naruto, second one. Their chain began to extend out, trying to wrap itself around Naruto. He wouldn't have any of that. He stomped in the ground, making a small wall of crystal appear between him and the Kirinin. They were stunned, and before they could react, a shuriken followed by a kunai impaled their chain on a tree behind them. Sasuke was up in the air going through some hand signs. He took a deep breath, before spewing out a large fireball, Kekkei Genkai no Jutsu. The Kirinin tried to pull the chain out of the tree, but quickly realized that they couldn't. They snapped the chain from their gauntlet, and dodged by jumped each their way, but they weren't finished yet. One of them charged towards Sasuke, and the other towards Tazuna, both planning to strike their target down with their claw. Sakura quickly got in front of Tazuna with a kunai in her hand. "I have to protect him. He is our charge. But how? How can I do this?" She trembled lightly. "Stay back, Tazuna-san." Naruto saw this. He wasn't concerned about Sasuke. As much as an ass he was, he could take care of himself. But it was another story with Sakura. This was exactly what he had feared might happen. He saw the Kirinin get closer and closer to the pink-haired kunoichi, and knew he had to do something fast. Quickly he went through hand signs and slapped his hand down on the ground. "Shota. Suisho no Hashira." Before the shinobi from Kiri could react, he was shot 7 meters into the air by a crystal pillar that had appeared under him. He narrowed his eyes when he looked down and saw the blonde ninja holding his hand palm on the ground. Naruto smirked. "Your battle is with me." Naruto quickly glanced over at Sasuke before his own battle started. He was doing okay as far as he could see. He were dodging most attacks and quickly japing to counter. He looked back at his own opponent who was jumping down from the pillar. He looked at Sakura. His eyes were full of fear. He nodded at her with a smile. It seemed to help a little, as she tried to smile and nodded back at him. Naruto jumped back to dodge the claw that was slashing at him from above. The Kirinin was glaring at him. Naruto just smirked. "Now, you can't expect me to nicely stay in one place. That would just be too easy. Now wouldn't it?" He only got a growl in response. The Kirinin began slashing at Naruto, who dodged it each and every time. Naruto jumped back after 30 seconds of that and laughed a bit. "You will have to do better than that." Sasuke heard Naruto laugh, and looked over to see how easily he was handling his opponent. It angered him, trying to show me up. "Are you dope? Not going to work. I'm going to get my opponent down in no time," he thought as he ducked under yet another strike, only to counter with a kick in the stomach, which pushed his opponent back a meter or two. He charged his opponent and unleashed a flurry of punches and kick from his Uchiha style. However, he was unfocused. This caused him to be left open, not going unnoticed by the Kirinin. He slashed towards Sasuke's not open ribs. Sasuke saw it but couldn't block it, he wasn't fast enough. Just before it hit, a couple of crystals shot up from the ground, blocking the attack. "Team, get your game together. I can't fight both our fights," Naruto yelled, jumping over a strike and kicking his opponent in the face. Sasuke scoffed. In Naruto's fight, he was the clear superior thanks to his hard-earned training plus Arrow Sennin. The longer they fought, the more of an advantage he had. The Kirinin kept slashing at him, exhausting himself like that. Sasuke's were another story. They were close to equals, and it didn't help that Sasuke didn't keep his head cool. He tried to prove himself because of how good Naruto was doing, resulting in him getting bruises here and there, but no cuts so far. Naruto winced when his opponent finally got him. He had a scratch across the back of his hand. Naruto decided that he had had enough of it. "Sasuke, throw yours over here." Sasuke looked annoyed by the fact that his blonde teammate was giving him orders, but complied. The next time his opponent slashed at him, he grabbed his arms and threw him over at Naruto's opponent. They knocked each other to the ground, and Naruto went through a seal's Kesho Purizumu. 3 glass-thin red crystals grew out of the ground, encasing the Kirinin in a prism. But Naruto didn't stop there. He went through another set of seals, before slamming his hand on the red crystal, Shoten. Beningu Kasoku. From the sides of the crystal prism, crystal chains shot out, wrapping around the 2 enemy shinobi. When it was done, Naruto lowered the prism, only leaving the 2 Kirinin sitting on the ground. Before they could react, Naruto knocked them both out by slamming them on the neck. That's when Kakashi came out of the tree line clapping. "Very good. I'm impressed," he said with an eye smile. Sakura and Sasuke watched him with wide eyes, before glancing over where they thought they had seen him getting sliced in half. There were only wood pieces left there, a clear evidence of a kawarimi. Naruto just watched passively. He didn't think there was a way for Kakashi to get taken down by 2 ninja of that caliber. Tazuna scoffed. "Why didn't you help your students? They could have died. I knew I should have asked for some better shinobi," he said, sounding a little bit irritated. Kakashi looked back at him without emotion. "I was standing in the tree line all the time, ready to jump in at any moment if the need should arise." He paused, walking over to the Kirinin, inspecting the crystal chains. Loosening them, the Jounin dragged the unconscious duo to the nearest tree. The silver-haired Jounin comments, "Now, isn't there something you would like to tell us? Those 2 are the demon brothers of Kiri, Gozu and Meizu. They are 2 C-rank missing nin. While they could have been after one of us, but that is highly unlikely. For one reason, these 3-inch Kakashi gestured towards his team are newly graduated ninja. They haven't made their name yet. It's true they could have been after me, but I don't have anything standing with Kiri. Another reason is that we just got assigned to this mission. Not even the Hokage knew we were going to get it before we did. So that only leaves you," Kakashi continued while tying up the demon brothers. Tazuna gulped. Kakashi ignored it for now and turned towards Naruto. "You can dispel your chains now." Naruto nodded and snapped his fingers, making his chain shatter. While Naruto didn't need to snap, he loved how it looked. But to give him some credit, he was still a 12-year-old, ninja or not. Kakashi saw the cut at Naruto's hand. "Naruto, their blades are poisoned. Don't move too much, or the poison will spread." Kakashi turned towards Tazuna. "I'll ask you more directly. Are there any reasons for 2 missing nin to be after you? Because we haven't heard anything about you being targeted by missing nin. Your request was to protect you from armed groups like thugs or robbers. This is a mission that's above C rank, possibly B rank, borderline A rank. Our mission was to support and guard you until you completed the bridge. If ninja are our enemy, this mission would have been an expensive B or A rank. It looks like you have your reasons, but it only troubles us if you lie in your request details. This," he gestured to the demon brothers, "wasn't a part of the mission." That's when Sakura spoke up. "This mission is out of our league. We may have been able to defeat these guys, but they couldn't have been more than high Genin to low Chunin level skill-wise. If whoever is after you sends stronger shinobi, we will be in trouble. Let's quit. We also need anesthesia to take out the poisoned blood out of Naruto. We need to go back to the village and see a doctor." In the weeks since they had graduated, Naruto had grown on her some. While she still found him annoying from time to time, and she didn't like the way he acted towards Sasuke. She had started to respect him for his skills, something she never thought she would in the academy. No, that's not needed. The group looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at Sakura. Can I borrow a kunai, please? She was weary, not knowing what he was going to do, but lent him one. As soon as he had it in his hand, he quickly stabbed the back of his hand, forcing a lot of blood out. Sakura gasped, "What are you doing, Baka?" Naruto shrugged. "The mission is still on." Naruto, it's nice that you took out the poison blood and all, but you're going to die from loss of blood if any more comes out, Kakashi said with a carefree voice. Naruto just laughed at the comment, as if that could happen. He knew of the Kyuubi's regenerative abilities that he had gotten. He dried off the blood from the kunai and handed it to Sakura. "Thanks for lending it to me." He then went on to drying off his hand in the grass, before continuing walking down the path. Kakashi soon followed, with the rest of the group close behind. He watched the hand, and could see it was already healing, so that's what he meant. It must be the Kyuubi's power. He knows more about it than I would have thought. Fortress. Unknown location. Failed? I spent a lot of money to hire all of you because I heard you all were skilled ninja. A short man in a business suit said, looking at a larger man, who was sitting in a throne-like chair. "Stop complaining," the man in the chair sneered, swinging a big butcher-like knife at the shorter man, just to stop inches from his throat. "I'll use this decapitating knife and kill those guys." The shorter man didn't seem to believe he could do it, and starting talking in a mocking tone, "Do you really think you will be okay? It looks like the enemy has hired good shinobi, and since the demon brothers failed in the assassination, they'll be more cautious, so it won't be easy." "Who do you think I am?" the sword-wielding person said, not liking the tone the shorter man was speaking to him in. "I, Momochi Zabuza, was called the Demon of Kirigakure." The shorter man looked at him, glaring back. "Fine, do what you want, but I expect him to be dead." "And soon," he said, walking away. Team 7 campsite later that night. Naruto was sitting on a hill at the edge of the camp. Kakashi had taken the first watch and he was taking the second. He was sitting reading the book on Fuinjutsu. He almost understood the concept behind the explosion tags, but he knew he couldn't make them yet. The blonde made a note to himself to have his clones work on his handwriting. He wasn't ashamed to say that it sucked. He hadn't really needed it until now. He heard steps behind and looked over his shoulder. To see Sakura walking towards him, he turned to his book again. "Can't sleep?" "No," her voice sounded behind him. "Hey, aren't you supposed to keep watch?" she asked a little accusingly. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to places at the edge of the camp. She looked to see a couple of Kage Bunshin. "Oh, sorry." "No problem." He flipped a page. "Why can't you sleep?" She hesitated. She didn't really know if she wanted to share this with Naruto. She sighed and sat down a meter beside him. "I keep thinking about the battle, and then now how tired Sasuke is because of it. I don't know." This time it was Naruto's turn to hesitate. This was the moment he had waited for. The moment he could try to get her to act more like a kunoichi instead of a fangirl. "I have some advice, but I don't know how much you're going to like it." She just looked at him. As he continued, "You need to get it together. We're shinobi now, we aren't just students. If it had been only you today, Tazuna and you would have been killed." Sakura frowned. She didn't like it, but he was true. "What would you have me do then?" "Stop being a fangirl," was his tactless, blunt response. "I'm not a fangirl." Naruto looked up from his book and gave her a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" She sighed. "Okay, maybe just a little bit." Naruto shook his head with an amused grin on his lips. "Try to take being a kunoichi more serious. Don't go on diet, you need the energy the food gives you. If you train without it, you will just become skinny. And not the good skinny you want, I mean bad, unhealthy skinny. I don't think Sasuke would like that very much." She blushed like she had just found out her secret crush. "And then start training. Stop caring so much about your clothes, hair, and so on. Start focusing on training more." He paused, and for the record, it may even help your chances with Sasuke. It hurt a bit to say that to the girl he had a crush on. Sasuke is attracted to power. So if you become a powerful kunoichi, you may even get him. Sakura nodded. She didn't like everything that was said. She needed to think about it. She rose and started walking back to her tent, but stopped and turned halfway around. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto just lifted his hand and half-waved without looking up from his book, as to say, no problem. She walked to her tent and tried to get some sleep before her watch was coming up. However, her thoughts lingered some, especially on the new attitude of their blonde teammate. He changed so much since the academy, and ever since learning he has a Kekkei Genkai, he has been more responsible. He still acts only a little goofy, but he does not even ask me out on dates anymore. For whatever reason, she felt a ping in her heart from that. He still calls her Sakura-chan, but overall he has acted much more appropriate to her. Yet something still mewled at her. I really like this Naruto, but kind of miss the old one. A little bit. Early next morning, Team 7 and Tazuna were sailed in a little boat in the thick morning mist. They were sailing from the mainland to the largest island of Nami no Kuni. The boat didn't even have a motor. It was propelled forward by a guy who was slowly paddling, trying to make as little noise as possible. The mist is so thick, I can't see anything in it, Sakura stated. No one answered her right away, but Tazuna broke the silence. We should be able to see the bridge soon. If we sail alongside the bridge, we should be in Nami no Kuni soon, the paddling guy said. And as if on command, the bridge appeared out of the mist. The genin were stunned. It was huge. They had never seen anything like it. Wow! That's unbelievable, Naruto said a little highly, while the other genin nodded in agreement. The paddling guy didn't like it. Hey! Be quiet. We're using this boat and hiding in the mist. That's why I'm rowing instead of using an engine. In other words, if we get caught, we'll be in serious trouble. Sorry, Naruto said lowly. Kakashi was looking at the old bridge builder Tazuna-san. Before the boat gets to the pier, there's something I need to ask you. Tazuna looked like he knew what was coming. Who are the people who are after you, and why are they after you? That, or we call the mission when you get ashore and return to Konoha. All the eyes of the Konoha shinobi were on the bridge builder. It looked like I have to tell you the real story. I mean, I would like for you to hear my story. As you said, he nodded towards Sakura. This mission is most likely out of your job description and capabilities. He paused. No one was commenting, just looking at him intensely. An extremely terrible man is after my life. Who is it? Sakura asked. You should have all at least heard of the name, marine transportation billionaire Gato. That surprised Kakashi. Gato? The one from the Gato company? He's one of the richest men on the elemental continent. Tazuna nodded. Yeah, he is the president of the Gato company on the outside. But underground he uses gangs and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband goods. He also does a nasty jobs like takeovers of other companies and small countries. And 1 year ago, he set his sight on Nami no Kuni. He entered this country using violence and wealth as his shield, and he quickly took over the island's sea traffic and transportation. Of course, Naruto said, bringing all eyes on him. Of course, what dope? Sasuke asked, irritated that Naruto apparently figured something out before him. If you wanted to take over a country like Nami, what would be the first thing you were going to do? Neither Sakura nor Sasuke answered him. Take over the shipping industry. If you control that, you control everything in a country like this. They use the shipping industry to get things from the mainland to transport stuff between the islands and so on. In a country like Nami, controlling the sea means ruling over the wealth, politics, and the people. By taking over the shipping industry, you effectively control close to everything in a country like this. Sakura was wide-eyed. He actually paid attention. I thought he slept through the studies. You're quite right, Tazuna nodded in agreement. And the one thing Gato fears is the completion of my bridge, which has been under construction for quite some time. Sakura seemed to catch on. I see. So you, as the one building the bridge, it became an obstacle to him. Then those ninjas were sent by Gato, Sasuke concluded. Kakashi turned back to look at Tazuna, but what I don't understand is this. He's a dangerous man that uses shinobi. Why did you hide that fact when you came to us? It wasn't him that answered, but Naruto, isn't it obvious, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi looked questioning at Naruto. Gato has taken over the economy of this place. So the people here can't have much money to begin with. And then add the fact that they are building the bridge, they have even less. I'm guessing they didn't have enough money to pay for a higher-ranking mission. But if you ask me, Sandaimjiji would probably have made a deal with you guys, though you wouldn't know that. You're right again. Nami no Kuni is a really poor country. Even the feudal lord doesn't have much money. We don't have the money to request for an expensive B rank or above mission. If you quit your mission after I land, I'll be killed for sure while I go home. He paused, but there's no need for you to blame yourselves. Only my cute 8-year-old grandson will cry and cry and cry some more. Naruto got a feeling he knew where this was going. And my daughter will hold a grudge against Konoha and its shinobi and live a lonely life. He paused again, looking around at the sweat-dropped faces of the Konohanin. But it's not your fault. Kakashi seemed to be thinking for a second. I guess it can't be helped then. We will continue to escort you. That's good to hear. It hadn't been much longer after that conversation before they had seen shore. Now they were walking down one of the many paths in Nami no Kuni to Tazuna's home. Team 7 was on guard. Now that they knew what they were up knew that Gatu probably would send stronger shinobi next time. They were walking cautiously down one of the many roads in Wave. They were surrounding Tazuna, Kakashi taking the rear, Naruto taking the front, and Sasuke and Sakura taking the flanks. Suddenly Naruto conjured a couple of shuriken and threw them into some bushes. The rest of the team stopped in their tracks, holding their kunai in defensive positions. They kept their guard up. Then Naruto blinked a few times. Sorry? I thought I heard something over there. You're such a dope, Sasuke said, putting his kunai down his kunai holder again. Kakashi nodded at Naruto before heading over to the moved it away, finding a dead white-furred bunny. The Jounin frowned. That's a snow rabbit. But what's with the color of its fur? They only have white fur during winter, when the days are short. He looked around the tree line trying to spot anyone close by. That means it is a rabbit that was raised inside a place where the sun isn't a factor, highly likely for the Kawarimi no Jutsu. He kept looking around, not going unnoticed by Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke had been shown up by Naruto more than he liked in the past few days. They readied themselves. Kakashi spotted a sliver of silver in the corner of his eye. Everyone, get down! A big butcher-like sword were flying like a deadly frisbee through the air, heading towards where Tazuna was standing. Naruto took action first, grabbing Tazuna's sleeve, and ducked, forcing the old man with him. Sasuke wasn't far behind, grabbing Sakura's wrist. The sword flew over their heads by mere centimeters, before hitting and embedding itself in a tree behind them. A man appeared on the handle of the sword. Sharingan no Kakashi. I see. Shinobi on the level of the demon brothers couldn't have handled you. The man looked over the Konohanin. Kakashi stepped forward. That may very well be, but it wasn't me who took them down. It was my team. He looked the man over. Sasuke meanwhile reacted on the Sharingan part. Kakashi-sensei has the Sharingan? But I thought only members of my clan had it. He frowned, then smiled a bit, as much as Sasuke can smile anyway. I guess I can learn a thing or two from him after all. Momochi Zabuza, also known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Current status: missing Nin. Forced into hiding after an unsuccessful coup d'etat against the Yonde Mizukage, Kakashi looked back at his team. Team, stay back. You'll only get in the way. Sasuke scoffed at that. Why? We took the demon brothers down pretty easy. Now it was Naruto's turn to scoff. Sasuke turned towards him. Do you have something to say? Yeah, the demon brothers must have hit your head pretty hard. The demon brothers were high Genin to low Chunin level. Momochi Zabuza, on the other hand, is at low to mid Jounin level. We wouldn't stand a chance. The only one on our team who has a chance is Kakashi-sensei, and the best teamwork we can offer him right now is stay out of his way. Naruto was so glad he had talked Gigi into giving him one of the bingo books. He had memorized it so he would know when to fight and when to run. Sasuke just scoffed. Kakashi nodded approvingly back at Naruto. Now, we can do this in one of two ways. 1. You simply hand over the old man, and I let you go without a scratch. Zabuza's voice sounded. Then he smirked, jumping down from his spot on the sword, taking it with him down. Or 2. You refuse, and I kill you all before you can count to 5, he finished, getting into his battle stance. Kakashi looked seriously at Zabuza. If he is our enemy, Kakashi moved his hand up towards his Hitai 8, pulling it up slightly. I can't afford to hold back. He pushed the Hitai ate the rest of the way up, exposing his left eye, the Sharingan. He turned his face slightly, to see his team out of the corner of his eye. Everyone formed the triangle formation. Protect Tazuna-san. The three genin were fast, taking the position. Tazuna in the middle, with the three genin standing around, Sakura and Sasuke having regular kunai up in front of them, and Naruto having a crystal version. Oh, I'm honored. I get to see the famous Sharingan right of the bat. This will be interesting, he continued while a thick mist was forming. But let's cut the chit-chat now. He vanished in a blur of speed, before reappearing on top of a lake. The three genin were surprised and impressed by the speed, but it quickly turned into fear. They realized they didn't have chance whatsoever against him. Zabuza stood with half the ram sign in front of his chest, while his other arm was pointing up. The water under him started to make small waves, while water particles swirled around him. He's putting a lot of chakra into the water, Kakashi noticed. He brought up his kunai, ready to charge. He didn't make it before Zabuza casted his jutsu. Kirigakure no jutsu, the mist peaked. Team 7 couldn't see 3 feet in front of them. The genin couldn't see Kakashi anymore, and tightened up their stance. 8 points, it sounded from everywhere and nowhere. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular vein, collarbone, kidney, and the heart. 8 points. I need to strike once, and you're dead. The genin shuddered. Now, how do you wish to die? Kakashi, also hearing this, summoned a bunch of chakra, making a small shockwave, effectively pushing away the mist just around him and his team. Sasuke was frozen in fear. What an intense thirst for blood. One breathing motion or one eye movement will be detected, and it'll get me killed. What an atmosphere. If I stay here much longer, I'll go insane. Sasuke started trembling now. Sasuke, Kakashi's voice sounded. Don't worry, I'll protect the 3 of you with my life. I won't let anyone on my team die, he said with an eye smile. I wonder about that. Kakashi Zabuza's voice sounded again, right before he appeared in between the 3 genin. Kakashi reacted fast, charging at Zabuza, pushing him back. Zabuza was wide-eyed. The fight begins now, Kakashi said, slashing at Zabuza with impressive speed. The missing nin simply jumped back, dodging the slash. Before he had landed, Kakashi brought up 3 more kunai, casting them towards Zabuza. He dodged one, but the others hit their marks on dead center in the forehead, and 2 in the chest. Zabuza was standing still, before beginning to leak water. That's when another figure appeared behind with a slashing motion. Sensei, watch out! Behind you! Sakura yelled, but too late. Kakashi was cut in half. The time seemed to slow down for the genin, before what they had thought to be Kakashi to burst into water. Zabuza looked wide-eyed. He copied my jutsu? I didn't even see him make the hand signs. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, holding up a kunai close to his throat. Zabuza sliced his sword towards Kakashi, who quickly blocked with his kunai. He hadn't expected the force though, and was forced out on the lake. Zabuza was close behind, standing a couple of meters away facing his opponent. I must say, you live up to your nickname, Copy Ninja Kakashi. I am impressed, and I'm not easily impressed, Zabuza voiced. But now we're in my element, he started making hand signs. Kakashi did the same signs at the exact same moment. When they were through with the signs, both of them yelled, Suetun. Suryuden no Jutsu, 2 great dragons shaped out of water morphed out of the waters, heading for the other. They collided with great force that caused a shockwave. The 2 jounin guarded themselves. Zabuza looked in shock at his opponent. How did he do that? He didn't simply copy my jutsu. He used it the exact same time. Could he be reading my mind? It came from Kakashi. Zabuza looked even more shocked than more, but quickly reined it in. I don't know what you did, but it ends here. Zabuza charged again, closing in, forcing the 2 shinobi to use taijutsu. Zabuza sliced at his opponent, but Kakashi blocked with his kunai. Zabuza frowned, putting more force into it. He won the struggle, forcing Kakashi underwater. Kakashi quickly swam to the surface again. What the matter with this water? It's so heavy, he thought while climbing up on the surface again. Zabuza grinned at that. I'm afraid you've fallen into my trap, Kakashi. He appeared behind the half-submerged Kakashi and went through some hand signs again, Suiro no Jutsu. Kakashi looked back at Zabuza, who were standing with a hand extended towards him. Shit! The water quickly formed a sphere around him and Zabuza's hand. I thought I could use the water as cover, but it turned out to be a mistake on my part, Kakashi thought, while trying to think of a way to get out of the water prison. Zabuza laughed. I told you this was my element. You give me a hard time when you're moving, but now that won't be a problem. He looked over at Tazuna and Team 7. Now then, Kakashi, I'm going to finish you off later. First, I'm going to get rid of them. He made a hand sign, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, a water clone appeared. Back at Tazuna, Team 7 was staring wide-eyed in fear. Kakashi had been captured. They were all trying to figure a way out of this mess. They knew they couldn't handle a Jounin-level ninja. Their only chance was to find a way to release Kakashi from the water prison. Naruto leaned towards Sasuke. Try to distract him. I have a plan that may work. Sasuke stared back at his teammate for a moment, before nodding. Sasuke faced the water clone again. He began casting a barrage of kunai and shuriken, but to no avail. The clone simply dodged and blocked them. Sasuke summoned a Fuma shuriken, casting it, hoping it would buy him just a bit of time, and then went through the hand signs for his clan's Keton Jutsu. He took a deep breath and breathed out a large fireball, Keton. Gokaku no Jutsu. The clone was surprised that a genin could use such an advanced jutsu, but again dodged it with ease. Sasuke was starting to pant slightly. The jutsu had taken a good portion of his chakra, and he hadn't recovered fully from the encounter with the demon brothers. Dobe, I hope you're done soon. I can't hold him off much longer. Naruto nodded. Hi, just give me a few more seconds, team. He needed a lot of chakra for this jutsu. While he had monster reserves, it wasn't easy to summon a huge amount at once. There he made hand seals Shoten, Kesho Gakukuro, the ground under the clone, and the water under Kakashi's water prison glowed brightly pink, before they were encased in crystal. Naruto concentrated and made the ram seal Funsai. The clone shattered into 1,000 pieces, and so did the prison, leaving Kakashi free, who jumped back to get clear of Zabuza's range. He was impressed with Naruto. He guessed it wasn't easy to crystallize some, but not all, of something like his water prison. Zabuza was shocked. He looked over at the blonde genin, who were looking intensely back at him. He turned to Kakashi and asked a simple question, how? Kakashi looked at Zabuza, and quickly glanced over at Shino, before making eye contact again, the blonde genin on team. He possessed Shoten. A look of surprise spread across Zabuza's face. Shoten? I haven't even heard about it before now. He looked at Naruto again. Kakashi then turned serious once again. But now, this really must end. Zabuza began making hand signs, Kakashi following. Just before Zabuza was done, Kakashi cried, Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Zabuza was wide-eyed. This time he didn't do it at the same time as me. He did it before me. Water began encircling around Kakashi, before shooting towards Zabuza. There was too much to be able to dodge. He was slammed away by the great mass of water. It slammed him through multiple trees, before pinning him to one. Before he could look around, 3 kunai flew towards him, impaling him in different spots. Kakashi jumped and stood on a branch of the tree, while the water resided. Zabuza was panting heavily now. The water had really roughed him up. He looked down on the ground. Can you see the future? He asked Kakashi. Said person looked down at him. Yeah. And I tell you what I can see. He brought up another kunai. You're going to die. He jumped down, and was just about to strike, when his senses told him to jump away. He did so only to see 3 senbon needles hitting Zabuza in the neck. His eyes rolled back in the head, and his body fell to the ground lifeless. Kakashi and Team 7 were stunned. They looked back to where the senbon needles had come from. They saw a boy not much older than themselves standing. He has a mask over his face. It was true. He did die. Kakashi jumped over to where Zabuza's apparent body was, checking for any life signs. He didn't find any. He really is dead. He looked back at boy who had killed his opponent. The boy bowed slightly. Thank you very much. I was looking for a chance to kill Zabuza. That mask. If I remember correctly, you must be a hunter nin from Kirigakure, Kakashi said. The boy stood up straight again. You are well informed, Sharingan Kakashi. He paused for a moment before continuing, yes. I am a member of the pursuing shinobi unit that hunts missing nin. Kakashi looked analyzing on the hunter nin, judging from his height and voice. He must not be that older than Sasuke and the others. Yet, he is a hunter nin. He looked over him again, he's no ordinary kid. The hunter nin shined over to Zabuza's corpse, taking its arm across his neck, effectively carrying it. Your battle ends here for now. I must go dispose of this corpse. It's a body filled with secrets. If you'll excuse me, he finished, then shined away. Kakashi, looking at where the hunter nin had been, pushed down his Hitai 8, covering his Sharingan again. He turned towards his team and Tazuna. Our mission hasn't ended yet. We need to escort Tazuna-san to his house. The genin nodded. Tazuna grinned. Sorry about that. Everyone, just rest at my house. The shinobi just sweat dropped at Tazuna's carefree attitude. No more than 2 minutes ago was he close to dying, and there he is standing grinning, Sasuke thought. He sighed deeply. Okay, let's go everyone, Kakashi said, stating to head down the road. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when he collapsed. His team was beside him quickly with Sakura examining him. He looks okay. I can't be sure though. She turned towards Tazuna. How long is there to your house? Tazuna looked down on Kakashi. It's just up the road. Shouldn't be more than half an hour away by now. Sakura nodded at that. Chapter 5. A week in Nami making Lucky Charms. At Tazuna's home, Kakashi's visible eye fluttered open. He was looking up at a wooden ceiling. I used the Sharingan too much. At least we beat Zabuza. Sensei, you're awake. Kakashi rolled his head and looked over at his blonde genin sitting cross-legged beside him. I'll tell the boss, Naruto said before puffing away in smoke. Kakashi raised his eyebrow. He was a shadow clone. So that's how he's done it. It didn't take long before he could hear footsteps out in the hallway along with Dobe. How can you know he's awake? You have been with us all along, from what sounded like Sasuke. Just trust me on this one team, Naruto said. Naruto baka. Stop calling Sasuke things like that. It came from Sakura. Then the door slid open. See, I told you he was awake, the blonde genin said with a big smile. Sakura rolled her eyes and made her way over to where Kakashi was laying. It's good to see you're awake again. She paused while she sat down beside him. The Sharingan really is amazing, but it puts a lot of strain on the body. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. No, Naruto said while making his way to the other side of the futon. It's because it isn't Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan. Only the members of the Uchiha clan can get it. I'm guessing you had it transplanted, and by what I saw, it was when you were quite young. The other looked at him like he was crazy. While they had slowly started to accept that Naruto actually knew stuff, it was still surprising that he could estimate when Kakashi had his eye transplanted, just by looking at it once. It had also caught Sasuke's attention. Since it was his Kekkei Genkai, the subject was one. Naruto continued, normally the Sharingan, or the Byakugan for that matter, doesn't take that much chakra or do so much strain on the body, but I'm guessing because it isn't a part of his body, it takes much more. People with Kekkei Genkai are normally born with bodies adapted to it, as the Uchiha clan, who hasn't the biggest chakra reserves, but very precise chakra control. This is so they can control the flow in and out of their eyes more precisely, and better control their Sharingan. Kakashi nodded affirmative on what Naruto said. He is right. It does strain my body much more than it would on any Uchiha. By the way, how long have I been out? While Naruto had talked, Tazuna and Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, had made his way in. You shouldn't worry about your brats. They carried you here about 2 hours ago. Tazuna paused, and at least you beat that creepy Kiri shinobi. Or the masked kid did anyway. Sakura turned back to Kakashi. Ano-sensei, who are the hunter nins? Kakashi laid his head back down and closed his eye to rest. To say the Sharingan had strained his body was a great understatement. Sakura was almost beginning to think that he wouldn't answer. When he spoke up, the hunter nins are a special department from the village's ANBU. They are also known as the Fire Extinguishing Unit, and their job is to erase any evidence that a shinobi was alive. A shinobi's body will give away the secret of their jutsu. if said shinobi had a special chakra type, and any specific medicine that was used on the body, along with various other things. He paused and opened his eye to look around on the audience. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan would be examined, or if Naruto died, his Shoten would be studied and possibly copied. He looked at Naruto when he said his name. Naruto got shivers up his spine. It's kind of creepy and disgusting that another village would examine my body from top to toe, just to find out about my Shoten. In other words, Kakashi continued, hunter nins will kill missing nins who have abandoned their village, and dispose of the shinobi's body to keep the village's secrets in the village. He looked over the people in the room. They were all nodding understandingly. That is, all except Naruto, who was frowning. What is it, Naruto? Sensei, isn't Senbon needles an odd choice of weapon for a hunter nin? I mean, they are small and precise, but it's pretty hard to kill anyone, unless you hit exactly on some specific nerves. Now Kakashi was frowning too. Yes, that is odd. And then Naruto continued, there's also the fact that the boy took the body with him. If a hunter nin is supposed to erase all evidence of a shinobi, why would they take the body with them? Wouldn't it just be easier to do it where the body is? Could be because we were there, but it just seems like something is adding up. You're right. All he had to bring back as proof was Zabuza's head, Kakashi said. Sasuke, who had been silent until now, thought about everything they had been told. Nothing adds up. Why did the hunter nin use Senbon needles, when it's so hard to kill with, and why did he take the body, if all he needed was to take the head and burn the rest to crisps? Sasuke kept thinking over what he had been told, trying to see underneath the underneath. That's when his eyes widened. No, it can't be. What are you people talking about? Tazuna asked, not a little bit irritated. Father, I'm sure they will get to it, Tsunami scolded. Kakashi looked lazily at the two civilians. Zabuza isn't dead. He is in fact very much alive. What? The two civilians and the pink-haired Kunoichi were all but stunned. What do you mean, Sensei? You yourself confirmed that he was dead. As in not alive, Sakura screeched. Kakashi looked at Sakura. It's right. I did confirm it. Then how? How is he alive? She asked. Senbon needles, Naruto said, with a look that said, why didn't I think of that before? All eyes were on him now. It's because he used Senbon needles. As I said, you need to be very precise when you want to make a kill with them. You have to hit the right nerves to kill, but there's also nerves that put you into a stasis which makes you appear dead. You're literally put in a near-death state until someone pulls the needles out. Hunter nin studies the structure of the human body to the extreme, many times more than the average medic, the Cyclops Jounin said. That's needed to make the kill fast and precise, and to be able to dispose of all the parts. It would be easy for them to put a person into a near-death state. He breathed deeply. I think it's safe to assume that the hunter nin wasn't who he said he was. First, he took home the apparent corpse of Zabuza, even when it was obvious that the body was much heavier than him. Second, he used a weapon that has a low fatality rate. From these 2 points, it's clear that the goal of that boy wasn't to kill Zabuza, but to help him. Excuse me, Kakashi-san, but maybe you're overthinking this a bit? Tsunami said with a doubting look on her face. You're quite right. I am overthinking this. But that's a shinobi's job. To look underneath the underneath. The shinobi world is filled with lies and deceptions, so you need to think of every possible result and expect the worst. Keeps you alive. It's one of things the academy students learn first. It's the iron rule of the shinobi. Sakura looked a little worried. Sensei, how are we supposed to prepare for this? It doesn't really look like you will be able to move for a while. And couldn't Zabuza drop in at any moment? Kakashi shook his head. No, he won't. To be in a near-death state like he won't be able to move completely for about a week. And by then I should be able to move too. Sakura nodded. Still, we still have to prepare. And how are we going to do that when you're cooped up in here? How? Even if I can't move around too much, I can still train you. For the next week, we're going to get you 3 prepared by training. I can probably take on Zabuza again, but you will need to keep his little friend off my hands. He can't be much older than you, but he is already that talented. We can't underestimate him. Wait, you can't expect us to take on another shinobi of that caliber? We just graduated from the academy. How are we supposed to beat another shinobi? Sakura, who was it that took down the demon brothers? And who helped me get free when I was trapped? She glanced over at her teammates. That's right. And don't forget yourself. You may not have fought, but you stood your guard to protect our charge. You three are growing at a rapid rate. If I train you for a week, you should have more than a chance of beating that kid. There's no way you can beat them. It came from a gloomy voice in the doorway. They all turned around to see a little boy, not much older than 7 or 8 years old. You will just die. Inari, where have you been? I've missed you so much. A loving voice sounded. Team 7 looked around. Before they were shocked to find out it came from Tazuna. Inari ran over to his grandfather and hugging him. You're home, Ji-chan. I've missed you too. Inari, they have escorted your grandpa all the way from Konoha, and they will be staying with us until the bridge have been built. They will be helping us, Tsunami scolded. Inari looked at the foreign shinobi, Kachan. They're all going to die. There's no way anyone can stand up to Gatu and live. This caused glares from Sakura and Naruto PFT. How dare he? He doesn't even know what we're capable of. Naruto glanced at Tazuna. I guess being an ass runs in the family, he thought, remembering how Tazuna had reacted first time he saw them. Inari started to walk away. If you don't want to die, you should go home. No one can stop Gatu. And with that said, he disappeared out the door. Tazuna looked down the floor with a solemn look. I'm sorry for that. Team 7 was once again shocked. Not only had Tazuna spoken with love to the little brat that had insulted them, he was sad now. There was much more to Tazuna than they knew. Kakashi waved with his hand, no problem. Now, team, we will take today to rest from the journey. Tomorrow we will start the training. Elsewhere in the middle of an unknown forest, the young fake hunter Nin was squatting beside Zabuza's body, slowly unfolding a leather roll with various medical tools. He turned to look at Zabuza, trying to find any damage that may have been done. Other than scratches here and there, the only problem right now was the long needles in his neck. He looked analyzing in the area where he had hit him with the needles. It seems I have to cut the clothes off his mouth first, and make him cough up the blood first. He took a scissor-like tool from the scroll, and slowly closed in on the clothes. When his hand was no more than a few centimeters from the target, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed the fake hunter Nin's. I can do that on my own. Thank you very much. It came from Zabuza, as he slowly opened his eyes and began to peel the cloth wrap off. Oh, the boy said, you're already awake. He didn't sound surprised by a long shot. Zabuza grunted as he sat up. Geez, you're so rough, he said, as he began picking out the needles harshly. This caused a gasp from the young boy who frowned under the mask. I could say the same thing about you, Zabuza-san. If you keep picking those out like that, you're just going to damage a blood vessel. Then you're going to bleed out and die for real. Zabuza didn't seem to care, as he continued to pick out the last of the needles. He sat silently for a second, before turning his gaze on the young boy. How long are you going to wear that fake mask? It's not needed here, so take it off, Haku. Sorry, I forgot. It's been a while since I have needed to use this, the boy said, beginning to lodge off the mask from his face. Though it did help pull off the act and fool the shinobi from Konoha. If I didn't intervene when I did, you would have been killed for sure, he finished. His mask was off. His face didn't look like a boy's face. The curves were very soft, and the skin fair, and his expression just shouted, I couldn't hurt a fly if I wanted to, though Zabuza knew that it wasn't true. That may very well be, but you didn't need to attack my neck if you wanted to put me into a fake death. You're still that same wicked girl I picked up all those years ago. Haku smiled. That may very well be true. But I couldn't help it. I didn't want to scar your beautiful body, Zabuza-san. Also, it's much easier to aim at the neck, since it has much less muscle tissue. Zabuza tried to stand up, but only made it halfway up before falling on his butt. Haku made her way over to help him. You won't be able to move for a week or so, but knowing you, that will not get in your way, Zabuza-san. Zabuza sat still for a few more moments, catching his breath again. You're pure, clever, and not tainted at all. He paused for a moment, looking over at his student. That's what I like about you. Haku blushed. Well, I am still a child. She looked over the area, noticing that the fog was lifting. The fog is lifting. We should probably make our way back. Zabuza nodded affirmative as Haku paused. She turned a concerned look at him. Will you be okay next time? Zabuza sighed. I really don't know. I know I could take the Sharingan on one-on-one, but they also have a Shoten user. We have no idea what he can do. He broke my clone and water prison with only little preparation. Given I hadn't pumped as much chakra into it as I normally would have, but still. He looked at Haku's concerned face. I need you to train to take him on. I don't think he will be an easy opponent. Not even for your Hayaton. Haku nodded. Anything for you, Zabuza-san. She helped him up, and they started walking towards their hideout to recuperate. Later that night, Tazuna, Tsunami, and Team 7 had just eaten dinner, made by Tsunami. Inari hadn't come down. After he had said hello to his grandfather, he had been in his room watching the ocean, according to Tsunami. Naruto leaned back and patted on his stomach. Ah, that was really something. Not as good as Ichiraka's ramen, but good nonetheless, he said with a pleased smile on his lips. Thank you, I guess Tsunami said. You should, Sakura said, taking another bite of the fish. He rarely compares anything to ramen, not to mention Ichiraka's ramen. While they had been a team, Sakura had learned a thing or two about Naruto. He was a trainaholic, he actually had a head on his shoulders, and he loved ramen. On more than one occasion had he called it the god's gift to man. I'm honored then, Tsunami said with a blush. Naruto stretched his body and yawned loudly. Well, I think I'm gonna hit the rack. See you all tomorrow, he said, walking out the kitchen. He walked up the stairs and heading for his room when he heard something from Inari's room. Slowly he opened the door to a crack to see what was going on. Inside, Inari was sitting in the windowsill. He was looking out at the ocean, but that was not all. As far as Naruto could see, he was holding a picture. Then he heard sobs from Inari, who were pressing the picture frame further into his hug. Tusan, it came half-smothered from Inari. Naruto was looking with compassion. I guess he lost his father. And I'll bet a year's supply of ramen that it was Gatu who killed him. Naruto closed the door quietly, making sure Inari didn't hear him, and made his way to his room. The next morning, the 3 genin of Team 7 were standing in front of their sensei, which had climbed out of bed with crutches this morning. They were standing in a forest clearing not long from Tazuna's house. Tazuna had agreed to wait with continuing the bridge till the next day, so Kakashi could get his team started on the training regime. Kakashi looked over his team. They were all looking back at him determinedly, even Sakura. He took an extra look at her. What has come over her? She normally just looks and adores Sasuke. Oh well, it can't be bad. He coughed in his hand to clear his throat. Well then, let's get started. We're going to work on your chakra these next days. Sasuke and Sakura looked disappointed, while Naruto looked indifferent. Sasuke was the first to speak. Chakra? We can already use chakra and form jutsu. Let's just get on with it. Yeah, I agree, Sakura said. Naruto looked at her with an "are you kidding me" look. She always agreed with Sasuke. She didn't have to voice it. Kakashi shook his head. No, you may be able to use chakra, but you have far from mastered it. Now, for today's exercise we're going to. The genin looked at him with high expectations. Climb trees. And once again, Sakura and Sasuke were dumbstruck. This time it was Sakura who voiced her opinion. Climb trees? How are climbing trees going to help us with our chakra control? Or help us at all for that matter? Like this, Naruto said, going over to a tree, only stopping for a second to concentrate his chakra, before stepping onto the wood and beginning to walk vertically up the tree. Kakashi nodded. That's right. I see you've already mastered it. Care to explain to your teammates what you're doing? Sasuke were glaring at Naruto. How much ahead of me have you come since the academy? What am I talking about? He isn't ahead of me. He just knows an exercise that I don't. He can't be ahead of me. He is a clan-less loser, and I'm the heir to the strongest clan in Konoha. Yeah, that's right. Naruto shrugged. It's pretty easy when you get the hang of it, he said, walking up below a branch and hang with his head down, proving his point. All you need to do is mold and concentrate your chakra below your feet, creating a suction effect to keep you on the surface you want to climb. But you really should watch out. If you build up too much chakra in your feet, it's just going to blast you off. And if you do the opposite, not building up enough, you won't get the suction's effect and you will just fall off. Very good, Naruto. As to why this is going to help you in the long run. Sakura, when you fight an opponent, what is one of the most basic skills a ninja uses? Kakashi looked at the pink head. I guess ninjutsu? Sakura answered tentatively. That's right. And what do you need to use ninjutsu? Kakashi continued. Chakra, the girl answered, realization covering her face. Right again. So by doing this exercise, your chakra control and therefore your chakra utilization skills will improve, and you will be able to use more ninjutsu. The Jounin finished the explanation. He looked at the two grounded genin to see if they had understood. Sasuke looked pissed, Kakashi thinking it was highly likely because of Naruto, which caused him to look at said member of Team 7 and sweat dropped. Now you're just showing off. Naruto was currently swinging back and forth whistling, only connected to the tree by 1 foot. Kakashi cleared his throat, getting the attention. Meh. Naruto, mind coming down now? Naruto grinned, releasing the chakra in his foot, causing him to fall to the ground at high speed. Sakura gasped, but it really wasn't needed. Naruto simply flipped halfway down, landing with a quiet thud on the ground. No problem, he said, still holding the same grin. So does that mean I can go on ahead with my own training? Naruto hadn't had a chance to really train the last few days, for obvious reasons. He wanted to progress that water balloon exercise, and he also had to practice some in his calligraphy. He had never thought that it would be a big part of his shinobi career to write, at least not until he became the Hokage, other than the mission reports here and there, and he never imagined to take it to such a high level. But if he wanted to get better at Fuinjutsu, he needed to learn to write fast and precise, else all his knowledge about seals would be for nothing. And maybe he could also get started on that water walking exercise. He had wanted to start on that for ages. Who wouldn't want to walk on water? But had waited till he was advanced enough in the tree climbing. Finally, when they had gotten this mission, so he hadn't gotten started yet. And then there was the matter of keeping his training method a secret. Naruto gulped. Sandamejiji told me that he would have me get all the missions involving Tora until I took over the Hokage hat myself, if I ever exposed it to someone not meant to see it. The silver-haired Jounin glanced over his blonde student before shrugging. I guess it won't be a problem. But since you already know the 3 climbing, and has mastered as far as I can see, I will assign you to guard duty tomorrow. Naruto's eyes narrowed. You're just assigning me to guard duty, so that you can stay in bed all day and read Erosenin's perverted books, aren't you? Kakashi waved his hand in a dismissive motion, laughing nervously. Now, where would you have gotten that idea? Off to train you go, he finished, hoping that the prospect of training was more exciting than exposing him as a pervert for the rest of the team. Naruto stood still for a few more moments, before sighing in a defeated manner, and ran into the forest to find a clearing he could use for training. As soon as Naruto was away, Kakashi turned to the remainder of his team and started them on their training. Next morning at the bridge, Naruto was sitting on the railing of the bridge, taking a break from his water balloon, was looking over the bridge. It had been a slow day, really. Tazuna had told him to get up around 4 a.m., as they were needed at the bridge at 5. Naruto, not wanting to miss out on any training, had made a clone with 3/4 of his chakra and sent it to the forest clearing he had trained in yesterday. It had chakra to about 70 clones, but he was only making 30 or so. The reason being that they were on a mission, where they could engage in battle against foreign shinobi at any moment, so it wouldn't do that he was totally exhausted if that happened. They had been the first to arrive, with 20 or so workers slowly filing in as the time got closer and closer to 6 a.m. As they were about to start, one of the workers had asked where the shinobi guarding them were, to which Tazuna had pointed on Naruto. This caused disgruntled looks from almost all the workers, and one even had the nerve of calling him a short brat. Tazuna had smirked, since he had come to know Naruto just a little bit the past few days. And as he had though, Naruto had showed the worker what he could do, almost fully surrounding him with crystal, before 3 razor-sharp blades had shot out, and were inches from slicing him. This, of course, had closed the mouth of any and all the workers, who quickly went to work, not wanting to get on the bad side of their guard. Naruto sighed. He was developing a little temper when it came to his height. He looked down beside him. There were broken water balloons. Not shattered at all, they were just punctured, but he was happy. It was progress. He had made the breakthrough yesterday when one of his clones had sat down and analyzed what they had seen Jiraiya do a couple of days earlier, and had realized that what they were doing looked completely different. That's when he had gotten the idea to swirl the water in more than one direction. It had been a success, but it was still damn hard. Oigaki, are you bored or what? Tazuna's voice sounded, bringing Naruto back to the bridge. Huh? No, not really. I was just taking a break from my training, Naruto answered, leaning back with closed and enjoying the sun on his face. Tazuna frowned. Training? You're just playing with water balloons. Naruto chuckled internally. He had figured that the way Tazuna showed curiosity were by insulting. When talking to strangers anyway. Naruto shook his head to answer Tazuna, and made eye contact with him. It's a bit harder than that. I have to burst it open with nothing but my chakra. It's a lot harder than it looks, you know. I don't know. May I have a word with you, Tazuna? A voice from behind them interrupted. Both of them looked at the newcomer. Tazuna put down the little log he had been carrying. Sure thing, Jichi. Is something wrong? Well, I have thought a lot about it, and I think I'm going to quit building the bridge, Jichi said, looking down on the ground as if ashamed, not going unnoticed by Naruto. What? Not you too, Jichi. Why the sudden change of mind? Tazuna asked, surprised and a little outraged. Tazuna, I have known you for a long time, and you have become a good friend. I want to help, but if I get much more involved in this, Gato will after me when he's done with you. I have to think on the wife and the kids, you know. Jichi replied. Naruto could see that he was really split in this decision, but he had finally valued his family more. Naruto couldn't blame him. It was something Naruto longed after. He longed after getting a father and mother or just knowing who they were. Naruto respected the man's decision. Tazuna didn't look that convinced. Jichi continued, I want to build the bridge and save Nami as much as the next islander, but everything will lose meaning if you die. Naruto cocked an eyebrow, so he is also concerned for his old friend? I like that guy. Jichi almost looked pleadingly at Tazuna. Why don't we stop building the bridge? Naruto was, to say the least, shocked. He hadn't expected the man to suggest that, not after all he had learned Tazuna had done for it to be built, including lying his ass off to the Hokage, one of the mightiest persons on the elemental continents. Tazuna had regained his calm look, and answered just as calm. You know I can't do that. This bridge is our bridge. Not just yours or mine or the workers' bridge, but the bridge of all the islanders of Nami no Kuni. This is the bridge, built on the hopes of the people, the hope that we can break free from Gata's rule, that we can increase our distribution and transportation that will increase the wealth in this poor country. But if we die, Tazuna interrupted, people will know that Tazuna the bridge builder died for what he believed in. That he died in the hopes that someone would take over his work. That he died believing that Nami no Kuni will break free from Gato, if not by his own hands, then by the hands of his successor. He put a hand on his old friend's shoulder. I can't ask you to do it, but I will continue to build this bridge until my dying breath. I don't blame you if you don't want to risk your family. You can go home if you want. Jichi looked sad at his old friend, before giving up, convincing him with a sigh. He took off his uniform and the tools he had used, and gave it to Tazuna. I'm sorry, old friend. And with that, he left the bridge. Tazuna stood there for a while, just staring at where his old friend had left. He didn't even hear the steps behind him, and only noticed the person when he took the uniform and tools of his hands. He turned around to see his blonde guard putting on the uniform. He gave the kid a questioning look. I thought you said you shouldn't overwork yourself? Naruto grinned back at the old man. How can I sit still and not help after you gave that speech? You have gotten a little more respect in my eyes, Ajizan, but only a little. Tazuna grinned back at the kid. He had come to like him. He was lively and didn't give up. Thanks, kid. I'm sure it will help. I just hope there are no more workers who quit just now. We're almost done with the bridge, 1.5 to 2 weeks more. But, just like Jichi, people won't risk their families. I guess, Naruto said, bringing up his hand to form a very familiar hand sign. I will have to help a bit more. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. 20 additional Narutos appeared, effectively doubling the workforce at the bridge. It didn't take long for them to spread out on the bridge and help where he could. His lively spirit also affected Tazuna, who only was that more determined to finish the bridge. Same afternoon at the market. Tazuna and Naruto were walking down the main street of the biggest town in the area. In all honesty, it didn't deserve the name town or road. It was a long dust trail, where shacks and cracked stone buildings stood along the sides. The people didn't look much better. They were all walking around very carefully, afraid that their life could be stolen at a second's notice. They wore clothes, if you could call it that, which looked to be made up of sacks and mold-infested cloth. The worst were the children. They were at every corner and store opening, begging to just get the tiniest attention and food. It reminded him of the year after he was kicked out of the orphanage, before he had gotten the apartment he was living in now. He shuddered a bit. What is the meaning of this? Tazuna didn't have to look to know what he was talking about. Nami no Kuni have been like this since Gato took over. That man can't be anyone but the devil, Naruto said angrily. I will definitely key dash. Naruto was interrupted when he felt hands go through his ninja bag. Whoever did it had chosen the absolute worst time to do it. Naruto swirled around to see a middle-aged man. As soon as he caught a glimpse of Naruto's eye, he was scared out of his pants and tried to run away. But Naruto was angry and he had to take it out on somebody. He grabbed the shirt of the man. You do not steal from me, thief! And threw the man down the street, where he continued skirting, before he was stopped abruptly by a brick wall. Naruto scoffed and continued after Tazuna, who had walked into a store to look for ingredients for tonight's meal. He wasn't happy with what he saw. It was the same as the street and the town. The shelves were close to empty, with only a few foodstuffs scattered here and there, and they didn't look fresh, quite the opposite. Naruto sighed and became only more determined to see that this country was set free from Gato, and that said man was burned in the deepest pits of hell for what he had done. He continued after Tazuna, who continued out of the store after paying overprices on the scarcely collected wares. They hadn't walked more than a few meters before Naruto felt tucking in his bag again. Not again, he thought as he swirled around, planning to chew out whoever was stupid enough to try and steal from him. He stopped in his tracks as he saw who was standing in front of him. A little girl who couldn't have been more than 8 years old. Please, give me, she said, holding her hands out. Naruto blinked a couple of times, before going through his bag and found a few pieces of candy. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. She was just about to run off when Naruto stopped her with a smile. Squatting down to her level, Hey, what is your name? The girl blushed slightly. Amaya. Naruto kept smiling. Hey Amaya. My name is Naruto. Want to see something cool? He asked, which in response got a tentatively nod. He closed his hand together, activating his Shoten powers, making it glow slightly out of the cracks. When he opened it, a miniature figure of a puppy was standing on his hands. The girl went wide-eyed. Naruto just kept smiling and handed the figurine to the girl. Here, you take it. It's a lucky charm. As long as you have it, good things will happen to you. Just believe in it. She reached out and took the dog, inspecting it all over. She looked back at the blonde with tears in her eyes. She bowed deeply. Arigato Naruto Nizan, she cried out, before hugging him deeply. Naruto was taken by surprise, but quickly returned the hug. When they were done, she looked at him with big puppy eyes. Will you be back, so you can meet all my friends? I'm sure I will. Just keep an eye out for me, Naruto said with his kind smile on the lips. She nodded and ran into the crowd, surely to find to show her friends her new toy. That was very kind of you, Tazuna noted. Yeah, they remind me of myself when I was little, Naruto responded, before starting to head out of the town. It piqued Tazuna's curiosity, but he could see he wouldn't get more of an answer for now. Evening at Tazuna's house. When Sasuke and Sakura came back to Tazuna's house that evening, they looked extremely exhausted. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It seems Sakura is actually trying. I'm glad she actually listened to me. Naruto smirked at Sasuke. Worked hard at team? Sasuke scoffed at him, not having the strength to come with a longer answer. Sakura was just about to come to the defense of her beloved Sasuke-kun, when Tsunami's voice sounded from the living room. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. The Konoha genin didn't need any more to be said, as they ran as fast as their bodies could carry them to the dinner table. It wasn't a gourmet meal, but it was not bad either at all. They all took their places, broke off the eating chops, ita de kamasu, and began eating like wolves, Sakura eating like a fine wolf. After dinner, when they had some tea, Sakura was looking around the kitchen and found a picture hanging on the wall. It showed Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna, and one other person it seemed like. But he was ripped out of it. "Ano, why are you hanging a torn picture?" It brought all the attention of all the shinobi to the mentioned picture. Inari-kun was watching this during the dinner the entire time. "This torn part looks like someone intentionally tore away the person who was there," she continued. It silenced the whole room. Finally, Tsunami, who was doing the dishes, spoke up, "It's my husband." The shinobi waited for her to continue, not satisfied with the answer, but she didn't. Tazuna spoke up. He was the man known as the hero of this town. He didn't get to say more before Inari left his seat, walking towards the door. "Inari, where are you going?" Tsunami asked, but he had already left. She walked after him, and when she opened the door, she turned around looking at Tazuna's father. "I told you not to talk about him in front of Inari," she said a little harshly, before she'd exited the door. Tazuna sighed deeply. Team 7 was watching him closely. He looked around on them all. Inari had a father he wasn't related to. They were very close, like a real father and son. They were a real father and son. He looked back up at the picture, seeing a laughing Inari in the middle. Inari used to laugh a lot back then. But Tazuna began to sob lightly, shocking the shinobi. They had the impression of Tazuna of man who didn't really show any vulnerable feelings. Well, everyone but Naruto, who had learned some about their client on the bridge. Tazuna bit back some tears. He changed after what happened to his father. His name was Kaiza. Tazuna paused again. The word courage was forever taken away from the people of this island and Inari after that day. Tazuna went on about explaining how Inari and Kaiza had met, how he had taught him about living his life so he didn't regret a thing. He then went about telling them how a big storm had hit the island, breaking the dam, and how Kaiza had saved them all. Then his voice turned into venom, as he spoke of how Gatu had taken over the island, and how Kaiza didn't want to back down, how he was executed in front of the whole town to set an example, and that after that day Inari was changed. He didn't believe in heroes and courage. He was depressed and cried alone in his room. After he finished, the whole room was quiet. Team 7 had troubled looks on their faces. "How horrible," came quiet from Sakura. The others nodded in agreement. Tazuna then looked up at them all with a determined look in his eyes. "And that's why I want to build that bridge. For the people of Wave, for Kaiza, and for Inari. I want to break us free from the rule of Gatu. I want Inari to be happy again." That determination was also brought up in the shinobi. "And we will help you achieve it. We won't let Gatu lay a hand on you. Count on it," Naruto declared. Sasuke smirked. "You count on it. I'm not going to be outdone by you, Dobe." "Hi, we can't let the people of Wave suffer anymore," Sakura said. Kakashi took a look on the clock. "Guys, I think it's about time to hit the racks. We still have to train you guys hard the next few days to get you ready. You don't want to let Tazuna down, do you?" None of the genin did, and quickly made their way to bed. The next few days didn't go very different. Kakashi came and helped guard Tazuna, and in the meantime had handed over a jutsu scroll on futon. Rapusho. He had said it would work well with his Rakuku Shuriken, and Naruto wasn't one to deny his sensei. Naruto was also making progress on the water balloon exercise, now progressed to the rubber ball exercise. It had taken time to finish the first part of the exercise, only finally completing it when Kakashi had said he had spun it against his natural flow. After that, it had gone easy, but this next step took so much more power that he hadn't even punctured the ball. Sakura and Sasuke were also progressing, both now able to walk up and down the tree without faltering, and just starting to learn to stay still on the surface. It was going slowly but surely. As for the bridge, it had gone faster with Naruto's clones helping, but more and more workers had quit, and only 7 of them remained now, most of them already having lost their families to Gatu. They didn't have anything to lose. Naruto had also been back to see Amaya and her friends, telling them stories and of course making more pretty lucky charms as they called them. Naruto was starting to grow attached to the children, especially when they all called him Naruto-Nizan. It was at least one thing he was going to miss in Nami. At Tazuna's house, 2 evenings before Zabuza's return. When they came back that evening, The genin were rather battered up, even Naruto, who had been working hard on the rubber ball, and were delighted when they saw another homemade meal was waiting for them. They ate as much as they could to recharge their energy so they could give it all the next day. Tazuna stopped eating and looked up at Kakashi. The bridge is almost complete. It's thanks to you guys. The old drunk's daughter looked up from her meal. But don't push yourself so much. The genin just smiled. Tazuna continued, I wanted to ask this before, but why are you still here even when I lied about the request details? Kakashi folded his hands and closed his eyes. Not doing right when you know it is right is a coward's way. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander. They're the teachings of the Yondaime Hokage, our previous Hokage. That's when Inari spoke up. Why? Caught all the genin attention. Inari stood up and slammed his hand down in the table. Why are you trying so hard to end up dead? You can't beat Gatu's men, even if you train. No matter how hard you try and say those good-looking words, weak people are going to lose against strong people. Naruto glared at that. Shut up. You don't know the first thing about us. That silenced Inari, who were on the verge of tears. Here you are, living a relatively good life. You have mother that loves and cooks for you, and a grandfather who tries to save this country. And what do? You cry and mope about how bad it is. You don't realize how good you have it compared to other people. Have you seen how the children in the town live? And for that matter, you don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that is out of your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of shops and forced to go through the garbage for food. You think your life is bad, fine. But don't just sit around and moan about it. Do something about it. Fight back. Don't be a coward. Inari visibly shook as Naruto glared heated at him. Naruto rose from the table and headed for the door. Sakura went on alert there. Naruto, where are you going? Out to train, Naruto all but mumbled. And with that, Naruto stormed out the front door with tears in his eyes. Inari stormed out the other side of the house, out the back door. The civilians and the genin of Team 7 were shocked of what Naruto had said. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He has to be lying to get attention, Sakura asked. Kakashi shook his head. No. Everything he said was true. Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage when he was 4 years old, and was forced to living on the streets for 12 months before some ANBU found him and took him to the Hokage. The Sandaime gave Naruto an apartment, but he has had to learn everything for himself, and was constantly being beaten and kicked out of stores. And that's the down-watered version, he said, shocking everyone in the room. Tazuna looked down on his half-empty plate. So that's what he meant by that. They reminded him of himself as a child. It seems to me that they got a good life compared to what he had to live through. Later that night at the docks outside the house, Inari was sitting on the edge of the docks, looking out over the ocean. He could see the bridge his grandfather was trying to build. He heard footsteps behind him, but didn't bother to see who it was. May I join you? A male voice sounded. Inari guessed it was the Konoha Jounin who had arrived a few days earlier. He shrugged. Kakashi walked over to Inari and sat beside him. Naruto didn't say those things out of spite, you know? Inari didn't react, but he continued anyway. He is just stubborn, still no reaction. He looked over the ocean. We heard about your father from Tazuna-san. Naruto is the same as you in that way. He didn't have a father when he was young. To be truthful, he doesn't know what it feels like to have parents. He also didn't have a single friend growing up. That caught Inari's attention. He looked up on the Jounin as he continued, however. I have never seen him grow timid, get sulky, or cry. He has always been desperate to make people recognize him. He now looked down on Inari with what Inari could only guess was a smile on his lips, and he's able to put his life on the line for that dream. He's probably bored of crying by now. That got Inari thinking, remembering what his father was like. That's why he knows the true meaning of being strong. Just like your father. Naruto might be the one who understands you the most. What Naruto said to you before, those are probably the words he's been telling himself over and over again. Kakashi rose from where he had sat. If anything, just don't hold a grudge against him. He wasn't trying to be mean. And with that said, he went back to the house, leaving Inari to think about what he had heard. The following morning in the forest. Are you okay? Hello? Are you there? Naruto's eyes slammed open, surprising the person who had tried to wake him up. Quickly reacting, he jumped up into his taijutsu stance, but relaxed upon seeing that it was an ordinary teenage girl looking at him. He looked around him, finding himself in the same clearing they had been training in the last few days. I must have fallen asleep out here. Haku took a better look at the now obvious ninja in front of her. She noticed his Konoha Hittai-8. He was with Sharingan Kakashi the other day. He must be the one with Shoten. She didn't show her worry, but simply smiled at him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you. Naruto smiled back at her. No problem. I didn't mean to jump like that. Reflexes, you know. She nodded at that. Is that Hittai-8 real? Are you a real shinobi? She asked, completing her act as an unknowing civilian. He grinned back at that, pushing his chest up. Yes, I am a shinobi of Konoha. I will protect her with my life. The girl giggled at the way Naruto was acting. Naruto looked at her again. By the way, what are you doing out here so early? Picking herbs, she answered nicely as she turned away, resuming looking through the plants on the ground. Herbs? Naruto asked. She turned her head and smiled at him. That's right. It's to cure injuries and illness. One of my friends has gotten hurt, so I'm out here looking for herbs to cure him. I can help you. I still have some time before I have to be back to breakfast, he said, helping her going through the plants. He had gotten a bit of knowledge of herbs from his reading, but it really hadn't been anything he had read up on. They picked through the plants for a while, then the girl spoke up again. By the way, what are you doing out here so early? He threw her one of his big smiles. Training. And why are you training? I want to become stronger. But you look strong enough already. No, I want to become stronger and stronger. She was silent for a time, resuming picking through the forest floor. Are you doing it for someone else? Or for yourself? Well, I think when I just graduated I was doing it for myself. But then Irika-sensei acknowledged me. And so did Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan, and I guess Sasuke team did too. He paused. I think now I'm doing it just as much for them as I'm doing it for myself. She looked up at him. That's good. I believe a person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish. Naruto got a thoughtful look in his eyes. I think you're right. I understand that. She nodded at him. She took her basket, now filled with herbs. Thank you. I think you will become strong. She began walking out of the clearing. By the way, I'm a boy, she said, walking away, leaving Naruto stunned. But he is beautiful. She can't be a boy. You're lying, he said before he could stop himself. I, she stammered. She sighed. Yes, I am. Why would you lie about something like that? Because of Gato. His men aren't always polite. Naruto was disgusted by that. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. She smiled back at him. Goodbye. I really hope I don't have to fight you when the time comes. Chapter 6. Battle of the Bridge. Shoten versus Hayaton. Naruto yawned loudly and stretched his arms above his head. He rubbed his eyes and gazed around in the room. Sasuke and Sakura were still asleep. It didn't come to a surprise, as the whole week he had woken before them. He was used to get up early to train, and to get through the village as early as possible when fewer people were on the streets. He shook the thoughts from his head and sneaked out of the room, heading for the bathroom. While he was doing his business, he took a look out of the window. He could see the first rays of the sun touch the horizon in the distance. One thing he loved and hated about Nami no Kuni was the flat land and ocean. You could see for miles and miles without anything disturbing your view. He loved that he could see the sunrise so early, since in Konoha you would have to wait at least a few hours for the sun to rise above the small mountains and the forest of Hino Kuni. But then again, he hated it because you could see so long. One part of being shinobi is hiding in the shadows, and being from Konoha where the forest is everywhere, he almost felt exposed. He breathed in deeply and went on to brushing his teeth. He looked at his reflection in the little mirror hanging on the wall and took a deep breath. So, it's today, huh? He asked. No one in particular. Today is probably the day Zabuza will return, and it's highly likely that he will have that fake hunter Nin with him. I have no chance of defeating Zabuza, so I must keep his companion occupied. I have to protect my friends, but it still scares me. Today I am going to fight another shinobi. I may have to kill. Naruto turned on the water and splashed water in his face. I am doing it for my comrades. If I have to kill, then I will do it to save them. I will do it for them so they can live. When Naruto was done, he made his way down to the kitchen. He was surprised to see Tsunami already up and cooking. He glanced at the clock, and as he thought, it was 6:13 a.m. He sat down at the table. "Good morning, Tsunami-san." Tsunami almost jumped 2 feet in the air and spun around with a knife in her hand. Her stance relaxed as she saw who it was. "Oh, it's just you, Naruto-kun. Sorry for that, but I didn't expect anyone up yet." Naruto smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. "Sorry about that. Normally I'm out training in the morning, but since it's possible I might be needed today, I'm not going." Tsunami smiled at him and resumed cooking. Naruto walked over to the sink and took a glass of water and walked out to the pier to sit and watch the sunrise. He couldn't see much more because of the thick morning fog in the distance. That was one of the reasons they didn't go the bridge earlier. Zabuza could by himself already summon up a lot of fog, so they didn't even want to try him out when he had the natural occurring fog on his side too. "Oh, Naruto, are you already up?" Kakashi's voice came from behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see the silver-haired Jounin reading his book. "Yeah, couldn't sleep anymore. I have woken up this early for as long as I can remember. Now it's training, before it was to get away before the village awoke." Kakashi walked over beside Naruto and squatted down beside him. "I haven't really seen you around since the evening before yesterday. When I left for the bridge yesterday, you hadn't come back." "Sorry about that," Naruto said, still looking out over the ocean. "I needed time to think. And now?" "Still thinking, Kakashi-sensei. Do you know why he chose me?" Kakashi knew what Naruto was asking. Why had the Yondaime chosen him over so many other children? "I can't exactly say, don't worry, Naruto. It was because he was your father. It's not my place to reveal it, as much as I should being sensei's student." He pondered for a few more seconds. "Naruto, you bear a burden not many others can understand or even start to comprehend. You have been through much that no child should have been through, but you have survived. I believe the Yondaime chose you for a reason, that he believes in you. You are the Yondaime's legacy, and you live up to his name. As far as I know, you haven't let him down so far, have you? You still keep that beast under control." Naruto nodded. It wasn't yet the final answer, but it would suffice for now. Kakashi rose from beside Naruto. "Well, let's get inside. Wouldn't be any good if you got sick." Naruto scoffed. "Kakashi-sensei, I have never been sick. Sure, I have had broken bones and so on, but I have never been sick, and I'm sure you know why." Nonetheless, Naruto got up and got inside. 3 hours later, Kakashi looked up from his book and around on the people at the table. Sasuke and Sakura had gotten down to the kitchen about an hour ago, and Tazuna and Inari came down about 20 minutes ago. There hadn't been much talk. Everyone knew what was likely to happen today. He closed his book and cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. "We all know what is going to happen today, but we haven't really talked about how to execute this. We of course need people around you, Tazuna-san, but we also need to protect your family, namely you, Inari-san, and Tsunami-san. Since you can't go to the bridge for obvious reasons, we need to leave someone behind to take guard you." Tazuna and his family had rather worried looks on their faces, but relaxed some when they saw the determined expressions of Team 7, especially that of Naruto. He looked straight back at Kakashi. "I have to make this mission a success. This isn't about my first mission being a success anymore. It's about freeing the people of Nami no Kuni, freeing Tazuna and his family, and freeing Amaya and her friends. I can't fail all of them." Naruto pondered about what Kakashi had said before speaking up. "Kakashi-sensei, I think I got an idea. I should stay behind to guard Tsunami-san and Inari." Tazuna nodded satisfied. He knew that if Naruto was guarding his family, they were in safe hands. The blonde brat had earned his respect from Tazuna. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "I see. What makes you come to that conclusion?" "Well, I was thinking that I would stay here with them and send a Kage Bunshin with you guys. That way we have a way of communicating with each other. I can keep you updated if anything is to happen here, and you can call for me if it should come to that." "Wait, what?" All looks turned to Sasuke Dobe. How are we supposed to keep contact with just a Kage Bunshin? The blonde genin smirked at his comrade. That's easy. When a Kage Bunshin is dispelled, no matter the way it is dispelled, the knowledge it has gained will return to the user and any other clones the user should have made. So if I want to send a message to you guys, I just make a clone and make it dispel. The same if my clone wants to send a message to me, it can either make another clone or dispel it, or it can dispel itself. And if it comes to it getting dispelled by getting destroyed, then I'll also know. Before Sasuke could question again, it was Kakashi who spoke up. Very well, Naruto. It's a plan I can accept. So Sasuke, Sakura and I, with a Kage Bunshin of Naruto, will guard Tazuna-san on the bridge, while Naruto will stay here and guard Tsunami-san and Inari-san. If anything happens on the bridge or here, we will let the respective part know by sending a message through the Kage Bunshin. Team 7 nodded, showing they understood. Good then, we leave in 15 minutes, so you better get ready. We should get to the bridge around 10 a.m. Sasuke and Sakura rose from the table and went upstairs to get their gear ready, while Tazuna seemed to speed up eating. Naruto sat at the kitchen table reading his book on Fuinjutsu. Tsunami was currently washing the dishes from the breakfast, and Inari was sitting beside Naruto looking really bored. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke had left with Tazuna some half-hour ago, so they should be at the bridge in 10 to 15 minutes. Naruto didn't let it show, but he was actually worried about them. He would have liked to have gone with them to the bridge, but this was the best way for them to keep contact. And if it came to it, he could be at the bridge in 10 minutes. The only reason it was taking so long with the rest of his team was because they had to go at a civilian pace. If they were going at a normal pace, well, normal for a genin team, they could probably be in Konoha in a day, instead of the 4 days it takes at civilian pace. He was brought out of his attention when Inari spoke. Say, Naruto and Ai-chan, how again can you know if anyone is coming? Naruto didn't know when Inari had started calling him an Ai-chan, but he liked it, the same with the kids in town. He looked up from his book. It's rather simple, really. You heard what I said about Kage Bunshin at breakfast, right? Inari nodded. Good. By the way, please keep it a secret. It's one of Konoha's kenjutsus. While none of the other villages can copy it, they can take precaution if they know some of its secrets. Sure thing. I won't tell anybody, Inari said, smiling. Naruto ruffled the boy's hair. Much too, said boy's dismay. Naruto laughed lightly at that. Good then. Anyway, back on topic. I have placed about 20 clones around the house. Hidden, of course, so if they see anyone who shouldn't be here, they dispel and I will know. That's so cool, Inari exclaimed. Naruto nodded at him before getting back to reading. He heard a sigh from Inari. Can't you do something else? You know, it's rather boring just to wait around. And it's not like I can go outside and play. Naruto smiled again. He remembered himself being that impatient and wanting stuff to happen all the time. Okay then, Inari, what do you dash? He stopped mid-sentence when he got a feedback from one of his clones around the house. 2 objects was moving towards the house at a fast pace. The clone hadn't gotten a good look at them. Ni-chan, what's the matter? Inari asked, a little worried. Tsunami had also seen this and had stopped doing the dishes. Both of you go upstairs and hide. They looked at him without moving. Now, Naruto said with a voice that said they left no room for argument. Tsunami went over to Inari, took him by the hand, and headed upstairs to hide. When they had disappeared up the stairs, Naruto sat down again and took his book up. It didn't take long for the 2 figures to make it to the house and burst in through the door. Hey, where the hell are they? One voice asked rather loudly. How should I know? Oi, there's a kid here. I bet you know where they are. Naruto finally looked up from his book. He took a look at the intruders. There were 2 as he had known. One of them had a blue sweat-like shirt, wore a hood, and had tattoos in his eyes. The other had a bare chest. His right arm had a tattoo going up from his arm to the middle of his chest, and he wore an eye patch on his right eye. Above his left he had a scar. They both wore a katana at their waist. Just from looking by the way they were standing, he could tell they weren't shinobi. They were simple thugs hired to do the easy work. Do you 2 mind? I'm trying to read here, Naruto said, half bored, trying to get them to lose their cool. It worked. What the hell? Who do you think you are, brat? The one wearing a hood yelled. Calm down. Can't you see he is trying to get you to lose your cool? You're quite an idiot, you know, the bare-chested said. What did you say? I'm not Dash. Let's just get this over with. Kid, where is the woman and the child? The bare-chested asked, looking at Naruto. He got a sweat drop when he saw Naruto had gone back to reading, apparently not giving them any attention at all. Hey brat, I asked you something. Naruto sighed deeply. As you said, let's just get this over with. Naruto got up, putting his book away, and got into his stance, creating 2 crystal tanto in the process. The 2 thugs hesitated a bit after seeing their opponent creating crystal out of nothing. It didn't last long as the bare-chested charged head first with his companion right after him. Naruto didn't go out of his academy stance, and he easily dodged the first punch from the bare-chested. As soon as he had squatted, the other came with a kick which he simply blocked. This was child play compared to the training he had undergone. He grabbed the leg in front of him and quickly twisted it, making the hood-wearing thug spin and fall. The bare-chested saw this as an opportunity and clapped his hands together in a fist and brought them hard down on Naruto's head. Instead of the crack he was expecting to hear, he heard nothing. Naruto had grabbed his right wrist and wasn't letting go. Naruto looked with a smirk at his opponent as he tightened and twisted his grip, resulting in a nauseous crack. Naruto's opponent cried out in pain and retracted his hand as soon as Naruto let go. The hood-wearing thug got up, and together with his companion, they stepped a few steps back, looking at the blonde brat in front of them, who had fended them off without breaking a sweat. Naruto got up from his squat and simply dusted his pants off. Now, I think we have played long enough. Behind the 2 thugs, a vase and a chair transformed into 2 more Narutos, who quickly thickened their crystal armor in their hands and hit the thugs in their heads. They went out as soon as they had been hit. Naruto shook his head with a smile. Did Gato really think he could kidnap Tazuna's family with thugs? He should know about us. He nodded to his 2 clones, making them dispel, effectively passing what had happened here to his clone on the bridge. He tied the 2 thugs up and went upstairs to find Tsunami and Inari hiding in a closet. Tsunami looked worried at him. Is it safe? Naruto showed her a reassuring smile. Yeah, it's safe. Gato only send 2 thugs. As if they could take a shinobi down. Inari grinned, of course. No one can take you down, Naruto and Ai-chan. Now that isn't true, Naruto laughed. There's a lot of dash. Naruto stopped as he got feedback from a clone. It was the one he had sent with the rest of his team. They were in trouble. Sakura-chan. A few minutes earlier with remainder of Team 7. Meanwhile, Kakashi's group had made their way to the bridge. They couldn't believe the sight that met them. Every worker was lying either dead or dying. Tazuna stared in disbelief. What is this? He looked over the workers. What's wrong? What happened? Kakashi was showing no sign of emotion as he looked over the bridge, just as we thought. He has returned. Mist began to fill the bridge, confirming what he thought. Team, he's coming. Protect Tazuna-san. They all quickly took their positions, going into defensive poses. Kakashi-sensei, this is his Kirigakure no Jutsu, isn't it? Sakura asked, but got no answer. They were all waiting for Zabuza to show himself. They all heard a familiar malicious chuckle. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. And you're still carrying those kids, Zabuza voice echoed in the fog. As Sasuke began to tremble. He's shaking again. How pitiful, Zabuza mocked. Within a second of that remark, the group was surrounded by 7 water clones. Sasuke smirked. I'm shaking with excitement. Naruto's Kage Bunshin sighed. It's just like you to play the cool act. Let's go, Sasuke. One of the water clones was about to swipe with his sword when Naruto and Sasuke went for it. With a blur of speed, they ran around to the different clones and swiped them with their kunai. A second later, they all burst into water. As soon as they were done, the clone got the information from the clones at the house. He didn't take his eyes off Zabuza as he spoke to his team. Gato sent 2 thugs to kidnap Tsunami and Inari as we thought he would. Boss took care of them rather easily, and they're safe now. He plans on taking them somewhere else, probably to Jichi's house or something. Kakashi nodded. I think it would be best for you to dispel and tell Naruto to hurry and come here. I have a feeling we're going to need him. Naruto's clone nodded and dispelled. From across the bridge, Zabuza raised his eyebrow. So he was a clone? Haku, watch out, he can come from anywhere and at any time. I know you have trained a lot this week for this fight against his Shoten, but don't let your guard down. It only takes one slip to give the enemy the upper hand. Of course, Zabuza-san, Haku said with an emotionless voice. Nothing like what she normally talked like. Kakashi looked over his team. Sakura, get close and protect Tazuna. Sasuke, you will have to keep Zabuza's friend occupied. I will take care of Zabuza. The group immediately got into the different positions they were given. Zabuza saw the opposing group getting ready. I don't think we have more time for chit-chat. Haku, you got first. Hi, she said, as she began sprinting around making her way to the Konoha shinobi. Sasuke looked in awe at the speed of his opponent as he brought up his kunai. She was aiming for one of the nerves in his chest when he blocked. Zabuza saw it and raised his eyebrow. Oh, he was able to catch up to her speed. The two shinobi looked each other over, trying to estimate the other's strength. Their kunai clashed again and again, neither being able to get through the other's guard. Haku spun around fast, trying to get some more force into his strike, but Sasuke just did the same, getting the same result. They stopped, trying to overpower the other, rather than compete in speed. Then Haku spoke, I don't want to kill you, but you won't back off, right? Sasuke smirked at his opponent. What? Are you stupid? As I thought, but you won't be able to keep up with me for my next move, she said, keeping up the power struggle. And I'm already 2 steps ahead of you. Really? And which steps would that be? Sasuke asked with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. The first one is the water on the ground, Haku said, keeping her voice even. And the second? Sasuke asked. And the second one, she continued, is that I'm keeping one of your arms busy. Therefore, you can only take and block my attacks. While keeping Sasuke's arm busy, she brought up her other hand, starting to go through one-handed seals. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? He's creating seals with one hand? He could only stand there and do nothing. If he tried to back off, then his opponent would stab him down. If he stayed, he would most likely get hit by whatever technique Haku was casting. He was trapped. Haku stopped at a half-ram seal Sensatsu Susho, she said, stomping with one foot in the ground. All the water around them flew into the air, forming a dome-like shape around the two. As soon as the dome was shaped, the water started forming into needles, covering every escape route. Sasuke gulped. So this is it? I'm gonna end like this? Without even having a chance to catch up at Itachi. The people around the two fighters could only look by. Kakashi was, to say it mildly, surprised. One-handed seals? I've only ever seen that in veterans. And it's not something you can learn. You either can or can't do it. And the latter is the most common. That boy really is something. I have to do something. With that thought, Kakashi charged towards the two, aiming to get Sasuke out of the needle dome. He was, however, stopped midway by a Zabuza slashing with his decapitation sword, and was forced to dodge it unless he wanted to lose a head. Zabuza shook his head, laughing lightly, causing chills down Sakura's back. Now Kakashi, it wouldn't be nice to interrupt someone's fighting, would it now? Kakashi looked frustrated at Zabuza, and thereafter Sasuke. Come on, Naruto. We need you. Sasuke looked around the dome, trying to find a way to escape the cum, but all escape routes were blocked. He glanced over the shoulder to see if Kakashi could help him, only to see him in a showdown against Zabuza. He turned his vision back on his opponent. The water needles began flying towards the two, and Haku jumped back to avoid getting hit. The sound of the needles hitting their target sounded as the place they had fought was covered up in vapor. Haku didn't move out of her defensive position as it was blown away by the light ocean breeze. What she saw surprised her. Sasuke was inside a prism made up of thin red crystal. She narrowed her eyes. So he has shown up. This is what I have trained for the last week. The other two won't be a problem, but the Shoten user. Now where is he? Her question was answered as she heard a voice behind her. Kesho Purizumu. It came from Naruto, who looked a little winded. He looked over the field. Haku was standing a few meters from Sasuke, who was now inside his crystal prism. Kakashi and Zabuza were standing in front of each other a couple of meters from Sasuke, not looking like they had started yet, and finally Sakura was standing guard in front of Tazuna all the way back on the bridge. Haku rose from her crouch without turning towards Naruto. So you have finally decided to show up? Naruto jumped over to Sasuke, releasing his prism in the process. Sasuke looked up at his blonde teammate and nodded appreciating. Naruto, seeing that Sasuke was okay, stood up and faced Haku. Sorry if I kept you waiting. I had to take care of the thugs your boss hired to kidnap Tazuna's family. Did he really think he could kidnap them with thugs? Surely you have told him about us. Haku didn't answer but began going through seals, causing Naruto to go into defensive stance. Haku finished and stomped in the ground again. Sensatsu Susho. Water again rose from the ground, before forming into needles and shoot towards the two boys. Haku was shocked when all the needles stopped only a few meters from Naruto, who was standing with a hand raised towards the needles. Slowly at first, but going faster and faster, the needles crystallized with Naruto at center. Naruto smirked. Jutsu like that isn't going to work on me. As he talked, the needles combined and started forming the Rakugo Shuriken. With a flick of a finger they flew towards Haku, who could only parry and dodge. Naruto was impressed that she didn't get hit once. Impressive, he nodded approvingly. Haku was watching him through her mask. He can crystallize my Suiton, but how does he fare against a material that's already a crystal? She began going through another set of seals. Hayatan. Senbon no Hari. Naruto was shocked to see the water around his opponent froze over before breaking into pieces and forming Senbon. He didn't let it show as he looked at his opponent. I see, you have a Kekkei Genkai too. But seriously, what's with the needles? He didn't get an answer as the ice Senbon fired towards him. He planned to crystallize them but was surprised at how hard it was. They got closer and closer, and he had only crystallized a little over a tenth of them. They were too close for comfort as he realized he couldn't crystallize them all before they hit. He looked over his shoulder to see Sasuke up and about again. Sasuke. He has a Kekkei Genkai. Go and protect Tazuna Ajisen and I will take care of this, Naruto said as they began to dodge all the needles. There were too many and they got scratches here and there. Sasuke glared at his teammate. No way. I'm Uchiha Elite. No way can a clan less dope do better than me. Sasuke. Remove that pole from your ass. Maybe if you had your Sharingan yet you could do it, but you don't. So let the clan less dope handle it. I should be able to keep him busy with my Shoten. As they spoke the mist began to thicken. Crap. Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza must have started their fight. They could hear their teacher and Zabuza clash here and there. Naruto took a look at Sasuke. He didn't look like he was going to Tazuna. He sighed dejectedly. Fine, stay, but don't get in the way. Sasuke was still glaring at Naruto, but resigned. Fine. Naruto turned towards Haku. Now shall we? You're not going to give up either, are you? Haku asked from his position. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, no can do. Wouldn't look good on paper that my first higher ranking mission was a failure. And I can't let all these people down. I didn't think so. Hayatan. Senbon no Hari, she said again, forming the ice needles. Naruto knew he couldn't crystallize them, so he had to block them. He quickly went through the right seals. Kesho, Rakugo Shuriken, Ranbu. The ice Senbon and crystal Shuriken clashed midair, causing several hundred clangs to travel over the bridge. Neither one wanted to give in, and kept throwing projectiles at the other. At last they could see that neither of them would win like this, and Naruto stopped only to dodge the last few Senbon from Haku by jumping to the side. They looked at each other, trying to determine what the other was going to do, both standing in their respective poses. Finally Haku made 2 more ice Senbon and charged. Naruto made his crystal Tantos and charged as well. Sasuke looked from the sidelines and marveled at the speed and power. It was clear to him that Haku had held back during their clash, and that Naruto never really showed his true powers. It was true that it had been 2 months since they had fought Kakashi in the bell test, but no one could get that much stronger that fast. Could they? Sasuke got angry. He could still remember the dead last in their class. Where did he go? Where the hell did this Naruto come from? Shoten couldn't be the only answer. He wanted to show that he could fight too, but he could tell just by looking at Haku and Naruto that he was no match for either of them. Sure, he could probably get a hit in here and there, but in the end he would lose. Naruto dodged another swipe from Haku's ice Senbon, and tried to retaliate by slashing at her gut. But no luck. Haku brought her other Senbon down and blocked. Betraying their size, the ice Senbon was both strong and durable, surely because of the chakra it took to make them. It's probably because of all the chakra in them that I can't crystallize fast enough. I bet with a lot of training it wouldn't matter much to me, but as I am now it simply takes too much concentration, Naruto theorized as he ducked under a kick. He tried to grab it to twist it like he had done earlier, but no luck as Haku conjured up a few senbon and threw them at him, forcing him to jump back a few meters to avoid them. They looked at each other again, regaining their breath. They weren't winded or anything, but they knew that this fight would take some time. From what they could tell, they were as strong as the other. This battle was only going to end when either the other slipped up or by the one who had most stamina. They charged again. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi was holding up his kunai in a defensive stance. Zabuza was totally controlling this battle, no doubt about that. His Sharingan wasn't too much use as the fog was too thick. He was covered in small cuts here and there, the biggest being in his hand. Zabuza had stabbed him with a strange blade as soon as he had tried to uncover his Sharingan. After that, Zabuza had disappeared into the mist, showing why he was called Demon of Kiri. His abilities with the silent killing method was frightening. The only reason he was still here was because of his Sharingan. He could dodge just enough for Zabuza to miss any of his vital areas. He was just hoping that Naruto and Sasuke were doing better. He could still hear sounds from another battle, so he was positive that they were still alive. Well, Kakashi, it looks like you don't look so good. It came from Zabuza in the mist. You're worried about me, Zabuza? That's cute. You don't have to. I'm more than okay, Kakashi said, hiding his worry. Really? I guess we will have to do something about that, won't we? Zabuza said, finishing with an evil laugh. Kakashi tightened up his stance and awaited a new barrage of assaults. With Naruto and Haku. Naruto forced Haku back with a barrage of slashes. Haku jumped back, throwing a few senbon in the process, and landed a few meters away. Naruto simply blocked the senbon. They were in a stare showdown again. None of them had gained any injuries after they had started their fight. Naruto had gotten a few scratches from the ice senbon at the start, but they were healed now, thanks to the old fuzzball. After that, he had activated his crystal armor. He looked over his opponent. She didn't have any scratches either, but Naruto knew he had gotten through her guard a couple of times. He took a closer look and saw cold air forming around her. Now it made sense, I see. So you also have an armor, just like my Kesho no Yoroi, Naruto said, staying in his stance. Indeed I have. Kori no Yoroi encases me in a thin sheet of chakra-infused ice. It will block all edged attacks but the most powerful, Haku replied. Naruto nodded mentally to himself. It's the same principles as my crystal armor. If we weren't enemies, I'm sure we could learn a lot from each other. It does make sense though. Ice is a crystal, a different crystal than my crystals, but a crystal nonetheless. He paused and looked over at his opponent. He didn't know why, but he had an odd feeling that they had met before. Well, other than the brief encounter when his team had fought Zabuza the first time. Haku began going through seals. She knew that they weren't getting anywhere with taijutsu. She concentrated a lot of ice chakra and focused it in her lungs before exhaling, Hayatan. Namaida Raito. A deep blue-colored wind flew from her mouth and headed for Naruto. Naruto saw this and knew he couldn't get hit. He quickly went through his own seals and stomped in the ground. Shoten. Kasana Cabe. A thick crystal wall grew from the concrete of the bridge, defending Naruto from the blue wind. The wind hit hard and the wall groaned under the strain, but it held. The wind split and went to either side of the wall and continued like that. Naruto, seeing the attack was overshadowed the wall. Everywhere the wind had hit, a thick layer of ice were present on the ground. He took a look at his opponent. She didn't even look affected by using such a powerful attack. It was true he wouldn't either, but he had a demon inside him to help him with that. Getting over it, Naruto decided to attack while he had the chance. He gathered a lot of Shoten chakra in his hand and slammed it into the bridge. Shoten. Amiwatari no Jutsu. Blue crystals shot up from the ground, making their way towards Haku. The kunoichi began jumping back to avoid the attack. She was taken aback by the speed of the attack. She saw that she couldn't run from it and went through seals. Hayatan. Namaida Raito. She slammed her fists down on the bridge and her own spikes began to form. The two attacks moved closer and closer until ice clashed with crystal. The force the two attacks hit with was enough to tremble the big bridge. Naruto and Haku had to concentrate chakra at their feet to not lose their foothold. Enough. I guess I will have to use one of my strongest attacks, Naruto said, and began going through a great deal of seals. Shoten. Hasho Koryu. From the water behind him a great crystal dragon rose. It danced around the air as it awaited Naruto's command. It wasn't anything near as big as either Kakashi's of Zabuza's water dragons had been, but it was decent enough for a genin or even a chunin. I guess so, Haku said, going through her own seals. Hayatan. Raito Ryu. She cried as 3 ice dragons rose behind her. Naruto's sweat dropped. Of course, she also knows that kind of jutsu. Isn't there anything I can do to get the upper hand? He thought as the 2 dragons began attacking, making crystal and ice showering down on Naruto and Haku. Don't wreck my damn bridge, Tazuna hollered angrily. I'll kick your ass, Blondie. You can try kicking my ass after we're done fighting for our lives, GG. Naruto fired back hotly in the dense fog. Sakura only sighed beside the bridge builder. Yep, he's still a smartass at the very least. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi looked in the direction of where all the battle sounds were coming. He was starting to get a little worried. It hadn't been nice sounds that had come from that direction, and a few moments ago the whole section of the bridge had trembled. And now he heard roars of big beast, and even through the thick mist he could see shadows clashing. It's some student you have, Kakashi, to be able to stand up against Haku, Zabuza's voice sounded. Kakashi tried to determine the origin of the voice. The feeling is mutual. Naruto is most likely becoming the strongest genin in Konoha. And if not, he is the strongest of his year, Kakashi replied while keeping his worry hidden. He couldn't afford to show any weakness now. He had come up with a strategy to get Zabuza. Now all he needed was to wait. I don't know about you, but I would like to see this fight. So let's finish this, Zabuza said, before appearing from the mist with his blade raised for a slash. Kakashi let it slash him slightly in the stomach, making blood splatter out on his opponent. Zabuza grinned before disappearing into the mist again. I agree, Zabuza, Kakashi said, keeping the pain back by sheer willpower. It's time we end this. The next jutsu will be the last. Kakashi brought out a scroll from his flak jacket, smeared blood on it, and began a ritual-like process. Is that so? I can't wait to see what it dash. He was interrupted when an ear-shattering roar reverted through the mist, followed by what sounded like crystal shattering. With Sasuke. Sasuke had tried his best to keep watching Haku and Naruto, but they were so fast. There were moments when he thought they had slowed down, but he brushed it off as his imagination. Finally, he took Naruto's advice and made his way to Tazuna and Sakura. There was no way he could help Naruto. He could hear the roars of the dragons and the clashes they had, but ignored it as well as he could and continued. Soon enough, he was Sakura, still standing the same place in front of Tazuna. Her face lit up with joy for a second, before it showed fear. Sasuke, what's wrong with your eyes? Sasuke looked dumbstruck. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with them. But, Sakura said, not sure if she should tell her Sasuke what's wrong. They're red. Sasuke's eyes widened in excitement as he looked down in a puddle. And sure enough, his eyes were red with 1 tomo in his left eye and 2 in his right eye. He finally had the Sharingan. Before he could tell Sakura what had happened, a shattering roar sounded from where Naruto and Haku was fighting, followed by a crystal shattering sound. Sakura and Tazuna both looked worried in the direction it had come from. Tazuna was the first to speak. What the hell is happening? It sounds like they're tearing my bridge apart. Sakura seemed to think the same. Sasuke looked away from where Naruto and Haku was, and looked seriously at the 2 in front of him. It's Naruto. Sakura was shocked. She had thought it was Kakashi and Zabuza. She looked away from Sasuke and looked in the direction Naruto was. He may be a baka and annoying at times, but he was her teammate. She clutched her hands together. Naruto, please be careful. With Naruto and Haku. Naruto was standing a couple of meters from his opponent. They were both starting to pant. They had used a lot of chakra. Naruto still had about 40% left. This had been a lot harder than he had thought. Haku looked at her opponent through her mask. I can't go on like this much longer. I have to use it. She began gathering what chakra she had. I'm sorry, but this can't go on much longer. I have to defeat you. There's no doubt about that you're strong for Genin, perhaps even a Chunin, but it ends here. No one has ever beaten my next jutsu Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes narrowed. How do you know my name? It isn't something I tell everyone. Naruto thought about it for a second. Well, not anyone not from the village. He took a real close look at his opponent, and his eyes widened in surprise as he recognized her. It's you! You from the forest. Haku stared through her mask for a few seconds, pondering if she should reveal herself. She sighed deeply and took off her mask. Yes. Naruto stared in disbelief. But why? Why would you work for someone like Zabuza? Haku gave Naruto a friendly smile. He saved me. You know about Kiri and its civil war? Naruto slowly nodded. He remembered reading about it from Gigi. Most of the population had developed an irrational fear of the families with Kekkei Genkai after the Second Great Shinobi War. They had all but hunted the clans with Kekkei Genkai. It struck Naruto where it hurt since he had a Kekkei Genkai. He remembered being really happy about living in Konoha. They loved their Kekkei Genkai. If you wanted convincing, just look at the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan. They were some of the most influential clans in Konoha, even the Uchiha after being massacred. Haku continued, my full name is Yuki Haku. My clan has the ability to control ice, or Hayatan as it's known as. We're never a very big clan, and we haven't supported any of the Mizukage there have been, and thus not participated in any of the wars. But that didn't matter. They went after us too. My mother changed her name. She married my father without telling him, and they had me. She paused to let it sink in. I was 4 when I first found out about my abilities. I showed my mom. I thought she would be so proud of me, but instead she hit me and told me to never do it again. But it was too late. My father had already found out. He gathered a mob and killed my mom in front of me. Then they went for me. I can't remember much after that. One thing I do remember was an ice spike that went through my father. I figured I killed him. Again she paused and looked over the ocean. I wandered for months through the roads of Kiri. No one cared enough to stop up and ask if I was okay. We were in a civil war and one only looked out for oneself. That was until Zabuza found me. He took me in, he cared for me, and he trained me. That was when his dream became my dream. I want to free Kiri. I want us to be one again. Naruto looked at her with pity as she looked over the ocean. Why did we have to be enemies? She looked back at Naruto with a determined look. If you won't back down, I will have to make you. She raised her hands in a seal. Naruto had never seen Makio Hyosho. A blue aura began to emit from her. Naruto noticed it was the same color as the Hayatan. Namaida Raito she had used earlier and readied himself. Around him ice began to shoot up from the ground, forming mirrors. Before he could do anything about it, he was inside a dome of ice mirrors. There was 21. 12 remained at ground level, 8 floated above the first 12 and angled toward the ground, and the final mirror was above the rest and facing the ground. Naruto heard steps and faced Haku, who was slowly making her way to a mirror, and stepped inside. Now she was in all 21. You have lost now, Naruto. There is nothing you can do but give up. I already told you that I can't do that, Naruto said determinedly. Have you seen what people in this country live like? How children beg for food just to survive the day. I am fighting for all of them. You are fighting for Gato, the one that caused this. So I will win this, I will defeat you, and I will help free this nation from Gato's grasp. Haku looked a little sad. Very well then, she said as she raised her senbon. Then you will die. And with that she threw needles from all the mirrors faster than you could see. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi finished the ritual and slammed scroll into the ground. Zabuza laughed. No matter what you're doing at 1 dash. He was cut short as he cried out in pain, and the mist lightened. Kakashi walked over to Zabuza to find him impaled the ground by dogs, biting his arms, legs, and ribs. You can't escape this. Now, release the jutsu. Zabuza tried to find a way out of the mess when he felt a cold chill and smirked at Kakashi. Sure. You want to see the demise of your student, won't you? He said as he released it. The fog dispersed almost immediately. Kakashi was stunned to see a big dome of ice mirrors with Naruto in the middle. He didn't look like he had any injuries, but he looked exhausted, way more than Kakashi had ever seen him, and every now and then he was barraged with senbon needles. They bounced harmlessly off his crystal armor, but it wouldn't last forever. He was about to go to help him when Naruto looked him straight in the eye. He got the message and stayed where he was. He was just about to ask Zabuza when he answered, "It's Haku's clan's secret jutsu. Makio Hyosho. No one has ever escaped or defeated it. Even I would have trouble with it." Kakashi looked away from Zabuza and glanced over at Tazuna, thankful to see him unharmed, and saw Sasuke and Sakura guarding him. They all had worried look on their faces and they stared at Naruto in the dome. With Naruto and Haku, Naruto had tried almost everything, but he couldn't break out of the dome. There was one more thing he could try, but it would leave him with almost no chakra, and it wasn't even sure to work. It was a new jutsu he had been working on, a last resort jutsu. He was brought out of his chain of thoughts when he was hit with another barrage of senbon. He looked at Haku. He wasn't in every mirror anymore, he was also low on chakra. Maybe, just maybe, it will work. She is also low on chakra. Naruto thought, only one way to find out. But I must go through a lot of seals. I just hope my armor can hold the senbon off just for a little more time. With that thought, Naruto began going through a lot of seals. Haku saw this. What is he trying to do? I can't let him do whatever he is planning. I have to stop him. And she began bombarding him with more senbon needles. Slowly but surely his armor began to crack. Naruto speed up the seals as his armor began cracking more and more. Just as Haku was about to throw the senbon that would have destroyed his armor, Naruto finished his preparation and gathered his remaining chakra. Everyone present looked in awe as a small pink ball began to form in above Naruto's chest. Naruto squinted in concentration before crying, "Shoten! Kesho Jundo!" The small ball expanded and encased the whole dome before dispersing. First nothing happened, but then with Naruto as center, everything the blast wave had touched crystallized. Within a few seconds the section of the bridge was fully crystal, even the mirrors. Haku had just enough time to jump out of the mirrors after using the last of her chakra trying to prevent them from breaking. As soon as she was out, Naruto went through a few seals, effectively using the last of his chakra, Shoten, Beningu Kasoku, and crystal chains separated from the crystallized ground and tied Haku up. With that done, Naruto shattered the mirrors and returned the bridge to normal. When he was done, he was on one knee. Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna were by his side fast. Tazuna grinned widely at him. "Good job, brat. That was some jutsu used there at last. I'm just glad you could return the bridge to normal." Naruto grinned back at Tazuna as Sakura fussed over him to see if he was injured. But thanks for his crystal armor, which he couldn't hold up anymore, all he suffered was being low on chakra. They were about to walk over to Kakashi and Zabuza when someone clapped. At the end of the unfinished bridge were standing Gato and about 50 men. "Zabuza, you dog. I knew you couldn't do it. Well, good riddance. I wasn't planning on paying you anyway." Zabuza glared at Gato. "Kakashi, it seems our disagreement is over." Kakashi didn't take his eyes off Gato and his men. "Yeah, it seems like it," he said and dispelled the dogs and freeing Zabuza. He nodded at Naruto, who did the same to Haku. Kakashi looked over his team, Zabuza and Haku. The only ones capable of fighting right now was Sasuke and Sakura, and there was no way they could take 50 men down, no matter how strong the enemy were. Gato looked at two of the men beside him. "Well, what are you waiting for? Kill Tazuna. Kill them all." One of the men he had spoken to, "What about the pretty Rosette over there?" he asked with a perverse grin. "You can have her, just kill the rest of them," Gato responded. That seemed to excite the men. "You got it, boss." The two went through seals, quickly making it obvious that they were shinobi, Swain, Mizu no Dangon. Multiple water projectiles formed as bullets quickly shot towards Tazuna and Sakura, who was standing in front of him. Naruto's eyes widened. He tried using his Shoten, but he didn't have enough chakra. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of Sakura with the worst pain he had ever had in his chest. He looked down and saw multiple holes. He looked at Kakashi, who had wide eyes. Naruto coughed, causing blood to be spewed from his mouth. Faster than he could see, more water bullets were shot towards him with such force it pushed him off the bridge and into the cold water below. The world began to blacken, and the last thing he heard was a female voice screaming his name. Tears brimming Sakura's eyes before realizing she was the one who screamed. "With Naruto." Naruto slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he shot up and bounced into defensive stance. He looked around and couldn't see where he was. The last thing he remembered was falling off the bridge. And now he was in a sewer? No use of staying here, he thought as he began making his way through the hall. The longer he went, the more an ominous feeling began to grow in his chest. At last he made to a room with a big cage at the end. The only thing seemingly keeping it shut was a piece of paper with the kanji for seal on it. A deep rumble came from the cage. So, you've finally come here. Naruto squinted his eyes to try and see what was in the cage. Who are you? Come closer and you'll see, the voice sounded. Naruto carefully took a few steps towards the cage, but jumped back when four enormous claws tried to hit him through the bars. If it wasn't for this damn seal, I would shred you where you stand. Naruto quickly made 2 crystal tantos, Kyuubi no Yoko, he stated. 2 glowing red eyes opened in the cage as the Kyuubi partially stepped into view. You're right, I am. And I see you're using my gift well, human, the Kyuubi said, saying the last part as it was venom. Naruto didn't pay attention to it much. If you are the Kyuubi, then this must be inside my mind. Very observant. Your predecessors weren't as clever the first time they came to face me. Why am I here? Naruto asked. You're dying, the Kyuubi stated flatly, as if he was talking about the weather. I am what? Naruto asked, disbelieving. Dying, as becoming dead, as not living, Kyuubi said, amused. He hadn't had this much fun since he had been sealed inside Kushina. Oh, how he could push her buttons. Naruto stared at the big fox. This can't be happening. I'm dying, and worse. My last moments will be with a demon fox that have made my life a living hell. Naruto sat down and began thinking. He could remember from the books about Jinchuriki that they sometimes could channel their tenant's power. Now it was just a question of how to get the Kyuubi to cooperate. It's not like I can force him to do it. He is an ageless mass of living chakra. But maybe. Naruto smirked to himself. Well, if I am to die, I can't see any better way. I will have defeated one of the most powerful beings in this world. The Kyuubi's laughter boomed through the sewer's most powerful being? The Hayaton user is nothing compared to what I've seen. Heck, even by your puny standards, she wasn't much to talk about. Oh, I'm not talking about her, Naruto stated. The Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at the human standing in front of him. Then who are you talking about? Naruto smirked at the Kyuubi. You, of course. When I die, you die. You're sealed inside me. Too bad. I guess if you had enough time you could break out some way. But that's not going to happen now. The Kyuubi didn't have any answer to that. Naruto went for the kill. Unless what, human? Unless you lend me your chakra. I bet that those guys couldn't stand up to the might of the mighty Kyuubi no Yoko. Watch it, human, the fox growled. He was silent for a few seconds. Very well. But you best not waste it. You are representing me. No way is my vessel going to lose to a bunch of thugs. Red mist began to emit from the cage and centered on Naruto. First only a little, then more and more until Naruto couldn't see a hand in front of him. He heard the fox's deep laughter rumble through the mist. With Kakashi. Kakashi kept brushing off the attacking thugs. It seemed that it was only the 2 that attacked, killed Naruto was shinobi. Kakashi kept glancing over at where Naruto had stood. There was a pool of blood spattering from where he had coughed up the blood. He looked over at Sakura, who looked to be on the brink of tears. Her mind almost went blank as the image of Naruto kept appearing, watching him die to protect her. He was distracted for a moment and was just about to take a stab from the enemy when Zabuza blocked it. He glanced over his shoulder to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, get it together. Don't let the blonde kid's death be in vain. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and nodded. You're right. He turned towards the attackers again. He was going to protect the rest of his team. He broke his promise once already. He was not going to do it again. But he had also let his sensei down. Kakashi knocked out one of the attackers and was just about to do the same to another when he felt a huge chakra spike. He looked around. He wasn't the only one. Even the thugs without training seemed to sense something. Then a large quake happened, knocking many of the thugs off their feet. That was when Kakashi recognized the chakra. It can't be. It's the Kyuubi's chakra. I would never forget that feeling. He turned towards Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna, Get off the bridge. Sasuke wasn't going to go that easy, but as he dashed. Now, Kakashi interrupted. Sakura ran over to Sasuke and tugged him in the arm. The three of them ran towards the entrance to the bridge while Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku held off the thugs. Another quake happened, stronger than before. The three shinobi were forced to use chakra to stay on their feet. The thugs and Gato weren't so lucky and kept falling on their behinds. The shinobi took this as their chance and took out a good portion of thugs. By now there were about 30 left, give or take a few. Kakashi heard a big crash and waves being pushed away. He quickly looked and marveled at the sight. A big crimson crystal pillar rose out in the ocean, towering the bridge by at least 10 meters. He got a burst of hope. Naruto. Another crash from the other side of the bridge, and another of the pillars appeared. Two more appeared not long after. And then it happened. A pillar thicker and higher than any of them shot up from the ocean by the end of the unfinished bridge. You are dead, Gato. Naruto's voice sounded. But it wasn't like his usual voice. It was thick and dark with killer intent. Kakashi tried to see where he was, and finally spotted him. On top of the last pillar, a figure were standing on all fours. Naruto was looking around with red demon eyes, trying to figure out where his victim was. He jumped down onto the bridge, scaring the thugs. One of them tried to jump off the bridge, but only made it half a meter off from it, before a spike shot out from one of the pillars, killing him on the spot. Naruto laughed. You don't want to come out and play Gatos-chan? Fine. I'll come and find you. The top of the pillar behind Naruto shattered in small pieces that swirled around him. Then he charged. Roaring, he tore down enemies left and right. No one could escape him. They were swiped with his claw-like hands, impaled by the small crystals, and broken by his strong punches and kicks. Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku could only look in awe and fear as Naruto tore through all their enemies. There was 20 left, then 15, then 10. As the last few fell, Gato came running towards them. Please, save me. I'll give you anything. Pay you any amount. Not a chance. Naruto's demonic voice sounded. He charged a massive amount of chakra in his hands and slammed them into the ground, which began to glow dark red with chakra and moved at a fast pace towards Gato, who began running even faster. The other shinobi saw as the chakra caught up with the little tyrant and crystallized him. Not a few seconds after it shattered in atomic pieces. Nothing was left of Gato. It's over, the blonde genin said. He looked at Kakashi and smiled. He began falling because of his exhaustion, only to be caught by Kakashi. Naruto and Ai-chan? Inari asked. Naruto's eyes slowly opened to see Inari followed by Sasuke, Sakura, Tazuna, and the rest of the islanders. Oh, hey Inari, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, not even bothering hiding his exhaustion from the child. We came to help. All the villagers. Inari answered, getting loud agreements from the villagers, who began to cheer on Naruto and his feet. The silver-haired Jounin looked at his student as Naruto's eyes shut close. The Jounin smiled. You did good, Naruto. Inari went over to Kakashi. Is Ai-chan okay? The Jounin smiled at the boy. Yeah, he will be fine. He just needs a lot of rest. That's good, Inari said excited and walked back to the villagers and told them the news. Kakashi took Naruto as piggyback and began heading over to Zabuza and Haku. That stopped when they heard a voice they had hoped not to ever hear. Momochi Zabuza, Yuki Haku. The shinobi spun around and faced the new appearance. It was a squad of 4 shinobi, wearing the same mask as Haku had when they had first met. Zabuza sighed in defeat. So you finally caught up to us. I will come peacefully. I only have one request. Let Haku go. Haku couldn't even move. His master was willing to give his freedom for hers. She was about to disagree when the Hunter-nin spoke up. No, both of you are coming with us. Zabuza reached for his blade. Then we will fight. The Hunter-nin squad leader shook his head. You misunderstand, Zabuza-san. The 4th Mizukage is dead. We are here on behalf of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. She said you two were close comrades under the early stages of the Civil War. Zabuza's eyes widened before narrowing. How do I know you're telling the truth? She really knows you well. She told us you would react like that, and told us to tell you, even if the mist becomes bloody, doesn't mean it can't become pure again. Zabuza slowly displayed a big grin. Haku, we're finally going home again. He turned towards Kakashi and bowed. I am sorry we had to meet under these circumstances. I hope to see you and that blonde brat again. Haku bowed likewise. Wish Naruto-kun well. I learned a lot from him. They both rose and walked to the Hunter-nin, and then all disappeared with a shunshin. Kakashi and his two conscious genin walked back towards Tazuna's house, receiving a hero's welcome as they walked through the city. A week later, Team 7 was standing at the entrance to the newly finished bridge, preparing to go back to Konoha. The mission had taken a bit longer than they had anticipated, and they were all eager to get back home. To bid them goodbye were all the islanders led by Inari, Tazuna, and Tsunami. Inari was sobbing lightly, seeing his new hero and big brother go away. Naruto kneeled down beside him, and he tried to stop crying. I have to stop crying, or you'll just call me a crybaby. Naruto smiled friendly at Inari. It's okay to cry when you're happy. It just shows that you're human. Inari nodded and succumbed to full-out crying. Naruto hugged him goodbye and got up. Team 7 bids their goodbyes and began their journey home. Standing back was the bridge builder and his family. Tazuna was smiling at the sight of Inari. He had gotten his grandson back. Hey, we haven't named the bridge yet. Inari was looking at the fading vision of Team 7. I think I have an idea. Oh, really? Tazuna asked, already having a hunch. The Great Naruto Bridge, Inari said, as it was obvious. Several of the islanders voiced their agreement. Tazuna scratched his chin. The Great Naruto Bridge, huh? Well, the name has given him plenty of luck. It should serve as our bridge well. Chapter 7. Back in Konoha with the Genjutsu Mistress. The members of Team 7 were standing in front of the Hokage in his office. They had just given their mission report and awaited a reply. Sasuke and Sakura kept glancing and grinned. While Sakura grinned, Sasuke did his amused smirk face. Naruto couldn't really blame them. He was some sight. His clothes were almost completely ruined. His shirt had 2 holes close to his heart where the water bullets had hit him, and he had gashes all over from his fight with Haku. He got a tick mark when he heard Sakura giggle again. I really need to get a second set of clothes. It wasn't like I could afford it before, but now that we get the pay of an A rank, it shouldn't be a problem. It's true I could have kept the jumpsuit, but I would have looked way worse. I mean, the more I wear these clothes, the more I realize how ridiculous I looked. I see, came from the Sandaime Hokage. He puffed a bit on his pipe before continuing. Well, I'm happy that you're all okay. You will all get the appropriate pay, and I will make sure that it will be written as an A rank in your files. That last bit cheered the team up, as they nodded approvingly to each other. For now, you can take a week off. And before you come with any objection, it's because I have a mission for Kakashi. He looked sternly at the genin in the room to make his point clear. None of them objected, thank gods, and he reached into the drawer and gave each of them the pay. Good then. You're all dismissed. Kakashi, I will call for you when we have your mission ready. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi began to make their way out of the office. Naruto didn't move. Hokage-sama, I will need to speak to you in private. His teammates looked baffled. What could Naruto want to speak to the Hokage about? Kakashi had an idea of what it was, and dragged Naruto's 2 teammates out of the office. Hiruzen knew it was important. He could see it on his grandson figure's face, and the fact that he had said, Hokage-same, instead of GG. As Kakashi left the room, Naruto tried to locate the ANBU in the room and looked back at the Hokage. I mean, completely alone. Hiruzen hesitated a second before nodding. 3 ANBU appeared from their different hiding spots before disappearing again. The old Hokage rose from his seat and activated a privacy seal. He turned towards Naruto. Now we can speak without anyone listening in. What was it you wanted to talk to me about? Now it was Naruto who was hesitating. He took a deep breath. Back in Nami, when we fought at the bridge. After I had gotten shot and fell into the waters, I thought I was dying. Naruto paused. Sarutobi could clearly see that this wasn't something Naruto was talking about easily. He showed him over to the couch and sat beside him. Naruto continued, I think I blacked out or something. When I came to it, I found myself in a sewer of some sort. I didn't know what was going on, and tried to find my way out. And then I met the QB. Hiruzen's eyes shot wide open. You met the Kyuubi? As far as he knew, Kushina and Mito hadn't met the Kyuubi before they had actively tried it. That Naruto would meet it accidentally like that was concerning. Yeah, I did. But don't worry, it's not breaking loose or anything. I was in my mind, and I saw the seal, Naruto replied fast, seeing the face his grandfather figure was displaying. The old Hokage's face relaxed. What happened then? Well, it was taunting me, saying how happy it was that I was dying and so on. I of course wasn't so thrilled about it. To make a long story short, it lent me some chakra to save its own life. Bargaining, if I die, it dies. You used the Kyuubi's chakra? Hiruzen asked in disbelief. As far as he knew, neither Mito nor Kushina had ever used the Kyuubi's chakra. Kushina had explained that the Kyuubi didn't want to share it with lower beings. Naruto looked worried. If I didn't, I would have died. I'm sure of it, he said, looking down on the floor. Hiruzen saw how Naruto was reacting. Oh, sorry Naruto. I'm just surprised. He paused and put a hand on Naruto's head. The young Uzumaki looked up at him. I'm going to have Jiraiya come and see if there's anything wrong with the seal. If there isn't, well, let's talk about that at the time. But for now, Jiraiya is out on a mission. Naruto nodded, showing he understood. The old Hokage smiled. Now to other matters. I have also added the Mizuki incident to your file as an A rank. Naruto looked surprised at the Hokage. You didn't have to do that. Again, the old Kage smiled at the blonde in front of him. I did. You must understand that the scroll he tried to steal holds some of the best-kept secrets in Konohagakure, including the Kagebunshin and the Shikifuin seal that sealed the Kyuubi in you, and therefore also how to break it. It won't be easy, but you get my point. Naruto nodded. And of course you have also received the appropriate pay. He paused. So maybe now you could get some new clothes. Now I suggest you enjoy your days off, he finished chuckling. Naruto jumped out of the couch and showed the Hiruzen one of his most brilliant smiles. Will do, Gigi, he said as he began to walk out towards the door. Oh, and Naruto? The blonde genin turned around to look at the Hokage. Good job. Naruto grinned broadly at his grandfather figure. Thanks, Gigi, and then bolted out of the door. 15 minutes later at Higurashi Weapon Shop, Tenten glanced at the clock once again. She sighed and leaned over the counter again. 5 minutes, my ass. I'm not even my shift, but of course I had to say yes to watch it for 5 minutes, 30 minutes ago. I'm going to kill Tusan. She sighed again. The village had been so quiet without Naruto in it. This says a lot given her eccentric teammates and lunatic sensei. Even when he didn't play occasional pranks, he did give the village a certain energy. And she missed him, her personally. They had become closer friends than she would have thought they could have when they met. She snickered, remembering the orange jumpsuit he had walked into the store in, and how he had just spaced out when he saw her. She heard the bell over the door. What the hell took you so long? Nami no Kuni isn't exactly close, Naruto said rather sheepishly. Tenten blinked a few times. Oh, sorry Naruto. This my F.A. What the hell happened to you? She had gotten a good look at his attire. It was worrying. Naruto laughed lightly. Nothing really. Tenten didn't buy it and kept looking determinedly at him. A look that said, you're not getting out of here before you tell. Okay. I got shot. Tenten's eyes widened a bit, but kept the look up. She knew Naruto wouldn't tell everything, knowing it would worry her. Naruto saw this and sighed. Okay, I got shot twice and fell off a bridge that was 15 meters high into freezing waters and almost drowned. But I swear, I'm okay, Naruto said, still getting the look. Tenten's jaw had almost hit the floor by now. She quickly gathered herself. Oh well, if it's only that. How did it happen? Naruto sighed. He knew he had to tell the whole truth. Well, everything but the fox. And so he did. When he was done, Tenten quickly got over to him and hugged him tightly. I'm glad you're okay. Naruto tensed up. He was still not used to Tenten's hugging attitude, despite for knowing for a bit more than 2 months. There was a cough from the entrance. I hope I'm not interrupting anything? The two genin turned towards the voice to see Kaido standing with an all-knowing smile. Naruto blushed deeply and began frantically to try and explain. This was one of the few stores in the village that allowed the demon brat to buy things, and he liked Tenten and Kaido. He wasn't about to get on their bad side. Kaido laughed deeply. Relax, Naruto, I was just kidding. You're whoa. Kaido was now crouching after a dodge from a kunai. He turned towards a mad-looking Tenten. What gives? Tenten glared at her dad. What gives? What gives? You said I only needed to watch the store for 5 minutes. Look at the clock. That was 30 minutes ago. Kaido laughed sheepishly. Sorry? I got caught up with Inoichi. Tenten sighed. Never mind that now. I'm gonna help Naruto get a second set of clothes now. It was the first time Kaido had actually taken a look at Naruto's clothes. Whoa, what happened to you? Naruto was about to answer when Tenten cut him off, still glaring at her father. Well, you would have known if you came back in time. Come Naruto, let's get your clothes. 10 minutes later. Okay then, it will be 2000 Ryo, and I will make sure that your old clothes get fixed. Tenten while typing it into the cash register. Naruto nodded and took out Gamachan. Thanks Tenchan. He was standing in identical clothes, though without all the gashes. Tenten looked amused at him. Tenchan? Naruto froze a bit. If you don't like it. No, I like it, she quickly replied. I was just surprised. Naruto smiled brightly at her and handed over the cash and the ruined clothes. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Not really. You want to go grab something to eat? That meaning ramen, of course, she said as she counted the money. It wasn't that she didn't trust Naruto, it was a policy they had. Everyone could miscount or drop something. Yep, but we will have to drop by my place. I want to drop off my traveling gear. Of course, she took off her uniform. She turned towards the back. Dad, I'm going out. A sound sounding like a hammer falling sounded, followed by someone crying out. Naruto looked a little worried, but Tenten didn't seem fazed by it. A few seconds later Kaido came out with Sooth on half his face. Okay then, Naruto have her back home by 11. Naruto began to sputter again, trying to explain that it wasn't anything like that. Tenten shot a quick glare at her dad, who was grinning broadly, and sighed. Come on Naruto, she said as they walked out the store. Later that afternoon, Tenten and Naruto were currently taking one of their strolls through Konoha. The blonde looked around at the villagers around them. They were all giving him glares. He sighed. It was a big difference from the treatment he had gotten in Nami no Kuni. After the incident on the bridge, they had almost treated him like a hero. He didn't want to be treated as a hero here. He just didn't want them to glare at him. Tenten saw it and looked with concern at him. Naruto, why is it the villagers treat you like this? Naruto didn't answer right away. He was deciding whether or not to tell. Finally, he decided not to. I'm sorry, Tenchan. It's one thing I can't tell you. Well, I can, but I'm not ready yet. He looked at her with pleading eyes. Please understand. The older teen gave a nod at Naruto. I understand. Just know that I'm here. No matter what you tell me, I won't judge. Naruto smiled carefully at her. Thanks. They walked in silence for a few minutes. It was the brunette who broke the silence. So, what are you going to do the next? Naruto frowned. I want to train, but there is only so much I can learn from books and train myself to, and I can't ask Kaka-sensei as he is going on a mission. Not that he trains me much anyhow. Tenten looked over at her friend. Something really bothered him. What is it? Naruto put his hand behind his head and looked at the sky. I just realized in the fight against Haku that I rely way too much on my Shoten. There are multiple things I need to do. Learn a real taijutsu, not just the academy style, get better at my Fuinjutsu, learning some jutsu other than Shoten. For now, the only jutsu other than Shoten I can use is Kage Bunshin, Henge and Futon. Rapusho, I need to branch out more. Naruto, a voice called from down the road. The two friends looked for who had called. They didn't have to look long as a pink mass of hair appeared out of the crowd. Sakura came up to them panting lightly. I finally found you. Naruto blinked a few times before pointing at himself. Me? Tenten had an amused grin at her face. Yes, you. That's when she saw Tenten. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you would be with anyone. Tenten got a tick mark at that comment, but let it slide, no worries. Right, Naruto? We weren't doing anything special. Tenten raised her hand to shake with Sakura. Higurashi Tenten. The rosette smiled friendly at the brunette Haruno Sakura. Pleased to meet you. She turned her gaze to Naruto, opened her mouth and closed it again. I can't believe I'm going to ask Naruto of all people to help me. But I must admit that he isn't the same Naruto he was in the academy. Oh well, here goes nothing, she sighed. Naruto, I have thought hard about what you said to me. You're right. I need to act more as a real kunoichi. That will be the best way to help Sasuke. And you. I just felt so helpless back at the bridge. If you, Sasuke and Kakashi couldn't stop either of them, and they had headed for Tazuna, I could have done nothing to stop them. I need to get stronger. She still felt a knot in her stomach, remembering the image of Naruto almost die protecting her and Tazuna. I won't let that happen again. A chibi version of Naruto was jumping in happiness on the inside, but remained calm on the outside. He didn't want to lose any respect he had just gotten in Sakura's eyes by acting like an idiot. That's really good to hear. But to be honest, I don't know if I can help you. I am much more of a ninjutsu type. From what I've read, you see much more like a genjutsu or medic-nin type. I personally would go with medic-nin. But Konoha only trains shinobi and kunoichi in medicine and medic-jutsu after they have become Chunin due to the difficulty in chakra control. If I should give you any advice, I would train that monstrous strength of yours. We both know how strong you are. First Sakura blushed, but it quickly changed to an annoyed look. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Tenten rolled her eyes. Boy, Naruto, you really know how to pick them. Tenten coughed to get the two's attention. From what I hear from Naruto, Kakashi is out on a mission, right? The two members of Team 7 nodded affirmative. Well, Gai-sensei is also out on one, but as youthful as he is, he didn't want his mission to impact our training, so he has arranged for us to train under a Yuhi Kurenai and some stuff he isn't that good in. I'm sure that if you came with me, she wouldn't have a problem with you joining us. She finished smiling. Sakura accepted immediately. Naruto was more hesitant. It wasn't easy when not every grown-up who was as forthcoming. Tenten noticed the look on Naruto's face again, one she had seen not so long ago. She knew it had something to do with what he wouldn't tell her. Come on, Naruto. It will be fun. And then you can finally meet one of my teammates. One? Isn't your whole team coming? Naruto asked, trying to get away from the subject they were approaching again. No. He is a Hyuga, so he will be training with his clan. And don't change subjects. Please come, Tenten said a bit pleadingly. Naruto sighed with a smile. She knew he couldn't deny her when she began to plead like that. Okay. Okay. I'll come. Where and when? Tenten cheered mentally at her triumph. It's the day after tomorrow at Training Ground 3. Naruto nodded. I'll be there. You will too, right, Sakura-chan? Yeah, I will. I should go ask Sasuke if he want to come too. Well, I'll see you around, the female member of Team 7 said, running off. Naruto slumped forward and sighed when she was gone. Of course you should. Tenten punched him lightly on the shoulder. Come on. Cheer up. At least you have someone to train you. You're right, thanks. He looked up in the sun to calculate the time. It was beginning to become evening. It was really nice spending time with you again, Tenchan. But I really got to go now. Tenten nodded. That's okay. I should get back to the shop too. Well, I'll see you the day after tomorrow then. You know you will. 2 days later, Naruto and Sakura were walking through the forest of Konoha, making their way to Training Ground 3. They had met up at the gate, or rather Sakura was walking through it when Naruto was running by and decided to walk with her. Sasuke hadn't come. He had apparently said in quite a colorful language that he didn't need help. Again, this got to the blonde. You might be the rookie of the year, but don't be a prick about it. It didn't take long for them to make it to their destination. Naruto smiled and waved to greet the people on the grounds. Hey guys! From what he could see, they were some of the last to come, only missing Kiba and Kurenai. Tenten looked over from where Naruto's voice had come from. Hey Naruto. YOSH. So I finally meet the youthful friend you have been talking about, Tenten. I'm Rock Lee, the second sexy green beast of Konoha. Naruto blinked a few times at the sight in front of him. A boy around the same age as Tenten was standing in front of him in a nice guy pose. That alone wasn't weird. No, it was the look he was going with. He was wearing a green full bodysuit with orange leg warmers, and he had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen, framed by bowl-cut black hair. Nice to meet you, Lee. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said sheepishly, not really knowing how to react. Thankfully, he didn't have to. OH, and who is this beauty? It came from Lee. He was currently looking at Sakura. Sakura was hiding behind Naruto due to being as weirded as he was. None of your business. Naruto shook his head at Sakura's antics. He made his way over to Tenten, Shino, and Hinata as Lee began to declare his love for Sakura. Hey Hinata, Shino, where's Kiba? Hey Naruto Kekkei. It came from the Hyuga air before blushing deeply. Hello Naruto-san. Kiba won't be able to come today as he has caught the stomach flu, Shino said in his usual monotone. Naruto grimaced, ouch. He then turned towards Tenchan. Have you asked Kurenai if it was okay for Sakura and I to join? No, she didn't. But I'll be okay with a few more. As long as there isn't more coming, a female voice sounded behind them. At the sound, Lee immediately stopped his declarations and ran to Tenten, grabbed her arm and bowed in front of Kurenai, Tenten doing the same. Thank you for allowing us to attend this training session, Tenten said in a respectful voice as she straightened up. Lee didn't say anything, but nodded vigorously. I hope you don't mind, but Naruto-kun's and Sakura-san sensei is also out on a mission, so I brought them with me in the hopes if you would also train them. Kurenai blinked, a little disconcerted by their extreme politeness. That's all right. I'm happy to have you here. Naruto bowed, not as deeply as the members of Team 9. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Sakura quickly did the same, not wanting to seem rude. Kurenai nodded at them and then turned her gaze at the group in front of her 6 genin. Huh? Kakashi and Guy, you really owe me after this. But it shouldn't be too hard with what I have planned for today. She motioned for them to sit. Well, let's get started. A genjutsu is a construct composed of chakra, designed to deceive the senses. As she began with the standard academy introduction, Kurenai considered her audience. Shino was as impassive as ever, but she got a sense that his attention was unusually focused today, whether by the visitors or by the subject matter was debatable. Hinata hadn't said a word since the newcomers arrived. Her Byakugan could see through most genjutsu because the chakra would be directly visible to her. But she still paid close attention to the lecture. Kurenai wondered if she was aware of the small number of advanced techniques that could deceive the Hyuga bloodline, if she expected her eyes to fail her when it counted most, or if she was just being polite. She was most surprised with Naruto. He was mostly focused on her words, though he did fidget a little as she talked. She had expected a lot more. She had heard he was full with energy, while she had actually heard he was a little demon who no one could stop, but all the same. Sakura had taken forward a notebook and was scribbling down every word she said. In addition to being excruciatingly polite, Guy's students were most attentive. Lee frowned a lot as she talked. She wondered if he was having difficulty following the material, since he probably hadn't studied genjutsu much since discovering he couldn't mold the chakra necessary to create one. Tenten, on the other hand, was almost starry-eyed. It took a while for Kurenai to understand why she had such an odd expression on her face. From what she'd heard, the girl was one of the more formidable new kunoichi, deadly accurate with throwing weapons, and no slouch with melee weapons either. Still, she was on a team with a male jounin and 2 boys, one of whom was the Hyuga prodigy. It was likely that she'd questioned at least once or twice if a woman could be a successful ninja and advance to the jounin rank. Girls were a noticeable minority at the academy, and the disparity only became more pronounced at the higher ranks. Kurenai realized, with an uncomfortable lurch, that the girl probably idolized her for her apparent success. She shook it from her head. Are there any questions? She asked. When no one moved, she continued. Now, as for identifying when you are being affected by a genjutsu, remember it is limited by 2 things: the amount of chakra used and the creator's imagination. Both of those factors mean that not every element of the illusion will be perfect. There's only a finite amount of chakra that can be used to create the sensory overlay, and it can't include anything the creator didn't think of. That means if you act or focus on things the creator didn't anticipate, you are more likely to notice discrepancies. Once your mind seizes on these differences, the battle is mostly won. You aren't fooled anymore. And now all you need to do is push back the curtain that has been drawn before you. Noting the nodding heads before her, Kurenai posed a question. One commonly known method of disrupting a genjutsu is to wound yourself. The sudden pain can shock the senses and disrupt the overlay. But this is hardly an elegant solution, as someone in a dangerous situation hardly needs to be mutilating themselves. How else do you think this can be accomplished? Shino spoke up first. Logically, if it is a chakra-based energy construct, the genjutsu can be disrupted by the application of a similar form of energy. That is correct, Kurenai agreed. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. What is an easier way to free oneself from such a construct? Lee and Naruto looked puzzled, and Tenten frowned. Surprisingly, Hinata hesitantly raised her hand. Ayano, if the construct is anchored to your personal chakra, would it be easier to just disrupt the anchors, rather than the whole thing? That's very close, Kurenai agreed. You can temporarily remove what the genjutsu is anchored to. It's tricky if you don't have good chakra control, but if you can suppress your own chakra circulation for a split second, the genjutsu will instantly fall away from you. This is a lot easier than trying to shatter a chakra construct that might have been made by someone considerably more powerful than you are. With that, she demonstrated the seals, and with a sharp intake of breath, suppressed her chakra circulation to 0. Instantly, the sunlight dimmed, the sound of birdsong became fainter, and the feel of the warm sun on her face was muted. She blew out the breath, released her chakra, and everything quickly went back to normal. She had each of them practice by themselves, then with her standing next to them, maintaining a level of blindness genjutsu on them. Hinata, Sakura, and, surprisingly, Lee picked it up immediately. After figuring out what they were doing wrong, Shino and Tenten soon mastered the technique. Unfortunately, Naruto was never able to completely suppress his chakra. Kurenai suspected the Yandame seal and his tenant was the reason, but she couldn't discuss it in front of others. She had to settle for a sympathetic look as Naruto grumbled and sulked. Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked, glancing at Naruto. Is there a way to remove a genjutsu from another person? Kurenai did not miss the look she sent Naruto's way, but the boy was too busy sulking to pay attention just yet. Well, there is, but it's a little trickier, Kurenai agreed. Shino hit upon the principle earlier. You have to disrupt the chakra in the genjutsu itself. The easiest way to do this is to draw in your chakra and push it down toward your hara, right below your navel. You collect as much as you can, and compress it into as tight a sphere as possible. Visualize it like a ball being squeezed and compressed from every direction. Once you have it packed as tightly as possible, release it all at once. Excuse me, Kurenai-sensei, but wouldn't it hurt? Sakura asked, still writing. Not really, Kurenai assured her. 1. It is very difficult to gather a lot of energy that way. Also, it's still your chakra. It's attuned to your body, and until it's expected by a jutsu, it will just pass through your cells without damaging them. I can see how that might push away a genjutsu anchored to me, but how will that help someone else? Tenten asked curiously. Another very good question, Kurenai acknowledged with a nod. When the chakra leaves your body, it will form a pulse almost like a shockwave that will extend a small distance, based upon how much chakra is used. That pulse can also disrupt any genjutsu it encounters. However, it's difficult to generate enough power to make the pulse extend any great distance. Thus, you may have to be very close to the person you are trying to free, she concluded, ignoring the blush that suddenly spread across Hinata's face. With that, Kurenai had them practice the harder method. Unsurprisingly, Lee could not perform this method at all. Tenten could do it, but the pulse only extended a few inches from her skin. The same with Sakura. Hinata concentrated for several moments, and then released a chakra pulse that extended over 2 feet from her body, after which she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Kurenai didn't often think about the Kyuubi, not even when its Jinchuriki was standing right in front of her, training under her. It was locked away, sealed inside Naruto. As far as she knew, it only gave him unnatural stamina and the hatred of the villagers, but it didn't control his mind or his soul. So it could be understood how she overlooked the effects her instructions would have on the vessel that contained the nine-tailed fox. It wasn't until the frustrated genin began to concentrate and an actually visible haze of blue chakra appeared around him, tinted purple at the edges, that the implications sank in. Kurenai opened her mouth to tell him to stop when he released the chakra pulse. She instinctively threw up her hands as the energy washed over her. Her skin tingled and all the hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention, but there were no truly adverse effects. The air was filled with sound as the trees around them emptied of birds. Turning and looking across the clearing, Kurenai could see flocks of birds taking wing in the distance, and the faint shimmer in the air meant the pulse was still traveling. She turned back around and saw everyone staring at Naruto. Tenten's and Sakura's mouths were hanging open, but Lee was giving him a V for victory sign. Shino's eyebrows were clearly visible above his sunglasses. Hinata's Byakugan was activated, and the expression on her face bordered on awe. Naruto gave his sensei a sheepish grin and shrugged as he scratched the back of his head. Kurenai sighed. I suppose if you aren't good at chakra suppression, you'd make up for it with chakra expression. We should try to finish this lesson before the ANBU get here to find out what happened. A week later, Naruto was on his way to bed. Kakashi had come back the previous day and had pushed them to do 3 D-rank missions, and he was totally exhausted. He got in bed and started thinking of the last week, especially the expression of the others when he had released that Genjutsu release. He had learned a few new things with Kurenai. His henge wasn't an ordinary henge. The ordinary henge is just an illusion that encompasses the user and change how one looks. What he did was actually making a real body. So in the last week he had learned a few more things about his abilities. He still hadn't learned any new jutsu per se, but now that Kakashi was back he was going to force him to train him. He yawned loudly, turned around and was fast asleep. Chapter 8. Foreigners descend for the exams. Team 7 was walking through the gates of Konoha with a caravan in tow. They had been on a C-rank mission to escort and assigned to guard it while it was going through a quarter of Hino Kuni. And once again the Chunin guards laughed at Naruto. His clothes had been singed in a Katan jutsu, and small patches were missing. Some shinobi had decided to try and rob the caravan a few miles from Konoha. Rather stupid in Naruto's opinion, and of course he had been the only one hit by the only jutsu being cast. Naruto dusted some cooling embers of his shirt. Of course it was me he had to hit. It would be nice to walk into Konoha once without something having messed up my clothes. Last time it was a Suetun jutsu, the time before that a futon, and I don't want to remember the time before that. Is one homecoming with my clothes intact too much to ask? Kakashi waved his right hand in a dismissive manner. Ah, come on Naruto, it isn't that bad. The blonde shot his sensei a glare. Oh, and how would you know, oh great sensei? You never even look up from that damned porn. The blonde genin didn't get an answer, and as such he just started brooding over his bad luck the rest of the way through Konoha. After they had dropped of their escort in the business part of Konoha, completing their mission, they made their way to the Hokage Tower. Mission-wise, the last weeks hadn't gone bad. They still had the D ranks, but the Hokage seemed to like their results on the C ranks as they were getting more and more of those. So far they had completed 4 to 5 with this C ranks. They quickly reached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door to mark their entrance. The old Hokage looked up from his stacks of paperwork. Ah, Team 7. Back from another successful mission I take? He paused at the sight of Naruto and sighed. What happened this time? Naruto crossed his arms. Freakin' Katan Jutsu, he answered in a scowl. Hiruzen shook his head in amusement. Kakashi stepped forward. Still reading his little orange book, Team 7 is reporting back from C-rank mission. The caravan have been successfully escorted through Hino Kuni without any major incidents. Easy for you to say, Naruto mumbled behind him, but he didn't react on it. Sakura only giggled while Sasuke snorted amusingly. The old Hokage nodded and wrote something down. He took a look at the paper he had been working on. I must say, I'm impressed with you. From all the teams of this year, you are doing by far the best. The statement cheered Naruto and the rest of his team up. Hiruzen mused as he puffed on his pipe a few times. Well, I think that will be all for now. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, you are all dismissed. Kakashi, I have some things to discuss with you. The genin of Team 7 responded with a hi, bowed lightly, and disappeared out of the door. Hiruzen walked up and activated a privacy seal. It has been some weeks since your last report. How is your team progressing? Kakashi clapped the book close and put it in his pouch. He looked thoughtful. They are all progressing nicely. Sasuke, as you know, has activated the Sharingan and I have been training him how to use it. His taijutsu is also improving quite nicely, so is his chakra control. We haven't gotten to the point where we start with the Uchiha clan jutsu. For now, we focus mostly on taijutsu for him to getting used to his Sharingan. Hiruzen nodded while blowing out some smoke from his pipe. Kakashi continued, and Sakura, our Rosette has really done a 180. She is actually trying. Though I'm focusing most on Sasuke, I have been observing her progress. She sometimes trains with Naruto to get some pointers, but she mostly trains herself. She is a natural at chakra control, so it seems she focuses more on the physical aspects of being a shinobi. I haven't seen her train any taijutsu. Rather, she trains her strength, doing all kinds of different workouts. Rather clever, actually. She was already rather strong for a girl her age, heck for a girl any age, so by training that first she will get an ace. Kakashi paused to think, and when I think about it, she seems to have more energy than she had those first few weeks. It could of course just be from her training, but I think she is eating well now, rather than being on a diet and starving her body. Hiruzen smiled. So we have another aspiring kunoichi? That's good. I was a bit worried about the new generation's kunoichi. Most of this year's graduates were not really suited for the life of a shinobi. Kakashi nodded affirmative. Hi. It seems that way. Hiruzen got a tad more serious. This was what he really was interested in, and what about Naruto? Kakashi noticed the difference in the old Hokage's posture and speech pattern. Well, to be honest, I don't know a whole lot. You know that Jiraiya-sama has taken to train him when he is around, that is. I try to follow them in the shadows, not that I could hide from a Sannin, but they seem to train in an area surrounded by chakra suppression and barrier seals. I have an idea of what they are doing in there, but as I said, I can't be sure. You think Jiraiya is training him in using the Kyuubi? That would be my guess. Kakashi let it sink in. When Jiraiya is away, Naruto uses one of the more secluded training grounds. He is really using the Kage Bunshin to its full potential. It seems like he has learned a new taijutsu form, probably from Jiraiya, but I don't recognize it. He also seems to be practicing Fuinjutsu a lot. He is at least on level with someone who can use the restriction seal. He is also finally focusing on something more than just his Shoten. He has taken a liking to futon. A gleam of approval flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Futon? Huh? The old man said with nostalgic written all over his face. Just like his father and mother, how adept is he in it? I would say he is at skill level of someone having cut a third of a leaf. He certainly is more adept in futon than doton. He is not really training his doton as of now. My guess would be that he tried out both doton and futon, and decided to train the element he was better at. Hiruzen nodded at the information he had gotten. What about the Rasengan? Does he even know what jutsu he is learning yet? Kakashi shook his head. No, it doesn't seem he does. He is at the final step, suppressing the sphere. It looks like it's almost complete, but he seems to be stuck. He just needs the last push. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and breathed deeply. He really is impressive. He isn't like Sasuke. Whereas Sasuke is a genius, Naruto just works really hard. Not that I am saying Naruto is not as talented, but I wouldn't call him a genius. Hai, though agreeing to it, left a bitter taste in Sarutobi's mouth. The old Hokage sat back up and looked the silver-haired Jounin straight in the eye. Just one more thing, Kakashi. You know about the Jounin meeting this afternoon? Kakashi confirmed with a nod. Don't be late. This isn't one you want to be late to. Kakashi sighed. All right, I'll be there on time. Just this once. Hiruzen nodded and began on his paperwork again. That was all. You're dismissed. As his Jounin left, the Sandame's mind soon wondered as he stops working. Hiruzen's gaze went solemn as his mind recounted Kakashi's opinion between Naruto and Sasuke. He leans back in his chair. Naruto truly does takes after Yukushina, and I have the nerve to act like his grandfather when I cannot properly acknowledge my own grandson. True talent doesn't come from a clan, natural talent, or genetics. It comes from the drive to be the best at the craft you have chosen. And very much like Yukushina, Naruto has that in spades. Please forgive this old fool Naruto. With Naruto was walking through Konoha towards the training grounds. After they had been dismissed, the blonde had been around his apartment quickly to change. He had also sent a Kage Bunshin with his burned clothes to Higurashi. Normally he would have done it himself to see if Tenten was around, but he knew she wouldn't be at the store. The day Team 7 was setting out on their mission. She had told him that she and her team was going to participate in the Chunin exams, and that their sensei would use every moment until the exams with training them. So the chances of Naruto running into her were rather slim. Naruto frowned lightly when he thought about his own training. It's so frustrating. I'm sure I'm really close to finishing that jutsu Erosenin is training me in, but I just can't give it the last push. And then there's the Shoten Bunshin. I just can't make it. I make the form, it gains my traits, but it's just a dummy. It won't and can't do anything. Maybe if I... Hey Naruto! A female voice called him. He turned around to see Sakura running towards him waving. He couldn't help but feel butterflies in his stomach. Little by little since they had come back from Nami no Kuni, Sakura had accepted him more and more. She didn't call him an idiot or hit him that much anymore, which he was very thankful for. She had even joined him for training sometimes, where she fought against him or his clones. That way she was training her endurance with the never-ending clones, and Naruto has been training her in the new taijutsu style he had learned from a scroll he found. He waved back at the pink-haired Kunoichi. Hey Sakura-chan. Is something wrong? She made her way to her teammate. No, not at all. I was just wondering if you were going to train now. He grinned at her. Do you even have to ask? She shook her head smiling. No, I guess not. Can I join you? I have a new trick I want to try out. Sure. But what about Sasuke? Naruto asked while starting to walk again. Sakura followed him. He is training with Kakashi as usual, she said a little harsh. Of course he is, he said tiredly. Naruto couldn't blame Sakura, since he felt the same way. Kakashi was Team 7 sensei, not Uchiha Sasuke's personal guide. He could understand Kakashi taking some time for Sasuke, him being the only one able to train Sasuke about the Sharingan, but forgetting Sakura and him altogether? That was pushing. They weren't mad at Sasuke, though he was sucking it up and not thinking about the team as a whole either, but at Kakashi. He was just glad that he can help Sakura could train by them or they would really be screwed. They soon enough made it to training ground 43. Sakura politely waited while Naruto made the clones. Naruto made his way to the middle of the field and formed a familiar seal. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. 200-ish clones appeared. Already knowing what to do, they split up. A third of them working on Jiraiya's balloons, a fourth working on Fuinjutsu, a fourth working on the Shoten Bunshin, and the last were walking towards Sakura to get ready to train with her. Naruto also made his way to his female teammate. Sakura looked over at all the Narutos who had sat down and started writing, Naruto, what are those clones doing? The real Naruto looked over at which ones she was referring to. Oh, they are working on my Fuinjutsu. Sakura eyes widened. Fuinjutsu. He is working on Fuinjutsu? I knew he was good. He is by far the best in our class now, even better than Sasuke. But to work on something that advanced. She shook the disbelief from her. She should be used to this by now. Naruto kept surprising her from the day they had graduated. If you had asked her in the academy if she would ever willingly train with Naruto, she would have smacked them across the classroom for the insult. But now, she would never have gotten this far if it wasn't for him. Sakura-chan? Sakura-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of her face. She blushed lightly. She must have spaced out. Oh yeah, I'm okay. I'm just surprised that you're working on something as advanced as Fuinjutsu. Wait, so you're making those sealing scrolls you're using by yourself? He nodded. How many seals have you learned? Naruto showed her an embarrassed grin while scratching the back of his head. Well, I know sealing scroll, explosion tags, restriction seals, and mild chakra suppression seals. But that's all. Fuinjutsu is some of the toughest I've ever done. She nodded at the information, just getting even more impressed. Naruto got into his stance. Well, shall we? She grinned at him. Oh yes, we shall. Shivers ran through all the clones around her. Later that afternoon, Naruto patted his behind. Ouch. You really have improved, Sakura-chan, he said, winching. She smiled proudly. Thanks. But how did you hit that hard? I mean, you left small craters for crying out loud. The blonde genin asked with a wondering expression. Chakra, she answered simply. Naruto's eyes lit up. Of course. That explains it. So you channel some chakra through your muscles, making them stronger while you fight. Yes, she nodded affirmative. But I can't do it for longer period of times. So I need training in that. I see. Hey Naruto and Ai-chan. A voice sounded behind them. The two members of Team 7 turned around to see three 8-year-olds standing and smiling to Naruto. It was Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, or as they like to call themselves, the Konohamaru Cores. Naruto kind of liked them. Konohamaru, the hyperactive leader with the longest scarf he had seen, Udon, the math genius/geek with a never-ending cold, and Moegi, the reasonable kunoichi in training with gravity-defying pigtails. He smiled back at them. "Hey guys, what's up?" Konohamaru looked deadpanned at him. "Come on Nii-chan. Can't you remember? You promised to play shinobi with us when you came back from your mission." Udon and Moegi nodded in agreement. Sakura turned to Naruto with a look that greatly resembled Konohamaru's. "Really? A shinobi playing shinobi? Ah, come on Sakura-chan. When you were in the academy, didn't you ever want to play shinobi? And what better way to do it than with someone already a shinobi?" He answered, not embarrassed at all. The Rosette shook her head, smirking. Konohamaru looked between the two older children. You could really see the wheels turn in his head. His eyes lit up. "Oh boss, is this your—" He made a gesture with his pinky finger that all but screamed girlfriend. Naruto quickly shook his hands in front of him in a defensive manner and shook his head. No, she is my teammate, not my girlfriend." He glanced over at Sakura. She had a tick mark, but seemed to calm down when Naruto denied it. Konohamaru took his hand and cupped his chin while nodding. "I see. Guess it's because she's so flat-chested, right boss? Or, it's because she has that monstrously large forehead, right boss?" Naruto looked at his little brother figure in disbelief. "There is no saving you from this, Konohamaru." The blonde sighed. "No, it's not because of either of those. Goodbye, Konohamaru. It was nice knowing you." Konohamaru gave him a puzzled look. "Why? Are you going somewhere?" "No, but you are," Naruto said and pointed lightly over at Sakura. Konohamaru glanced over at where Sakura should have been. What he saw instead, he could have sworn, was the death god Shinigami. It didn't take him more than a second to take off, with Sakura right behind him. "I'm going to kill you, brat." Moegi and Udon looked worried at Naruto. He sighed. "All right, I'll try to stop her. But if anything happens to me, it's on you guys," he said, pointing at them before he took off. "Sakura-chan, please don't kill him. He was just kidding. Right, Konohamaru?" "All right. Sorry, Sakura. I didn't mean it. Naruto, help me." It came from the young Sarutobi as he tried to get away from the spitting image of the death god. Naruto had caught up to them when Konohamaru turned a corner. He heard a humph. Sakura seemed to have calmed a bit down from the running and looked wondering at Naruto. The blonde genin looked just as confused. They quickly turned the corner as well and saw what Konohamaru had run into. He was currently held up in his scarf. Well, what do we have here? A little brat going where he shouldn't," the boy Konohamaru had run into said. He was wearing a black and baggy full bodysuit, with a red and yellow circle in front. To top the look off, he also wore a black hood with cat-like ears on it. What caught Naruto's attention was the Hitai 8 on his forehead. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Suna, I guess they're here for the Chunin exams. But that doesn't mean they can go around and do whatever they want." Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon cried as they had just also turned the corner. The Suna shinobi tightened his grip. "That hurt. Brat. Stop it. We're going to get scolded later. We're not in Suna anymore." A female voice came from behind the foreigner. Naruto took a look at her. She is rather pretty. She had dark green eyes and blonde hair, not far from the color he had, though a little darker, which was gathered in 4 ponytails. Naruto stepped forward. "Your teammate is right. Suna, let go of the boy." Kankuro looked at the blonde boy and saw the Hitai 8. He grinned mentally. They must be Konoha genin. Let's have some fun. He stared hard at the boy in his hand. "No, I think I better teach this brat a lesson before some noisy people come around." Tamari sighed. "Kankuro, you're on your own with this. I won't be a part of this." Kankuro ignored it and brought his free hand back, ready to throw a punch. That was Naruto's cue. He took off a lot faster than before. Before Kankuro could react, Naruto had wrapped his hand around his wrist and twisted it, causing Kankuro to lose grip on Konohamaru. Naruto wasn't done. He twisted the arm behind his opponent's back, while sweeping his feet, causing him to fall on his stomach. Naruto quickly conjured a kunai-like weapon with his shoton and pointed it at the back of his neck. You should have listened to your teammate. The Konohamaru Corps and the Tsunagenin looked in disbelief. Sakura, not so much, after all, she had been on the same team as Naruto for months and trained with him. She looked hard at the two shinobi from Suna. Suna, why are you here? It's true that Konoha and Suna are allies, but you need a passport and reason if you want to be in Konoha. Kankuro laughed lightly. How pathetic. You don't even know that the Chunin exams are coming up. Naruto tightened his grip on Kankuro's arm, causing him to wince. And you are one to talk? We will have to take a look at your passports anyway. Temari frowned. And why is that? Naruto didn't look happy and half glared at the girl. Even if you are here for the Chunin exams, it doesn't give you right to go around and do whatever you please. As a shinobi of Konoha, I can ask any foreigner to show their passport if I find suspicion that they are a danger or do crime in Konoha. Your friend here, he nodded at Kankuro, have attacked a shinobi in training. The third Hokage's grandson, nonetheless, a shinobi, and resisted giving your passports. So now, please, hand over your passports. Temari could see the boy wasn't kidding, and felt chills run down her spine when she heard who the boy her brother had almost mugged was. Kankuro, see, that's why I told you not to do it. I'm sorry, Konoha, she said, bowing. Please let my brother go. Naruto hesitated a bit, but did as she had asked. Kankuro stood up and dusted himself off. Naruto still was less than happy with her, and now your passports. Also the redhead up there. He made a gesture with his head towards a tree nearby. All the people around him looked surprised up at the place. A red-haired boy were standing upside down in the tree. Temari, Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village. Temari looked a little scared. Gaara jumped down between them and handed over his passport to Naruto. Kankuro and Temari quickly did the same. Naruto looked through them. As they had said, they were here for the Chunin exams. Naruto's right brow lifted when he saw that they were the Kazekage's children. But that wasn't going to get them any special treatment. He searched his pouch and pulled up a pen. He channeled chakra through it to make ink and made a few notes. He handed the passports back. This will be reported. I will suggest that you hold a low profile while staying in Konoha. If you pull a prank like this again, I can't promise that you will be able to stay. I'll make sure that there won't be any more problems, Gaara said, bowing lightly. The dark green eyes met the bright blue. Naruto could feel something, maybe something familiar? He couldn't be sure. He shook it off quickly and regained his serious face. Make sure of it. Gaara nodded before taking his team with him. Naruto held his though-guy pose until he could feel the Suna team's presences leave. He exhaled and turned towards the others with a smile. Konohamaru, are you okay? Konohamaru and his corps looked at Naruto with stars in their eyes. Konohamaru stepped out from his hiding place behind Sakura. Yeah, I am. Boss, that was so cool. Udon and Moegi quickly praising him with compliments. How he was a hero and how they bet he could kick those Suna shinobi's asses if he wanted to. Naruto grinned embarrassed, but stopped abruptly and looked up in another tree. Sasuke, you enjoying the view? Sasuke just replied with an HN. He looked over the people there standing on a branch. I just came to tell you that for tomorrow we will have to meet Kakashi at the bridge. And with that, he disappeared. Naruto sighed, don't you ever get out of that asshole phase? The blonde swore he heard a loud scoff from his tenant, but nothing else. He turned around to Sakura to see her clutch her hands near her heart, making his own break slightly. Don't worry about him. It didn't seem to help. Oh well, I'm going to get something to eat now. So see you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. Yeah, see you tomorrow, she replied distantly. Hey, what about us playing shinobi? Konohamaru asked, rather irritated. Naruto shrugged. Well, you can come with me, you paying for your own food of course, and we can do it after, he said and started to walk towards Ichiraku's. The Konohamaru Corps quickly ran after him while chattering about how cool he was. At Konoha's main gate, the Chunin guards were having a busy day. The Chunin exams were coming up, and genin from all over the elemental continent were heading to Konoha to participate, and because of that there was a lot of extra work for the gate guards. Yet another team was heading towards the gates of Konoha. But this was from Kiri, the first one they'd seen so far. So this is Konoha, huh? It's a lot different from home, Haku said. She was still getting used to the idea of having a home, and not just being on the move all the time. You're right. It's a lot different, Zabuza replied, looking at the big gates. The village of the tree-hugging hippies. The Jounin chuckled, being glared at by the guards. Haku smiled. I hope I get to see Naruto while we're here. And me too. You have talked a lot about this guy. It came from one of her teammates. His name was Kurisuke Kojuru and he was the same age as her. 13 years old. He has short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. He also had pointed, shark-like teeth. A trait that Haku knew he was shy about and wished he didn't have. He wears square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstriped shirt, and camouflage pattern pants. Over his shirt, he wears his forehead protector on the front of his holster, which he uses to carry his sword. Haku was rather impressed by how well he was handling his sword. It was a big, broad one that couldn't be light. Many had talked about that he could be the next wielder of Hiramakari. He also had a sharp mind for tactics. But as he was now, he couldn't put it to full use. He was rather shy, even with all his talent. Bah, as long as you stop talking about it every 5 minutes. He can't be that remarkable. It came from her second teammate. His name was Ringo Kohei, descendant of Ringo Amuri, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. He was slightly older than his 2 teammates, 16 years old to their 15. In his year, he was one of the best shinobi, but according to his clan, he is not something to boast about. He was rather short for their age group, but had a very elegant build. He had large brown eyes, framed by long coffee-colored hair worn in a style that could resemble a waterfall. Kohei was more of a taijutsu expert, using a modified form of his clan's taijutsu. His form emphasizes tormenting one's opponent and using blocks and counterstrikes. Although he was very proficient in it, he was not without weapon. He was always wearing a whip at his side, and he knew how to use it. He was also a very skilled in trap-laying, a skill which had saved them a few times. But because of his clan looking down on him, he was not quick to acknowledge others' strength. That's where you are wrong, Zabuza said to his student. Not only did Naruto go toe-to-toe with Haku here, but he beat her. Given he was rather beaten up himself, he came out of it victorious. And you both know how strong Haku is. You have only been able to beat her when you teamed up, and even then you lose when she uses her mirrors. Naruto beat her mirrors. He sounds scary. I hope I don't let you guys down, Kojuru said, a little dejected. Kohei didn't believe a word of it. That Naruto guy must just have been lucky. You're not getting to me with any of that crap. When I see him, I'll decide whether he is strong or not. Haku shook her head as her team made its way over to the booth and showed their passports. After they had gotten their approval, they made their way into Konoha to find their hotel. Half an hour later. By the gods, Omoi. You are not going to die. A voice sounded from the forest line, making the guards winces. They turned to look where the god's awful voice came from. It was a dark-skinned kunoichi with long red hair and amber eyes. She looked to be around 13 or 14. She was wearing a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges and a flak jacket in Kumo style, 2 simple yellow earrings and fishnet stockings. To finish it off, she had thigh-high boots with white soles and she wore her hitayate as a bandana. It didn't take long for the guards to conclude that the team coming was from Kumo. The Chunin frowned. Kumo and Konoha had severed all but the most basic communication lines, after Kumo had used what was supposed to be a peace treaty to attempt a kidnap on the Hyuga air. But Karui, what if Kono-Omoi tried? No? She yelled at him before slamming him on top of the head. Even if he was from Kumo, the guards couldn't help but feel sympathy for the poor guy. He had just as dark skin as his teammate and looked to be the same age, but he had short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes that curved slightly upwards. He was wearing a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, red bandage as handguards, shin guards Kumogakure style, and a black hitayate. He also seemed to have a thing for lollipops as he had just finished one, but it was replaced within a second. Would you two please calm down? We are representing Kumogakure, and Konoha and Kumo haven't exactly been best friends the last few years, a third voice sounded, drawing the guards' eyes away from the bickering couple. Their mouths instantly watered. Behind the 2 dark-skinned shinobi were standing what they only could describe as beautiful. It was another girl, probably around 16 or so. She had long, straight, blonde hair, close to the color of the Yamanaka's hair. It was bound with tight bandages in a ponytail, before falling free to around her waist. She was wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants, both of which had cloud-like designs on them. Around her hands were purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. Around her arms and legs she wore bandages, and around her waist a red belt. Around her forehead, keeping her hair from falling into her face, she wore the Kumo Hitayate. Yujito is right, you know, a fourth voice sounded. The team was finally together. Reikage-sama has sent us here to make the relation between our villages better. Whether Konoha wants to acknowledge it or not, the Hyuga incident wasn't on his orders, though I can't blame them that they don't believe it. If it had been the other way around, I can't say we would have reacted as well as they did. So you guys are not only here as participants in the Chunin exams, but also diplomats. The guards had all but forgotten Yujito now. The last member of the Kumo team seemed to be as older than Yujito by 2 years. She had fair skin and tall of stature with lots of curves, especially her breasts. She had blue eyes and straight blonde hair, framing her face with a shorter cut in the back, and the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She was wearing a very low-cut outfit with mesh underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots, and what the guards guessed to be a modified Kumogakure flak jacket that only covered her stomach, not very different than that of a girdle. Yes, Nachan, Karui answered with a dismissive wave. I know that you have already taken the exam and all, but I can't understand why B-sensei couldn't come himself. Because of Yujito. Try to imagine 2 of her kind, no offense to you Yujito, in a foreign village. Add to it that Konoha also has its own. What if they all lost control and they wiped Konoha from the map? The other villages would demand them executed, and we wouldn't have a choice, and then there would be another big war since Hai no Kuni would be unprotected, and then dash. Gah! I get it already, Omoi! Karui cried out. You too, stop it now. Act more cool, more like a shinobi of Kumo, she said to them before going over to the booth and handed over the passports. She quickly got them back and took her team to downtown Konoha, where they would be staying. In the Jounin meeting lounge, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in his chair looking over all the Jounin senseis. He had already declared the Chunin exams a little over a week ago, and there was only one more thing to do. He puffed a few more times on his pipe. Now that the Chunin exams are soon upon us, will the Jounin sensei with this year's genin step forward? 3 Jounin in the front row walked forward, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. As you know, any genin who has completed more than 12 missions is eligible to enter the exam, though the new genins can only do it through your recommendations. But, as I'm sure you all know, it is rare for new genin to be in the exams. Normally the Jounin sensei in charge waits till they have completed at least a year of training. He paused, puffing on his pipe again, and letting what he had said sink in. Is there any genin on your teams? Who you think are ready? Kakashi moved his right arm up in a half-ram seal, a tradition when nominating someone to the exams, and began restate the words for nominating from Team 7 that I lead, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Hatake Kakashi. Murmurs ran through the room, but were soon silenced as Kurenai took the same position as Kakashi had from Team 8 that I lead, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Yuhi Kurenai. The crowd didn't have time to start again, as Asuma took the same pose as the others from Team 10 that I lead, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Chuji. I recommend those 3 to the Chunin exams under my name, Sarutobi Asuma. As the last of the new Jounin senseis finished, the crowd erupted in talk. Stuff like all 3 gave their recommendations. And it's been a couple of years since rookies have appeared in the Chunin exams ran through the Jounin. Some looked less pleased than others, but none interjected. The old Hokage nodded very well. It's settled then, Hatake Kakashi's Team 7, Yuhi Kurenai's Team 8, and Sarutobi Asuma's Team 10 will be given the chance of joining the Chunin exams. He nodded to himself. Now that that's settled, let's move on to. Next morning at the bridge. The genin of Team 7 had only waited for about 20 minutes when their sensei appeared in a puff of smoke on the top of the bridge. All quickly tensed, as their sensei only ever showed close to be on time when something serious was going on. When Kakashi saw this, he lazily waved, "Relax, relax. Nothing is going on, you can get out of your stances." When he saw them relax, he continued, "Well, I'll get right to the point. I have recommended you all to the Chunin exams, so..." He searched his pouch and took out 3 application papers. "Here, take these applications. But as I said, I have only recommended you, so it's up to you guys if you want to give it a go or not." The 3 genin took the applications as he continued, "If you want to participate, then you sign the papers and meet at the academy the 1st of July 3 p.m. and go to room 301. That's in 3 days." The genin nodded and took a look at their applications. Kakashi continued, "Furthermore, because the Chunin exams are held here, I can't train or help you before the 2nd exam is complete. Due to the number of foreign shinobi in the village, more Konoha shinobi has been called to duty as patrols. So decide well. See ya," and with that he puffed away. Before Sakura and Naruto could even talk to him, Sasuke had also disappeared, causing Sakura to sigh heavily. She leaned on the railing beside Naruto, whom seemed to be in deep thought. She looked at him wonderingly. "I thought you would be jumping up and down in happiness. This is just what you want, isn't it?" Naruto breathed deeply and looked up in the sky. "Yes, it is. But I'm not sure if I'm ready. Tenten and her team are also in the exams, for the first time, and they have had a lot more training than we have. We will most likely be the most inexperienced genin there, unless the others from our year join the exam, but even then, they too are some of the most inexperienced." "Oh," was all Sakura could say. "Yeah," Naruto replied, still looking at the clouds. "But on the other hand, this is our chance to show what we got. I mean, I want to show everyone from our year that I'm not dead last anymore. I can't take how condescending they talk to me, well apart from Shika, Chuji, Hinata, and Shino. And I bet you want to show Ino how strong you have become." Sakura smiled when she thought about how Ino would react. "Yeah. Can't wait to see her face when I beat her." Naruto got up and started walking, but stopped halfway off the bridge. "I guess it's something we have to decide for ourselves. Let's just agree on that we won't blame the other for whatever we chose. Deal?" Sakura nodded. "Deal." Chapter 9. Chunin exams are here. First exam start. The sun was finally peeking over the mountains of Konoha and was shining directly through a window and landing on a very special genin. Naruto rolled over groaning, trying to hide from the sun a few more minutes. He was lying like that for 30 seconds or so, before peeking on the clock. It was showing 7:43 a.m. Naruto rolled his eyes, of course. "The day I decide to sleep in till around 11 I wake up early. Just my luck. Back to bed, I guess." Naruto threw a pillow over his face again, trying to get some more sleep. After what seemed like hours to him, he fluttered an eye open lightly to look at the ever-ticking clock. 7:52 a.m. He threw off the comforter and sat up in bed. Fuck this. Normally he would have been up in the early hours, training his ass off until his team would meet, but since today was everything but normal, he had planned slept into when the normal citizen would have woken. He could see he would have none that. He sighed and started a mild morning routine. 400 sit-ups, 400 pull-ups, 400 push-ups, and 400 squats. Normally he would have done twice as much, but since today was the day of the exams, he wouldn't want to overexert himself. After he was done, he went to the bathroom and did his business. For once he could actually enjoy his shower instead of rushing through it. He came out of the steaming bathroom with a towel around the waist and headed for the kitchen. It took him real self-restraint not to just take one of the ramen cups, but actually making some healthy breakfast. He sighed once again. He knew he needed to eat healthier if he wanted to grow. He set some eggs and bacon over and headed for his closet. A few minutes later, he was sitting at the table, enjoying his breakfast and the quiet morning. He took a quick look over the apartment. There were a few pieces of clothes here and there, but overall it was rather neat. His eyes went over his picture wall. A smile crept over his lips. There was one of him and Tenten in the ramen stand, taken by Ayam. He really couldn't believe he had gotten such a good friend. A bit to the left of that was one of his team and him. Kakashi was in the back, looking cool as ever. In front of him was Sakura, trying to look as cute as possible. To her right, Sasuke was standing, looking as broody as he could. The blonde showing a confident smile, fearless as to tell the world, "Bring it on." Further to the left of that was one of him and Sakura training. Sakura was throwing one of her mean left hooks at Naruto, whom were bracing himself with a crossguard. In the background, you could see hordes of his Kage Bunshin training in various subjects. On top of all the other photos was his ninja registration photo. He frowned a bit. I'm happy with the photo, but right now I wish I had just let them take a normal one. It doesn't exactly take a genius to figure out that I have some sort of Kekkei Genkai. All they need is one look. No wonder Gigi were hesitant about allowing it. I just hope no one in the exams have found out. It would be nice to have it as an ace. If not, I'll burn that bridge when I reach it. He got up from the table and threw the dishes in the wash. Even he wasn't pressed for time, he couldn't be bothered with it. He glanced over at the clock. It showed 9:14 a.m. He still had hours before he was supposed to meet his team. He walked towards the door. He knew he couldn't stay in his apartment for so long. He could just as well use the time walking around in the village. A few hours later, Naruto was walking down one of the many streets of Konoha, heading for Ichiraku Ramen. He looked around on the main road. It was even more crowded than normal. It was the day of the Chunin exams after all, and people from all over the elemental nations had migrated to Konoha during the last weeks to see what the next generation of shinobi had to offer. Stands were being erected all the way down the road, selling everything from food to charms to betting coupons. Naruto was currently checking out said stands and enjoying the lack of glares from the unknowing foreigners. The whisker-cheek boy took a look at the sun's position. It's about 1:30 p.m. I have to be at the academy at 3 p.m. sharp, and it wouldn't hurt to get there a little earlier and see what kind of genin we will go up against. Naruto. Hey, Naruto. The blonde turned around to see who were calling him, and a big smile spread out on his face. Irika-sensei. Long time no see. Huh. The scarred academy instructor ran up to his little brother figure. Yeah, you can say that again. I haven't seen you since after we had that ramen, after your mission to Nami. Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed embarrassedly. Sorry about that, Irika-sensei. I have been kind of busy lately. A lot of mission, you know. Irika grinned at the blonde genin. Yeah, I know. You're only missing a Doton Jutsu no, right? The genin in front of Irika looked at him questioning. What do you mean? You know, your clothes have been soaked by a sueton, burned by a keton, crisped by a raiton, and sliced by futon. So you're only missing a doton now, right? I wonder what that would do to your clothes. Naruto's face got red in embarrassment as he glared at his big brother figure. Who told you? The scarred Chunin kept grinning at the smaller Konohanin. Oh, just an old monkey. Naruto knew right away who he was referring to. I'm going to kill you, GG. Irika was having a real hard time to not laugh, but was holding in it. Well, Naruto, now that I have that out of my system, you want to grab some Ichirakus? Naruto wasn't completely over the tease, but eased the glare. I have already had breakfast, but I guess I could go for a bowl or two. I mean, it is Ichirakus after all. 40 minutes later. Ah, that hit the spot, Naruto said, as he finished slurping the last of the ramen from the bowl, putting it down on the table before ordering another. Irika's sweat dropped as of now there was 8 empty bowls on the table, and none of them was his. He shook his head lightly while smiling, and here I thought I could leave without an empty wallet for once. Oh well. Naruto laughed. Sorry about that, sensei. You know, you don't have to call me sensei anymore. The blonde Uzumaki shrugged. For me, you will always be Irika-sensei. That's not ever going to change. Not even when I'm the Godame Hokage. Irika laughed and ruffled the blonde genin's hair. Now, take one step at a time. You first have to make Chunin, remember? The whiskered kid nodded vigorously, yep. But that isn't going to become a problem, he paused. Irika-sensei. The blonde had changed his tone rather fast, catching the scarred Chunin off guard. What is it, Naruto? Do you have any advice for the Chunin exams? You must have already taken it, obviously, Naruto asked. Irika got a nostalgic look on his face. Well, the exam changes each time, though the basics remain the same. I can't help you too much, that wouldn't be fair for the other genin, but this I can tell you. I'm sure you've heard it before, but look underneath dash. Look underneath the underneath. Yeah, I've heard it before. Naruto finished his 9th bowl of ramen, slurping and licking it clean. Oh well, I better get going now. If I get there before time, I might have a chance of getting some information on the other genin. Irika nodded approvingly and smiled at Naruto. Good luck. Naruto jumped down from his chair and showed Irika one of his most brilliant smiles. Thanks, sensei. Just you wait. I'll become Hokage in no time. Naruto was walking towards the academy in his own pace. He was after all in good time when he heard a commotion from one of the cafes on the road. Sounded like someone was in a hurry, but Naruto didn't pay much attention to it. That was until he was just outside the cafe, and a boy came running towards him and didn't stop. Needless to say, the result was the two boys colliding and landing on the road. I am so sorry, the boy who had bumped into Naruto said while bowing apologizing. Naruto got up smiling and dusted himself off. Hey, no sweat. It was just an accident. Kohei, I told you not to threaten him like that. It came from inside the restaurant. Naruto looked over the boy's shoulder. I know that voice. And with that, two other figures came out from the cafe. A boy and a girl. Well, we wouldn't be late if Zabuza-sensei hadn't disappeared like that. Now we have to find the exam building by ourselves. It came from the boy. The girl sighed. I know, but you know Ho-dash. Haku. Naruto half-yelled happily. Haku stopped in mid-sentence and looked at where the voice had come from. When she saw Naruto, a big smile spread on her face. Naruto-kun, and ran over to him and gave him a big hug, which he happily returned. She stepped back blushing, a little embarrassed with her forwardness. Naruto for the first time took a good look at her. She really looked like a girl now. She was wearing the same clothes, but she didn't wrap clothes around to hide her breast, and she wore her hair down. He smiled at her. How have you been? Is Zabuza here too? She nodded. Yes, he is, but I don't exactly know where he is. As for me, I'm doing rather well. Kiri has really changed, and we were accepted with open arms. They were more than happy to see one of the 7 swordsmen and the last survivor of Yuki clan return. Mizukage-sama even let him become a sensei and put me on his team. She continued like that, with Naruto asking a few questions here and there and answering question himself until there was a loud cough behind her. You mind introducing us, Haku? It came from the elder of the two boys. Sorry, yes of course. Haku mentally bashed herself for forgetting all about her teammates. Naruto, this is my teammates Ringo Kohei. She motioned to the elder of the boys, and Kurisuke Kojuru. She motioned to the blue-haired boy who was bowing. Naruto nodded to them. Nice to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Kohei simply nodded at him, his eyes never leaving the Konoha genin. Naruto didn't miss it, but let it slide for now. Kojuru was much friendlier. It's nice to finally meet you, Naruto-san. Haku has told us much about you. Naruto smirked to a slightly blushing Haku. She has now, has she? He paused. Now that we've been introduced, do you mind telling me what all the commotion before was about? Haku sighed. As you've probably guessed, we're here for the Chunin exams, but Zabuza-sama left a little while ago, and we only know the exams are supposed to be held at the academy. But we have no idea where that is. The whiskered boy smiled at them. I can take you there. I was on my way there myself. It's no far. Thank you, Naruto-san, Kojuru said, bowing yet again, making Naruto sweat drop. This kid needs some more confidence. Naruto noticed the sun's position, having used way more time than he had planned. We better get going if want to get there in time. It's already around 2:30, he said as he began walking towards the academy. It was a short trip there. It was only 2 blocks away. Haku and her team was walking not far behind him. So, Naruto-san, are you and your team participating in the exam too? Naruto nodded. You bet we are. You better watch out. We're going to graduate this whole thing with top grades. Kohei scoffed, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. You don't believe we can do it, Ringo-san? Kohei shrugged. Why should you? From what Haku said, you're just rookies. Kohei, that wasn't nice, Kojuru said lowly as Haku was looking harshly at their teammate. But it didn't seem to affect Naruto. If you keep thinking like that, you're in for a big surprise. By the way, Haku, he said, catching her attention, do you mind keeping my gift a secret from other teams? It would be nice to have an ace. She nodded. Sure, Naruto-kun. They walked a little further. Here we are, Naruto said with a smile, his back to the buildings. Naruto, the voice of his teammate called. Naruto turned to look after his pink-haired friend who were running towards him. Naruto, I thought we decided to get here earlier to get some information on the other teams. Naruto waved at her, hey Sakura-chan. Sorry for not being here earlier, but look who I ran into, he said as he stepped aside, revealing the Hayaton user. Sakura's eyebrows rose in recognition. Oh, it's you. Haku, right? Haku nodded hi. And these are my teammates Ringo Kohei and Kurasuke Kojuru. The Rosette greeted them and turned to Naruto. We should be going now. Sasuke-kun is getting impatient. Naruto nodded. All right. We'll see you later then. See you late, Naruto-san. Yeah. See you, Naruto-kun, Sakura-san. Nothing more was said, as Sakura was towing Naruto after her into the building. A few weeks ago, it wouldn't have been a problem for Naruto, but Sakura had gotten a lot stronger. They walked in to a very impatient-looking Sasuke. Where were you, Dobe? I almost thought you chickened out. As if, you're not getting rid of me that easily, Naruto retorted. All he got in return was a scoff as Sasuke started walking towards the stairs. Naruto sighed and followed with Sakura. They had made it to second floor. Naruto glanced to see if she had noticed what he had. She nodded lightly, only enough for those closest to her to catch on. There was a genjutsu cast on them as they had walked into the hallway. The question was what it did. Naruto didn't have to look long, as he saw a group of kids standing in front of two others, who were blocking a door to what looked like to be room 301. But they were only on the second floor, so the testing starts already now. This must be to weed the weakest out. They heard a thud and a gasp from the crowd. They went to look at what was going on. Lee was sitting on the floor. Obviously it was him who had made the thud sound, with Tenten kneeling down beside him. It didn't take long for Naruto to figure out that they were doing what he was planning to do. Hide their true strength till they needed it. You're trying to make Chunin with that kind of skill? Maybe you should just quit. It came from one of the boys who were blocking the door. You're just kids after all, it then came from the second. Tenten got up from her kneeling position. Please, let us through. She stepped forward to go between them. But they wouldn't have any of that. The one on the right raised his fist to hit her. She squinted, acting like the amateur they were trying to look like. But instead of the slight pain she had expected, she felt a tuck in her arm, and the feeling of spinning in the air. When she opened her eyes, she was in Naruto's arms. He quickly put her down. Hey Tenchan. Been a while, huh? She blinked a few times. Naruto? What are you doing here? Wait, are you guys taking the exam too? He nodded. Yeah, we are. I would have told you, but I haven't been able to find you the last couple of days. She nodded thoughtfully, then lowered her voice. Why did you rescue me? You have to know that we are just pretending. Of course I know, but I just can't stand by and let one of my most precious persons get hurt. No matter if it's just a bruise on the cheek, he replied. She blushed lightly. Dobe, first you show up this late and now you're showing off skills? It was your idea not to let the other genin in on what we can do. And who is this person? Sasuke hissed. Tenten looked the raven-haired boy up and down, and saw Sakura standing behind him stealing glances. She leaned over to Naruto, having laid 2 and 2 together. Sasuke? Naruto sighed with closed eyes. Sasuke. Well, Dobe, what do you have to say for yourself? Sasuke tried again. Sakura came up beside him. Come on, Sasuke. He was just helping a friend. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked with shock in their faces on Sakura. It took her a few seconds to figure out why. She had just contradicted what Sasuke had said. Sasuke scoffed, but let it go, whatever. Let's just get going. In the meantime, another genin had tried to pass the two. He got a kick in the stomach and landed on his butt harshly. How cruel, it came from one of the genin watching. One of the boys' eyebrow twitched. What did you say? Listen up, we're being kind to you. The Chunin exams are like nothing you have experienced before. It's not just a stroll in the park. We have seen genin who have given up being shinobi become seriously injured, or even killed in the exams, the other continued. A Chunin will receive missions where they are the commander. That means they are responsible for any failed missions or any comrade's death, if it should happen. To think that genin of your skill level is even trying to enter the exams. The boy even looked a little disgusted by the notion. The second boy put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down, and then continued with that in mind. What's wrong with sifting out those who aren't going to pass anyway? It would spare a lot of people a lot of time. Sasuke stepped forward. That's a sound argument, but I will pass. He paused a second and undo the genjutsu field. It's rather annoying. I want to go to the 3rd floor. Naruto sighed once again. You just had to point that out. Sasuke? They're kind of right. If these genin can't discover such a low-level genjutsu, then they don't have what it takes to become Chunin. The other genin had other thoughts running through their heads. They had no idea what he was talking about. They were on the 3rd floor. You could see it by the room number. It was 301, not 201. The two boys seemed disappointed that their trick hadn't fooled everyone. So you noticed. It was Sakura who spoke up. Of course we noticed it. You don't expect to fool everyone with a low-level genjutsu like that, do you? We are only on the 2nd floor. As soon as she said it, the boys released the genjutsu. No reason to keep a jutsu up which fools no one. The first boy's posture changed. Whereas before it was just taunting, this said that he had no problem with getting into a fight. The boy smirked. You're pretty good. But that won't be enough, he said and took off. Sasuke was never one to say no to a fight and took off as well. Their kicks were just about to hit the other when a green blur stopped them. Lee. Sasuke's eyes shot open in surprise. He's fast. And he is different from the person who was just hit moments ago. Neji came over to the group. Having stood with Lee before, you two broke your promise. He looked at Lee. It was you who didn't want to draw attention by doing something that stands out. Lee didn't answer but just took a look at Sakura. Tenten sighed. Sakura again? I think she has made it pretty clear that she isn't interested. Neji looked Sasuke over. Hey you there. Identify yourself. Sasuke didn't look fazed by Neji's attitude. You're supposed to introduce yourself. First you know. With that, the two genins started a game of wits, trying to get the other to tell their name first. Naruto leaned to Tenten. So Neji? She nodded. Neji. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, let's go. We need to be there soon, Sakura said. Naruto bid Tenten and Lee farewell, and walked with Sakura and Sasuke up the stairs. They reached the 3rd floor not long after, to find Kakashi standing in front of the doors to the examination room. He looked his team in the eyes. Each of them was filled with determination, even Sakura's, a look more and more common in her eyes. He clapped his book closed. Good, you've all showed up. You can now enter the Chunin exams. Naruto didn't miss how he had said it, and what would have happened if only 2 or 1 of us had showed. You wouldn't be able to enter. You can only enter the Chunin exams in teams of 3. Some exceptions are made, but none of you are qualified for them. But none of that matters now. You have all showed, and you can enter. Good luck, he said and stepped aside. They stepped inside and were shocked at what they saw. There must have been more than 100 genin staring at them right now, or more like glaring. Naruto looked at Sakura, whom showed real nerves. He gently tapped her on the arm to get her attention. They looked at each other and nodded. It seemed to help her. She looked back at them. They all look so strong. And as Naruto said, we are just rookies. They all have more experience than we. Sasuke-kun, you're late. A seducing voice sounded, bringing all 3 out of their respective thoughts. Ino jumped at Sasuke, hugging him, and making sure her assets were firmly pressed against his back. I've been eagerly waiting for you. Ever since I heard that you would be participating in the exams too. It has been such a long time since I've seen you. Sakura was glaring right at Ino, who hadn't even had the decency to notice Naruto or Sakura. Get away from Sasuke-kun, Ino pig. Ino responded with just a deadly glare. Oh my, it's you, Sakura. Your forehead is as wide as ever. And you're still, what the hell happened to you? First Naruto was confused at the response. He took a quick glance at Sakura. She looked as pretty as always, or what? He took a closer look. She did look different than in the academy. She wasn't as skinny as before, not that she was fat, but she had muscles now. Not bulging muscles, but you could see she had trained. Sakura just scoffed. It's called training, Ino pig. Maybe you should try it sometimes. Ino just stuck her tongue out at Sakura, still clinging to Sasuke. What, are you 3 going to take this troublesome exam too? a new voice sounded. Naruto immediately recognized it as Shikamaru, heir to the Nara clan. What? You don't think we can do it, Shika? Naruto responded. Shikamaru sighed, mumbling something that sounded like troublesome blonde. Beside him stood Chuji munching on a bag of chips. Yeah, I found the whole pack, half-yelled another voice. Naruto turned to see Kiba and his team standing behind him. So I see that everyone is here. Hello, Hinata said in a very low voice. Naruto noticed and looked her directly in her eyes, until she blushed and looked away. Last there was Shino, just standing there, not letting any emotion show. What? So you made it too? Troublesome, came from Shikamaru. Kiba grinned. I see, so all the 9 Genin rookies are gonna take the exam. We will rock it. Naruto cringed lightly. Kiba was speaking really loud, catching the attention of the whole room. They would get enough attention as it was. Just by being the only rookies this year, they didn't need to seem dumb too. Dog breath. Keep your voice down. You're drawing unwanted attention to us. Naruto hissed. The other rookies looked at him like he had grown a second head. He had actually said something that made sense. But Kiba wasn't convinced. Yeah, right? As if you could figure something like that out. Dead last. Naruto glared at Kiba. He had always picked on Naruto in the academy, and it didn't seem like that had changed. If you keep thinking like that, you won't last long. There was a silence as the two glared at each other. Hey you guys! Yet another voice called. They turned to see an older silver-haired genin walking their way. You should keep quiet. You're drawing attention to yourself. See, Naruto said to Kiba. He only got a glare in response. The silver-haired looked at the rookie 9. I'm Yakushi Kabuto. You must be the 9 rookies that just graduated from the academy a few months ago. Correct? You're all fooling around with those cute faces. Geez, this isn't a field trip. And why should we trust you? As you just said, this isn't a field trip. Don't trust anyone, and don't expect to be trusted, Naruto said, again getting looks from his old classmates. Kabuto smiled. You're right, but I'm also a Konoha genin, he said, tapping his Hittite as proof. I just thought I would give you some advice, since this is your first exam. But if that isn't enough, take a look around. And so they did. Almost every team were looking their way, listening intently at what they were saying. Naruto caught a glimpse of Haku and her team, and nodded at them, the same with Tenten. Then he saw a team from Kumo, or more exactly, one of the genin. She was tall, probably 3 years older than him. They got into eye contact and a sort of trance just started. Naruto was memorized by the eyes, or more likely the look in her eyes. It was as they had known each other for years. He also felt that same familiarity he had felt with that Gaara guy. 2. Naruto. There you are, Sakura said, hitting him a bit on the shoulder to get his attention. He blinked a few times and looked at his female teammate. Huh? Something wrong, Sakura? Sakura looked at him. You just spaced out. Did something happen? Naruto shook his head, trying to get it back on track. No, nothing happened. Sorry. Sakura turned back to Kabuto. Kabuto-san, was it? She asked, receiving a nod. Is this your second time then? No. This is my 7th time. The rookies were stunned. These exams only take place twice every year, and it's my 4th year. That would mean you know a lot about the exams, right? Sakura asked. Right, Kabuto smiled. Shikamaru wasn't so convinced, but he hasn't passed yet. He can't be that good. Or it means that the exams are harder than you think, he retorted, resulting in another troublesome from Shikamaru. But as I said, I'm here to help you. He took out a set of cards. All the times I have been in these exams, I have gathered information on the different genin teams and the genin themselves. Just ask for anyone you want to know something about, and I'll tell you. Sasuke weren't going to let free information slide by. Then show me Gaara of Suna, Rock Lee of Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto, also of Konoha. Naruto sent him a quick glare. Great. If Kabuto knows just a little of my skills, it's not going to stay a secret much longer. It doesn't seem like there isn't one team who's not listening in. Oh, you know their names, Kabuto said, almost sounding disappointed. Then this won't take much time. There was dead silence in the room while he took the 3 cards. Only the sound of Chuji munching his chips remained. Here we go. First, let's see Rock Lee. He's 1 year older than you guys. Mission experience: 30 D rank and 19 C rank ones. The squad leader is Mato Guy, the green beast of Konoha. His teammates are Higurashi Tenten, Weapon Master, and Hyuga Niji, prodigy of his clan. Hinata tensed up at the mention of her cousin, making Naruto frown. Was she afraid of going up against her own family? He brushed it off. Kabuto continued, his taijutsu skills have increased dramatically this past year since he graduated. But his other skills are close to non-existent. He got everyone's attention last year as a skilled rookie genin, but he didn't take the Chunin exams. This is his first time taking it, like you. Next, let's see Gaara of the Desert. He is the same age as you guys. Mission experience: 8 C rank ones, and this is amazing. He did a B rank mission as a genin. I don't know how many D rank he did, as this is his first time taking the exams, and he isn't from Konoha. And the same reason is why I can't tell you his skills. I don't know his squad leader's name either, but his teammates are his siblings, Kankuro and Temari. They are all the children of the current Kazekage, Yandame Kazekage-sama. There is one more thing I should tell you, though it's just a rumor. It seems that he has returned from all of his missions unharmed. The rookies were again stunned. He did a B rank mission as a genin and completed it unharmed? And last, let's see Uzumaki Naruto. He is the same age as you very well know. Mission experience: WoW 21 D rank, 5 C rank, and 2 A rank ones in only the few months since you graduated. For the third time in less than half an hour, Naruto received disbelieving looks from the other rookies. Kabuto continued, the squad leader is Hatake Kakashi, also known as Sharingan no Kakashi. His teammates are Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha, and Haruno Sakura, the top kunoichi of her year. He himself graduated as the dead last. His genjutsu skills are below average. He is only able to dispel them, not cast them. This is because of his enormous Kage-level chakra reserves. His taijutsu is above average, but nothing to take note of, and his ninjutsu is well over average, using his Kekkei Genkai Shoten. This time he got even more disbelieving looks, even from his own team. He paid no attention to it, only glaring at the person who had revealed close to all of his skills to the whole room. Why, thank you, Kabuto. Why don't you say it a little louder? I'm not sure the Kusa team in the other end of the room heard it, the blonde genin said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. No, we heard it. It came from the other end of the room, making Naruto and the other rookies sweat drop. But Kabuto wasn't done. It also seems like he has an incredible healing rate. He heals from scratches within minutes, broken bones within a day, and he doesn't seem to get sick. Naruto looked at the older genin in front of him with disbelief. How did this person, who he had never met, know all of his secrets? Well, all but one. Even if he did, he wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal it. That's what he thought, until Kabuto was about to make one of his worst fears come true. It is thought the reason for his healing rate is because Naruto's eyes shot open in fear, before he let instinct take over. He grabbed Kabuto before he could finish the sentence, and slammed him into the wall. Crystals quickly formed around his wrist and legs, sticking him to the wall, while 2 smaller crystal blades formed close to his throat, inches from killing him. Many from the room looked surprised and shocked at the development, none more than the rookies. Sakura was probably the one who were most surprised. She had trained and hung out and actually liked it with him for months, and never once had he pulled something like this off. Normally Ino would have scolded Naruto by now, but she was mesmerized by the crystals at Naruto's command, as many others in the room. Naruto, with his hands still pressing Kabuto to the wall, took the card out of the silver-haired genin's hand and read it. He knew about the Kyuubi. But how? He can't be more than 17. He wasn't old enough to be there or have been told when it happened. He leaned close into Kabuto to whisper in his ear, "You might as well thank me, Kabuto-san. I have just saved you for a very uncomfortable death. What you were about to reveal is an S-rank secret. I don't know how you found out, but I'll make sure the Hokage himself knows of it." The Sand siblings were standing halfway through the room, but they had a clear view. Temari stared at the crystal, the clockwork in her head churning. "I knew it." Kabuto turned to his sister. "You knew what? You don't notice anything, do you?" She scolded lightly. That is the genin we ran into a week ago. Kabuto didn't like being scolded like that from his big sister. Well, it is a little difficult to notice stuff when you have your head stuffed into the road, he hissed back. Tamari sighed. When he handled you, she got a glare from Kankuro. He seemed to summon a kunai out of thin air. I have been trying to figure out how he did it. He must have used his Kekkei Genkai. We should watch out for him. We don't need to do such things. If he crossed my path, Mother will be happy to swim in his blood, Gaara said while looking hungrily at the blonde genin from Konoha. Team Guy were already sitting at a writing table. Niji looked interested for a second but dropped it. Tenten? Isn't that your friend? Tenten tore her eyes away from the scene. She was just as surprised as Sakura to look at her teammate. Yes, he is. Did you know about his Kekkei Genkai? Niji asked in an emotionless voice. She hesitated. Yes, I did. Niji shot her a glare. And why didn't you think it was necessary to tell us? Because he is my friend, and I promised I wouldn't talk about it until it was public knowledge. Which I guess it is now, she responded, not wavering a second. The Hyuga prodigy was about to retort when Lee intervened. Niji, calm down. While she maybe should have told us, given the circumstances, she didn't because of a friend. That is the best excuse you could have. Niji scoffed, but let it slide, as he retracted into his emotionless shell again. Tenten mouthed a thank you to Lee, who nodded at her. In another place in the room, the only Kumo team stood. You think this is what Reikage-sama was talking about? He said that while this is a diplomatic mission, we needed to look out, because there had been rumors about Konoha getting a new Kekkei Genkai. Karui whispered to her two teammates. Omoi, who was serious for once, responded, I think we can be pretty sure about that. And he looks like he has some degree of control over it. What do you think, Yujito? The third member was still staring at the whiskered kid from Konoha. What is it about him? There is something. Yujito-chan? Are you there? Karui asked. Yujito blinked. Yeah, I think we can be sure it's him. We need to report it to Samui when we can. Back with Naruto and Kabuto, the silver-haired genin gulped. I guess I'll give you my thanks. I guess so, he responded with a glare. He stepped back, and with an unseen command, the crystal shattered. He then held the card up for Kabuto to see, then crystallized it and shattered it as well. You won't need this anymore. A smoke cloud expanded in the far end of the room. Quiet down, you punks, drawing the attention from the rookies. Little by little the cloud dispersed to reveal a bunch of Konoha shinobi. The frontmost seemed to be one who had spoken up. Sorry to keep you waiting. I am the examiner of the first test of the Chunin exams, Marino Ibiki. He pointed directly at Naruto. You from Konoha. Don't think you can do anything you want before the exam. Do you want to be failed before it even starts? Naruto bowed. I'm sorry, Marino-san. It won't happen again. Ibiki didn't let show he heard it. This is a good chance to say this. You are not allowed to fight each other during the exam, unless given permission by the examiners. And if the permission is given, you can't kill each other, unless that has been expressed as well by the examiner. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules of the exams will fail immediately. Understood. No one contradicted him. The first part of the Chunin exams will begin. Turn in your applications and take one of these tags. Sit where the number tells you to. Then we will pass out the papers for the written exam. Naruto got in line to turn in his application. He got number 53. He wasn't sitting anywhere near his teammates. Well, I guess that's clear why. We can't sit next to the people we are in teams with. He looked to his right side to find Hinata. At least there is one person I know nearby. He looked on his desk. There was his paper turned over, the backside facing up, a pencil, an eraser and a pencil sharpener. He sighed. While he had gotten smarter, he still hated written exams. He was brought out of his thoughts when Ibiki tapped a charcoal on the blackboard. This first exam has a few important rules. I will not accept any questions, so listen carefully. He let it sink in as he started writing on the blackboard. First rule is you all are given 10 points at the start. The written exam consists of 10 questions, and each is worth 1 point. The test is a deduction-based test. If you get one problem wrong, you will get 1 point deducted. So, if you get 3 problems wrong, your points will be reduced to 7. He let the genin in the room think about it for a few seconds. Second rule. The pass-fail decision will be determined by your team's total points. Just at that moment, Sakura was so relieved that she wasn't on the team with the old Naruto. Ibiki didn't stop. Third rule. If an examiner determines that you have cheated or done something similar during the test, the action will cause you to lose 2 points. In other words, there will be people who will be forced to leave this place without their test being graded. Those who try to cheat without thinking carefully first will only hurt themselves and their teams. He paused again. You are trying to become Chunin, so start acting like one. And last, if anyone in the team gets a 0, everyone on that team will fail. Yes, Sakura was really happy she wasn't on the team with the old Naruto. The last problem will be given 45 minutes after the exam begins. You have 1 hour for the exam. Begin. The room was filled with the sound of papers turning, before falling dead silent. Naruto looked at the paper in front of him, and after he read the questions, got a little worried. Out of the 9 questions, he thought that he maybe would be able to answer on 3. He looked around him to see horror-filled faces. He turned his attention back to his paper. Okay, question 3. How far and how fast can you throw a standard kunai, not using any chakra of any kind, based on Kimrai's law of air currents? I know I have read this somewhere before. 35 minutes had passed. There had already been 14 teams who had been caught cheating. Naruto had only 2 solved problems, with one of them being a guess at best. How is anyone able to answer these questions? These are not for Genin-level shinobi. Sakura or Shikamaru might be able to answer them all. But she is a freak of nature in that department and Shika's a damn lazy genius. You just can't answer these questions without cheating. Okay, Naruto, calm down. What was it Ibiki said? Those who try to cheat without thinking first. He thought about it for a minute or 2. That is it. He wants us to cheat. Of course, it all makes sense now. He must be testing out ability to gather information within limited time. The question now is, how do I cheat without getting caught? As Naruto had come to that conclusion, he looked around in the room. Just as he had thought, people were cheating. The Hyuga had their Byakugan activated. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated. Tenten was using mirrors. Mirrors? Maybe, just maybe, will it work? He looked around to see if any of the examiners were looking his way. None was. Very subtle, he made the ram seal under the table. He closed his eyes to concentrate. Very slowly little mirrors appeared around the room. One on his table, one on the ceiling above his table, and around the room. Now he wanted to see Sakura's test. She was the one he trusted the most to have the right answers. He was sure there were Chunin or maybe even Jounin in here with the right answers, but he didn't know who they were. So he went with Sakura. Very carefully he turned the different mirrors, until he could see Sakura in the mirror on the table. He turned the last mirror a bit more, and there. He could now see her test, and as he thought, she was now finishing her solution on the last of her questions. He quickly wrote down the answers and very carefully broke the crystal mirrors down, little by little, to avoid making noise. With that done, he waited the last minutes until the 10th question was revealed. A few minutes later, Ibiki grinned. He was standing the exact same spot as when he had told the rules of the exam. Naruto thought he was scary as hell, but he had some talent. Ibiki spoke up. Looks like we've already dropped the incompetent ones. I will now give the problem, since 45 minutes have already passed. So listen up. This is the 10th and final problem. The room was dead silent, all awaiting the last problem. But before I do, there's one thing I must say. There will be one special rule for this last question. Just as he was about to tell the rule, the door opened, and in walked Kankuro and a guard. Ibiki smirked. You're lucky. Your puppet show didn't have to go to a waste. Shock was written all over his face. He hadn't expected anyone to know about his Karasu puppet. Ibiki closed his eyes. Oh well, sit down. Kankuro walked to his seat, discreetly dropping a piece of rolled-up paper on his sister's table, and sat down. I will now explain, Ibiki continued. This is a hopeless rule. First, you are all going to choose if you wish to take this 10th problem or not. That caught everyone's attentions. It was Temari of Suna who spoke up. Choose? So what happens if we don't take the 10th problem? If you choose not to take it, Ibiki replied, your points will be reduced to 0. In other words, you and your team will fail. A lot of murmur caused through the room. And here is the other rule. The room fell silent again, If you choose to take it, and you get it wrong, you will lose the privilege to take the Chunin exams forever. Kiba couldn't take it anymore. He had held in an outburst for way too long. What the hell? There should be those here who have taken the exams in the past. Naruto started to get really scared when Ibiki started laughing lightly. Chills ran down his back, and he swore he saw the Shinigami behind Ibiki. You were unlucky, he finally said. This year I am the one making the rules. That is why I gave you the option of quitting. Those who are not confident can choose not to take it and just take the exam later this year or the exam after that. Naruto looked around, finding worried faces everywhere. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura. He was relieved that they didn't seem to want to quit, but he caught sight of Hinata doing something with her fingers and the terrified look in her eyes. He looked back at Ibiki. Let us begin. Those who do not want to receive the 10th problem, raise your hands. After we confirm your numbers, we will have you leave. First, no one raised their hands. Just as Naruto was beginning to think no one would, the person on his left rose from his seat. I won't take the question. Number 50, fail, it sounded from one of the examiners. Number 130 and 111, fail along with him. And with that, the dam was open. More and more raised their hands, quitting. Slowly, one by one, the room thinned out. Naruto didn't have a problem with it, that is, until Hinata started to raise her hand. What could he do? He quickly formulated a plan and started to raise his hand, surprising both his teammates. He then slammed it into the table. You know what? Fuck you, Baldy. I'm not going to run away. I'll take the problem. Even if I become a genin forever, I'm going to become the Hokage no matter what. I'm not scared. He sat down again. He winced mentally. He knew this was how he used to talk all the time. He really had to go and apologize to Irika when he could. Even he couldn't be around a person yelling all the time. But his plan had worked. Hinata and everyone else thinking about quitting now only had confidence left. I will ask one more time, Ibiki said. This is the choice that will impact your life. If you want to quit, now is the chance. Naruto leaned back in his chair, looking straight into Ibiki's eyes. I am not going back on my word. That's my way of the ninja. Ibiki smiled. What a kid. He wiped out everyone's uncertainty. 84 students. There's more left than I expected. Looks like there's no point in waiting any longer. He glanced over at the other examiners. They all nodded to him. He took a deep breath, nice determination. Then, for the first exam, everyone here passes. Everyone was stunned. Sakura couldn't stop herself anymore. Wait, what's the meaning of that? We pass already? What about the 10th problem? Ibiki showed a big smile, making everyone get goosebumps. There was no such thing to begin with, or you can call the two-choice question the 10th problem. Hey! Everyone turned their attention to Temari. So what were those previous 9 problems? It was all a waste. No, it was not, the scarred examiner replied. The 9 problems accomplished their purpose, to test each individual's information-gathering skills. First, this test's purpose lies in the first rule. Your pass-fail decision is based on your 3-person teams. By giving the idea, we have given you an unprecedented amount of pressure to try and not be a nuisance to your team, but these test problems cannot be solved by your average genin. So, most of the people here must have come to the conclusion, I have to cheat to get points. In other words, this exam assumed that everyone was going to cheat. So, we snuck 2 Chunin in who knew the answers to be targets of cheating. 2 people raised their hands, but those who cheated like a fool failed, of course. Why? Ibiki untied his bandana to show his scalp full of scars. Information can have greater value than life at times, and in missions and battlefields, information is contested with the lives of people. People took a good look before he tied his bandana on again. The information that an enemy gets after being noticed by a third person will not necessarily be accurate. Remember this. Getting incorrect information can cause great damage to your teammates and village. So, we made you all gather information in the form of cheating. We kicked out those who were lacking in that field. That's what went on. Temari had followed this far, but she still had one problem, but I still can't agree to that on the last problem. But this 10th problem was the main problem of the first exam. Ibiki saw the confused looks on many, but a knowing look at Naruto let me explain. The 10th question was a take or not take choice. Needless to say, it was a painful two-choice problem. Those who did not take it failed with their teams. If you chose to take it and could not answer it, your right to ever taking the exam would be taken away. It was a very insincere problem. I still don't get it, it came from Temari. This time Naruto spoke up. It's rather simple, really. When you become Chunin, you will get missions with you as captain. Thus it will be you who are responsible, and you are the one to make the decision. Let's say you get a mission where you are against innumerable odds. You can choose to go even when the odds are against you and save your village but risking you and your team's life. Or you can choose not to go, but risk your whole village. Realization struck everyone in the room. Ibiki nodded, you are correct. Just because your life and the lives of your teammates may be in danger, are you able to avoid dangerous missions? The answer is no. There are missions that carry heavy risks, but cannot be avoided. The ability to show your courage to your teammates when needed and the ability to get through a bad situation. That is what we look for in a Chunin, a squad leader. Those who cannot bet their fate in a critical situation. Those who give up when given the chance, because there is a tomorrow, a next week, a next year, and let their minds sway over an uncertain future. Fools who only carry a light determination like that have no right to become a Chunin. That is what I believe. He looked over the crowd, who were sucking up every word. I am saying that you here who have chosen to take the 10th problem, gave the right answer for a difficult question. You can deal with the difficulties you will face. You have broken through the entrance. The first exam of the Chunin selection ends now. I wish you luck. No longer than 3 seconds later did a ball of cloth crash through the window. A hand threw 2 kunai to the ceiling, revealing a banner that said, Second Examiner, Sexy and Dangerous Mitarashi Anko, is here. In front of it stood a very provoking clothed woman with purple hair. Everyone. There's no time to be happy. I am the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Let's go to the next exam. Chapter 10. Second exam starts. Enemies all around. Anko was standing with pumped fist up in the air, staring out on the stunned crowd. Ibiki came out from behind the banner and said deadpanned, grasped the atmosphere. You're early. The scantily dressed kunoichi had the decency to blush. Naruto was staring at the Lady Jounin with wide eyes. He glanced over at Sakura, an unspoken question going between them, as she nodded. Naruto sighed. Always get the weirdos. Anko looked over the crowd. 84? Ibiki, did you let 28 teams pass? The first exam must have been too soft. Ibiki didn't let it faze him. Or, it could be that there are a lot of excellent students this time. Anko didn't really look like she believed him. Oh well, not to worry. I'm going to make more than half the teams fail in the next exam. Shocked looks were to be seen through the genins, making Anko smirk hungrily. I'm getting excited. I will explain the details tomorrow. We will go somewhere else, so ask your Jounin sensei about the rally point and time. That is all. Dismissed. Kabuto was walking down a dark alleyway, glancing over his shoulder from time to time. It was clear that whatever he was doing, it wasn't something anyone could find out about. He picked up his pace and entered one of the warehouses in the area. It was dark and damp. Hardly any light entered through the crackled windows. Were you followed? A malicious voice spoke in the shadows. Kabuto couldn't locate it at first, but then saw 2 yellow slit eyes light up in the dark. Well. Kabuto kneeled down on one knee. No, Orochimaru-sama. I don't believe I was. Silence was between them, as Orochimaru watched one of Sasori's former spies. Kabuto kept kneeling until he was told otherwise. Finally Orochimaru spoke. How did it go? Kabuto didn't look up as he spoke. He reacted just as you planned for him to do. More so than I would have expected. But I was about to reveal one of his and Konoha's closest guarded secrets. He really is something, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. That he is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, though interesting, isn't what I'm most interested in. You know as well as I that the Bijou are hard to control and that the Jinchuriki need years of training to even begin and control their tenant. No, what's truly interesting me is his ability. I have only seen it in one person before. In her. Kabuto's mask of indifference cracked as his eyebrow twitched. It was clear he didn't think well of the person his master was speaking of. It didn't go unnoticed, but the snake Sannin didn't delve into it. The snake summoner seemed to be considering something, finally speaking. I think I will see for myself how much this Uzumaki Naruto is worth. After I have checked up on my dear Sharingan bearer, Kabuto continued to keep a low cover. We won't be in Konoha for much longer, and it wouldn't do good to be exposed this late into the operation. Kabuto nodded hi. The next day, the genin that had passed yesterday's test were now standing in front of a big fenced forest. If you looked in the fence, you could see what looked like half-rotten trees housing big animals, which slithered in and out of the shadows. Naruto knew this place all too well. He had used a training ground close by, and after one look through the fence and the signs with forbidden area and warning you may die, he had decided never to walk through one of the gates, until now that is. This sure is a creepy place, Sakura said. But whereas a few months ago she would have looked freaked out, now she just looked disgusted. Naruto nodded in agreement. Anko was standing between the crowd and the fence. She smirked. She loved how scared all the genin looked. You will be able to experience all firsthand. Why this place is called the Forest of Death. Naruto tried not to, but couldn't help it. He let out a scoff. Even if this place was creepy as hell, he had seen way worse. Anko didn't care for that, and faster than any of most of the genin could see, threw a kunai towards Naruto. But Naruto wasn't the same person he was in the academy, as his reflexes were in top condition. He grabbed the airborne kunai, spun around, and parried the one held by Anko, now standing in the middle of the genin group. She was impressed by the boy's actions, but didn't let it show as she leaned her face close to Naruto's. You know, boys like you are always the first to die in there. Lots and lots of beasts just waiting to eat you for breakfast. Naruto just smirked back and leaned in closer, whispering, I'm sure they are, but they will have to wait a little longer. Beasts such as those in there doesn't scare me. After all, I have the worst of them is sealed in my stomach. She nodded at him, and they stopped their little contest. They both knew she would win if they kept at it. Even if Naruto was a very skilled genin, he still was a genin, and didn't stand a chance against a well-trained Tokubetsu jounin as Anko. Whispers went through the crowd. I can't believe he actually caught it. Yeah. Did you see how fast that thing was flying? I don't think I want to go up against him. Naruto smiled to himself. He didn't think he would get the chance so soon. Since Kabuto had exposed many of his talents, though not the specific jutsu, he had changed tactics. Since he couldn't hide his talent, he had to make sure everyone knew how strong he was, and hopefully scare them off. Sakura nodded at him. He had already told his team what he was planning, the evening before. She looked back at Anko, who was walking up in front of the crowd again. Even if that helped Naruto, what is with that examiner? She is totally whacked, to not say dangerous. The Tokubetsu jounin looked over the exam takers. Before we begin the second exam, I'm going to pass out these to everyone. She took out a stack of papers. These are consent forms. And those planning on taking this exam must sign one. And why is that? A genin from AIM asked. Anko looked happy that someone asked, a little too happy for Naruto's taste, as she said, from here on people will die. Therefore, we need people's consent before we continue, so I, and thus Konoha, will be held responsible for the deaths. She laughed as if she just told a little joke. She waved dismissingly, now enough of that. I will begin the explanation of the second exam. To be concise, you will all go through an extremely intense survival match, she said, as she handed the papers to Naruto, who took one and sent it to the next genin. Shikamaru took a look on the paper he had gotten. Survival match? What a troublesome exam. Anko rolled out a little map showing the genin. I'll explain the training area's geographical features. The 44th training area is a circular region, surrounded by 44 locked gate entrances. There is a river, a forest, and a tower in the middle. The tower is approximately 10 kilometers away from all the gates. Inside the limited space, you will have to go through a certain survival program. The program consists of a competition where anything goes. Over these scrolls, she held up another 2 scrolls for all to see. Scrolls? A Konoha genin asked. Anko nodded, yes, scrolls. There are 2 kinds, the scroll of heaven and the scroll of the earth. You will fight over these scrolls. She paused as she put the scrolls away again. 28 teams in total passed the first exam. Half of those teams will the Scroll of Heaven, and the other half will get the Scroll of the Earth. Each team will get one of these scrolls, and you simply have to fight over these. And, Sasuke asked, what's needed to pass? Bring the Scrolls of Heaven and Earth to the tower with your teammates, she answered. In other words, Sakura thought out loud for all to hear, the 14 teams or half the people here that get their scroll stolen will fail. Enko nodded, bingo pinky. But it needs to be done within the time limit. This second exam has a limit of 120 hours, or exactly 5 days. 5 days, Ino yelled in a high-pitching squeak. What about food? Chuji asked as if the sky was falling. Enko shrugged, not my problem. You could find it in the forest, it's a treasure box of nature. There should be plenty of food. However, Kabuto said, there are also a lot of man-eating beasts, poison bugs, and poisonous man-eating plants. No, Chuji said disheartened. Idiot, that's why it's called a survival match, Ino scolded. Also, it came from Niji. It is possible that it's less than the 13 teams that pass. Lee looked excited to try it out, and as time passes you will be required to move more. So, the time to rest your body will become shorter. This seems quite rough. And we're surrounded by enemies. So when we finally do sleep, we won't be able to do so in peace, Naruto finished. A silence overcame the genin, as they all thought about the possibilities. People will get hurt in the process of fighting over a scroll, Anko continued, and those who cannot bear the shinobi program's strictness will also emerge. Shikamaru raised his hand. Excuse me, can we quit in between? Anko frowned. As a rule, you are not allowed to give up during the exam. You will spend the 5 days in the forest. Just as I thought. Shikamaru sighed. How troublesome. While we're on this topic, here are the conditions that will fail you. Silence fell over the crowd again. First, a team that cannot bring both scrolls to the tower with the whole team alive will fail. Second, the team that loses a teammate or produces an unrecoverable teammate will fail. Also, just as a note, you are not allowed to look inside the scrolls until you reach the tower. If you do, well, that's a surprise you'll see when you look at it. If you become a Chunin, you will be handling top-secret documents. So this test is also to determine your reliability. That is it for the explanation. We will exchange 3 consent forms for 1 scroll at that hut. She pointed at said hut, and after have gotten to your assigned gate entrance, everyone will start at the same time. Anko looked like she wasn't sure she should tell more, but finally let in with a sigh. I guess I should give you one last piece of advice. Don't die. The members of Team 7 were standing in front of Gate 12. They had been some of the first to turn in their consent forms, not wanting to linger around the larger group. They were now waiting for the Chunin in front of them to open to gate. It was to be opened at 12:30 exactly, down to the second. They were all tense. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, Wadash, was all Sakura could say before Naruto cut her off. Not now, Sakura-chan, wait till we're inside. We will find a place to get things sorted out. It took her a few seconds to figure out that Naruto wanted to wait with this talk till they were inside. They couldn't take any chances. For once Sasuke agreed with Naruto, so Sakura nodded at them. They went back to being silent and tense. The Chunin in front of looked at his clock and unlocked the gate. Team 7 was getting ready to sprint off at full speed. It wasn't long after that they heard the crazy snake lady's voice resonating through the air. We will now begin the Chunin selection's second exam. Try not to die, maggots. And the gates shot open, and the 3 Konoha genin took off at full speed, leaping to the trees, the element they were most used to. They didn't stop for about 15 minutes, only caring about getting into the forest and away from everyone and anyone. They came to a small clearing when they finally came to a hold. Naruto quickly created about a dozen of his Kage Bunshin and sent them to be lookouts throughout the area. Good. Now we can talk, Naruto said. He looked at Sasuke. Which scroll was it we got again? The Scroll of Heaven, Sasuke replied, taking out the said object. Naruto nodded. Okay then. We need to settle a few things. What do we do from here? How do we recognize each other? And where do we hide the scroll? Sasuke shot him a glare. Who put you in charge, Dobe? Naruto shrugged. No one did, team. If you want to take charge, Then fine. We just need to be fast. We can't stay in one place for too long. Sasuke still glared at him, but didn't object, so Naruto continued. I already have an idea of how we can recognize each other. Naruto took out a scroll, where the center was a pen case and pen. He put his hand out for Sakura to take. I'm going to put a seal on all of us. Sakura carefully laid her arm in Naruto's hand, and he began drawing on the top of her arm. She bit her lip not to giggle from the touch of the soft brush. She was impressed by the seal. So, what does it do? Well, I can't really explain it in detail, you wouldn't understand it to be frankly, but what it does is make a pull in the mind so you will know where the sibling seals are, Naruto explained. He saw the worry in her face and smiled amused. No, it won't last forever. Can't be washed off easily, but this ink will slowly decay. Give it a week and a half, 2 at most. And they only work in close proximity, but they will work, he said as finished Sakura's seal. She took a look at it. She didn't recognize most of the work, but did see something that looked like the sign for mind. He's really gotten impressive with working of Fuinjutsu. I still can't believe this is the same knucklehead from the academy. Sakura casted her eyes down. When we have some time, I'll talk to Naruto later. Naruto reached for Sasuke's arm, who gave it reluctantly. Even he could see the use in what Naruto could do. Maybe he should give him a chance? Just. Naruto continued. And then there's the scroll. I have 2 scrolls that look similar so we can make fakes, and for the real one, we can seal it in a seal on one of our bodies. I will modify it so we all can open it if the need should arise. Wouldn't be good if one of us gets knocked out and we can't open it because of that. Sakura thought what Naruto had proposed, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any flaws. Naruto had really thought this through. The blonde member of team had finished Sasuke's seal in the meanwhile. He made 2 more Kage Bunshin right after, 1 to make his own seals and 1 to make the fake scrolls. Before the Bunshin started on the seal, he moved a hand glowing with chakra over Naruto's biceps. Something Sakura had never seen or heard of before. Slowly another seal faded into appearance. To no big surprise, Sakura couldn't really make anything out of it, but the number 12 close to the edge. As the clone began to make the pull seal, Sakura let her curiosity get the best of her. Naruto, what is that other seal you got? And why wasn't it visible before? Naruto looked at the seal she was referring to. It's a restriction seals. Makes it harder to move around. Level 1 it's like to move through water, level 2 it's like walking through mud and so on. So, if you're ever in a pinch, you can remove the effects and what before seemed like just jumping a meter will suddenly be 12 meters. Even Sasuke thought that it was impressive. The same thought ran through Naruto's teammates' heads. Sakura brushed away a strand of hair that had wiggled itself out of her bow/Hitai. Naruto, do you think maybe I and Sasuke-kun could get one? I mean, it would be pretty good to have a hidden burst of speed in a pinch. Naruto frowned. I don't think you can. Ero-Sennin was rather adamant about me not giving it to anyone. First, I didn't understand why. But after having studied some more Fuinjutsu, though it is one of the first seals you learn about, it's advised that you don't try it out before you have at least a year's worth of training. It's in a category of seals that not only require the seal itself, but the knowledge of the seal. I guess it's kind of like a sealing scroll. Even if you have the seal, if you don't know how to access the items inside it, you can't use it. There are some major differences between the two. The most important and obvious is again about the knowledge. If you don't know how to work a sealing seal, you simply won't be able to get the item out or into the seal. But if you don't know how to work a restriction seal, it can really hurt you. So no, sorry. Sakura sighed disappointed. Oh well. It came from Sasuke. He looked thoughtful while looking at Naruto, as if he was deciding what he was going to do with him. He took a look at the clone making the fake scrolls. Dope, you said you also had some idea how we could best utilize the time in here. Let us hear them. Naruto stared at Sasuke in disbelief. This was one of the first times Sasuke had actually acknowledged that he was worth something. He smiled. Yeah, well, what I'm thinking is that we have 3 options. 1, we simply track and hunt the other teams down. The upside is that we're not really reliant on their movement, as we will do the moving. But on the downside, we will use a lot of energy hunting them. Also, none of us really has any tracking skills. Sure, I could make a few hundred bunshin, but that would alarm the other teams further, and they will be specifically looking for us. Then there is option 2. We wait for the other teams by the river. It's the only pure water source in this God's forsaken place. It is true that it's too big for us to cover the whole of it, but we could probably cover about a fourth or a third with the use of my bunshin. The upside, we could mostly preserve our energy for fighting. They will do the moving. We will also be the ones to set the circumstances for the fight. The downside, we will be reliant on their movement, and as such would be required to stay up for a long period of time, so they don't slip by while we're taking a rest. Also, we are for sure not the only one to be thinking like that. And finally, option 3. It's the same idea as option 2. Set up and wait for another team where they are sure to come. But instead of the river, we will do it at the tower in the middle. Same up and downsides. Naruto waited for their response. Both of them seemed to be weighing the options they had been presented with. Sakura was about to speak up, when Sasuke cut her off. I would say we should go with the river. We will have access to clean water and open areas. Perfect for setting up a trap. The tower is of course also an option. But there isn't as much space, and we're sure to bump into a lot of other teams. That shouldn't happen at the river. He really is not the same person from the academy, Sasuke mentally mused. Sakura and Naruto nodded in agreement. Naruto looked over at his clone to see how far he had gotten with the fake scrolls. Okay, if we're going with the river, I say that we... Naruto trailed off as memories from one of the bunshin he had posted as a lookout returned to him. Sasuke and Sakura were taken by surprise by it, but quickly understood that he must have gotten memories from one of his clones. He frowned. Naruto, Sakura whispers. We have to hurry up. A team from AIM is coming this way, he said and dispelled the 2 bunshin that were with them. He had gotten both the pull seal and a sealing seal on his arm. He grabbed the real heaven scroll and sealed it, and took the 2 fake scrolls. His other bunshin had finished one of them, an earth scroll, and almost finished the other, another heaven scroll. He gave the fake earth scroll to Sasuke, who quickly put it in his pouch and stuffed the unfinished one in his own. They all 3 stood up. Naruto looked into the air, going over his and his teammates' skills, and formulating a plan to beat this team. It would be hard since he had no idea what kind of skills the AIM team had, but they would have to do. If they ran, the AIM genin were sure to follow them, and it could evolve into a competition about who gave up first, which he really didn't feel like. He looked up to Sakura, and even Sasuke, looking anticipating at him. He nodded. So what I think we should do is... 3 AIM genin were jumping through the woods. They were all wearing what looked like full-body yellow wetsuits, their eyes covered by cloth with holes to see through, and a mask over their mouth, probably to be able to breathe underwater. Their tracker had just picked up on some other genin, but they weren't sure who they were yet. The largest of the 3 tilted his head to get the tracker into view. Are you sure they are this way? I can't see any sign of them. The tracker kept his hand in the ram sign, and that is why I'm the tracker, and you're the leader. I'm positive they're this way. The 3rd spoke up. They must be pretty fast. To be able to make it this far inside the forest, in the little time we have had since the test started, isn't an easy task. Doesn't matter, the leader of the 3 said. As long as we take them by surprise, it won't matter. That closed the matter as they continued onwards. Not long after they arrived at the edge of a clearing that Team 7 had been in not long before. The tracker motioned them to a stop. They continued along the forest line, and soon came upon a small camping area. They smirked as they only saw a pink-haired kunoichi sitting in the area. The tracker couldn't sense any of the others, and so they figured that her teammate was out to gather food or wood, or something of the like. The leader nodded to the 3rd member of the team, who quickly disappeared into the shadows. He smirked as he closed in on the apparent unknowing target. He sneaked closer and closer. He raised his dagger, almost having the kunoichi. Sakura quickly spun around and delivered an earth-shattering punch to the AIM-nin abdomen. He coughed out a large amount of blood on her hand. The leader and tracker's eyes shot open as they realized they had walked straight into a trap. They were about to retreat when they heard 2 voices from behind them. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Futon, de Tapa. The first thing that hit them was the searing wind. It burned what little skin they had exposed. Then they saw an eerie glow between the trees, where after a fireball bigger than they had even seen came soaring towards them, setting anything it passed on fire. They quickly jumped down into the clearing. The only place they were sure it wouldn't hit, only to hear the same voice that had casted the futon. Shoten. Beningu Kasoku. Several chains made of crystal broke through the earth underneath them and wrapped themselves around the two. They saw over at their humped-over teammate and could see the same happening to him. Almost immediately after they felt their chakra being harder to access. Naruto came out, with Sasuke close behind him, dusting his hands off in his pants. That went better than expected. Needless to say, the two conscious Aimnin was glaring holes through him. Sasuke humphed. I still say we should have killed them right away. And risk not getting their scroll? Naruto asked him, not really expecting an answer. He walked over to the two-chained shinobi. So, spit it out. Where is your scroll? Like we would give it that easily, the leader said laughing. You got some nerve, kid. Naruto sighed deeply and let his breath drop. Going to be that way then? He took up a stick from the ground. He turned his look back at the Aimnins. Let's play a little game. This is you, he motioned to the stick. And this is what I'll do to you and your team. One limp at the time. If you don't tell me where your scroll is. The trapped shinobi watched intensely as the stick first was spiked with multiple blue crystals. They glanced nervously at each other. After it had been impaled with tens of crystal blades, it began crystallizing over. Cold sweat broke out. Thereafter, very slowly, the crystal shattered from one end to the other, sending the miniature crystal pieces out in the air. The tracker broke down. I'll tell you. Just don't kill me. I don't want to die yet, he begged. Don't tell them, the leader stammered. Naruto kept his cool and raised an eyebrow at the tracker, completely ignoring the leader now. All right then. Where is it? It's over on him. He nodded towards the member of the team who had gotten pummeled by Sakura. He has it in his pouch. Naruto looked back at Sakura and Sasuke, who went over to the location right away. To Team 7's delight, they pulled out an earth scroll. Naruto rose and took a pose, ready to strike the shinobi in front of him. You said you wouldn't kill us, the leader half screamed. I won't, but I can't have you guys following us, so you're gonna take a little nap, the Shoten user responded, hitting them in the neck. They both slumped over, hitting the ground with a thud. Naruto dispelled the chains and walked over to his teammates. Sakura looked worriedly at the three. We can't just leave them like this. They will get eaten or something. You saw that snake out front. Sasuke didn't seem to agree, but didn't voice his opinion. Naruto looked at the Aimnin and sighed in resignation. I guess you do have a point. He made 3 clones and sent them with their beaten opponents on their backs to find a hiding spot. He looked back at them. We better get out of here. We have stayed here for too long, and the other teams are bound to have heard that Katon/Futon combination Sasuke and I fired off. Both his teammates nodded in agreement as they took off again. Orochimaru, in the disguise of a young Kusa Genin, sneered. He still hadn't found Team 7. It had been almost 3 hours now, and if they had been lucky, they could be on their way towards the tower now. He couldn't let that happen. In his search of the Shoten and Sharingan users, he and his followers had already come across 2 other teams. They had been stupid enough to try their luck against him and failed miserably. They, of course, died a slow and agonizing death, but none of that mattered now. His thoughts were interrupted by the tracker he had taken with him. Orochimaru-sama, he called. Said Sannin glanced back at him, seeing a grinning Oto Genin. I've found them. They're about 2 kilometers southwest of here. They are moving rather fast. Orochimaru, now also wearing a grin bordering to smirk, nodded at him. Good work. I'll take it from here. You guys can go have some fun. His 2 followers grinned to each other before taking off into the forest. Orochimaru's creepy smirk stayed on his lips as he thought about the Sharingan user and the Shoten user. He couldn't wait to see what they were capable of. He shot off with speeds only Jounin-level shinobi would be able to keep up with, in the direction he had been told. Team 7 was jumping through the canopies of the forest, Naruto leading them, Sakura on his left, and Sasuke on his right. They were heading straight for the center. They had gotten their scroll, and the longer they stayed out in the open, the longer they risked of losing them. No matter how happy Naruto was about his team already having the Earth Scroll, he couldn't help but also feel a tiny tad disappointed. And here I was ready to spend multiple nights out in the open, fighting strong teams. Oh well, I guess you shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. In his mindscape, the Kyuubi smirked darkly behind his prison. You'll get your wish, brat. Let's see if you can live through it. It hadn't been 10 seconds since Naruto had thought those thoughts did a very powerful gust knock them off course, forcing them to land on the ground. They quickly jumped into a formation, covering each other's backs, while being able to attack any angle. They stayed silent for about a minute, none of them daring to speak. But finally Sakura broke the silence. That wasn't natural, was it? She asked, still standing ready, trying to see if anything were coming for them from her view. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm pretty sure it was a futon, Daitapa. But it looked nothing like yours did, Sasuke stated. This has to have been at least 3 times as powerful, probably more. Well, the thing about Daitapa is that it varies in strength from user to user. Many factors matter, as that doesn't matter now, the blonde genin answered. He narrowed his eyes as he saw something through the undergrowth. Sasuke, use your Sharingan here. I think they're coming. The Uchiha heir didn't get to do anything before they heard a laugh sending chills up their spines. Coo coo coo. It came from the direction Naruto had pointed out. From the shade of the trees, a person seemed to slither towards them. You really don't let your guard down. Said person came out into the light, giving Team 7 a clear view of a woman. She was one of the genin from Kusa. Looks like I can have more fun than I expected. She continued and licked her lips, giving the genin from Konoha a sight of her abnormally long and odd-shaped tongue. She laughed again while taking out his scroll. Scroll of Earth. You want our scroll of the Earth, right? She asked, not really expecting an answer, since you 3 have the scroll of heaven. All 3 of Kakashi's students narrowed their eyes, the same thought going through their heads. She had been watching them, meaning that she had planned on taking them on. They didn't need an extra scroll, but none of them dared to speak or move against this enemy. The next thing the foreigner did mental shiver. She brought the scroll to his mouth, her long tongue wrapping around the scroll, before forcing it down her throat. She continued talking to them, her Hittite covering her eyes in shadow now. Let us begin the fight over out scrolls. By putting our lives on the line. She looked directly up at the 3, pulling slightly down on her lower right eyelid. A monstrous amount of killer intent hit them, something none of them had expected. They saw over and over again how the Kusanine were going to kill them. Slice them open, kunai to the forehead, their throats slit. All of their eyes widened in shock and fear. Naruto half buckled down to one knee, but managed to remain partially standing, though still visibly shaking. He glared at the enemy in front of him. She can't be a genin. Just who is she? No genin can manage to release such killer intent, no matter how strong they are. This killer intent, it has been through wars, it has been surrounded by death. If it wasn't because I have been exposed to the Kyuubis. He shifted his eyes to his teammates. Sakura and Sasuke had fallen down on their knees. Sasuke was currently bent over, emptying his stomach's contents. A genjutsu? No, it was just intent to kill. I can't believe it. After just seeing into her eyes, I was imprinted with an image of my own death. Just who is she? Sakura was doing far worse. She was shaking like a leaf, crying her tears out. No matter how hard she had trained, nothing could have prepared her for this. How could she? This was a Chunin exam. No one like this should be in here. Naruto was still shaking, but now in anger. He looked back at the imposing Kusa genin, remembering his training, and shot his deadliest glare, with some of the Kyuubi's own killer intent. Naruto could feel traces of the Kyuubi's chakra running through his system, and knew that if he looked himself in the eyes, he would see red slit eyes, instead of the usual ocean blue. Sasuke stared up at Naruto, not knowing where he could have learned it. Sakura, though still in tears, felt relief hit her system. Who are you? Naruto growled. The hidden Orochimaru took a step back at the unexpected killer intent that rivaled, if not beat, his own, then smirked, Coo coo coo. Seems little Naruto-kun has more control over the Kyuubi than I thought. He smiled in his own creepy way, very impressive Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to be so in control. Tell me who you are. Naruto repeated more harshly. Orochimaru in the Kusagenin's body smirked. Make me. That was it for Naruto. He charges as fast as he could, conjured a crystal tanto in the process, and slashed through the foreign genin. His eyes widened as the person his tanto was half buried in disappeared into smoke. She reappeared right in front of him, going through hand seals faster than Naruto had ever seen. Futon, Renkuden. Before Naruto could do anything, he felt like he was hit by the Hokage monument. Everything hurt as he was shot like a cannonball deep into the forest. She did not realize her voice echoed so loud as Sakura watched in horror. Naruto. Yujito, Omoi and Karui were sitting up in a tree while having something to eat. They had been running around the forest, trying to find another genin team, but no such luck yet. Omoi swallowed his mouthful of rice ball. We could try the river. Some teams are bound to go there to get fresh water. If you don't, then you will just get dehydrated. Then you will dash. Gosh, we get it already, Omoi. Karui yelled in a whisper and took another bite of her food. She sighed in defeat. But you do have a point. We're not getting anywhere at this rate. I really wish one of us was a sensory type that is good right now. Right, Yujito-chan? Yujito-chan. Said girl was currently lost in thought, thinking about a certain blonde genin from Konoha. Yujito-chan? Karui yelled into her ear. She pushed her away right away, rubbing her ear. That's mean, Karui. You know how much more sensitive my hearing are because of Nibby. Karui shrugged. I had to do something. You were kind of in a dazed. Yujito blushed. I was. Omoi nodded. Yeah, what was that about anyway? It's like the 5th time it has happened since yesterday. Could be really bad. Just think, we're in the middle of a fight with another genin team, and they are charging at us. You're just about to cast a jutsu to counter theirs, but you phase out and then Karui rubbed her fist, but then looked at Yujito again. He has a point. We need you to keep your head in the game. We are in here with a lot of other people, and some of us will die. Yujito sighed. I know, it's just dash. She stopped when she felt faint killer intent. She looked at her 2 teammates who were looking in the direction it was coming from. Not long after they felt a much more potent one. Yujito's eyes widened as she felt demonic chakra being used. Let's go, she said and jumped towards the killer intent. What are you doing? We should run away from that. Karui screamed, but Yujito didn't listen. Karui quickly picked up Omoi. Come on. We can't let her go alone. They quickly jumped from branch to branch, trying to locate the exact area the killer intent and demonic chakra was coming from. Their eyes widened as they realized that one of the sources were moving fast towards them. That's when they started to hear crashes. They stopped, getting ready to jump anyway to avoid anything. Through a tree crashed what Yujito concluded was the source of the demonic chakra, and it didn't stop. From where they were standing, they could see him crash through 3 more trees before continuing out of sight. Yujito looked at her 2 teammates before dashing off after the living projectile. Naruto tried to channel more of the fox chakra into his system as he kept crashing through trees. He finally stopped by making a big dent into what seemed like a several hundred-year-old oak. He fell down from his crater, falling headfirst into the earth. He groaned as he tried to get up, but found out he couldn't get more up than on 4 limbs. He coughed hard and spat out a fair amount of blood. He closed his eyes trying to focus his thoughts, which was hard because of all the pain. He had never felt so much pain before. The futon jutsu wasn't enough. He had to go through multiple kilometers of forest, and through who knows how many unforgiven giant oak. He could feel at least 5 ribs broken. His right leg didn't feel too good either, and he was almost positive he was bleeding internally since he was coughing blood up. He groaned again as he sat up by the oak and closed his eyes. Even with the fox's chakra, this was going to take a while to heal, and he had to get back to Sakura and Sasuke fast. He didn't want to think what that maniac would do to them, but he couldn't do anything right now. He had to rest. His ears twitched as he heard something moving, and his eyes went wide open when he heard a hiss. In front of him was a snake big enough to fill up his whole apartment, and still have a good portion of its tail outside. It looked hungrily at him and began to slither towards him. Naruto used all his power to stand up, still leaning onto the oak, and made a crystal tanto. But the crystal shattered as soon as it had been made. He closed his eyes. No, it can't end like this. Anything but this. Kyubi, just a little more. Lend me your chakra. He opened his eyes screaming. and brought his free hand slamming into the ground. Shota. Susho no sure. The snake stopped as the whole clearing shook, seemingly concentrating under the snake. Right as Naruto thought the jutsu had failed, giant crimson spikes grew out of the earth, impaling the giant snake everything he could. From where the spikes had hit, the flesh started to crystallize, making the snake hiss in agony. In 30 seconds, the snake was dead, only leaving a massive construct of a crystal snake in front of Naruto. Naruto lost his footing again as he felt the Kyuubi's chakra leave his system. His vision blackened as he saw the crystal snake beginning to crumble, and 3 figures jumping towards him. Sakura. Chapter 11. The Snake in the Forest. Orochimaru versus Sasuke and Sakura. Darkness, pain, hatred. All he could feel was those things. He didn't know where he was, or when he was. Who was he again? Oh yeah, he was Uzumaki Naruto, orphan of Konohagakure no Sato, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, hated by the shinobi, despised by the villagers, the Kyuubi, the source of all his suffering, and that because of a single man. Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, Konoha no Kiroi Senko, war hero of the Third Great Shinobi War. Why him? Why did the strongest shinobi in centuries choose him? Why was it him that had to be damned? Hadn't the Kyuubi taken enough from him? Wasn't his parents' death enough for the Yondaime? Hadn't he suffered enough? The pain, this unbearable pain. It wasn't only his non-existing body that hurt now, but his heart too. Everything hurt, and he had nowhere to run. There was only darkness, darkness to swallow him up whole, darkness mock him in his darkest hour, darkness to remind him of all the things he didn't accomplish, all the things he wouldn't accomplish, and the things he never could accomplish. He had never hurt this much before. He wanted to get away, but there was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Then out of nothing came flash brighter than the strongest Ketan Jutsu, so bright that he thought it was a new sun. It was somewhere instead of this nowhere. He began running towards it. He started to feel his body. His chest, his legs, his arms, his head, his everything. He was something, somebody. The darkness grabbed out after him, trying to hold him away from the beautiful light, the godsend light, but he wouldn't lose. He used all his powers to struggle, to get away from the awful thing that was darkness. He was getting closer. He could feel the warmth, the caring, and the love. He had to get there, but the darkness was so strong. He was so close. He couldn't be shown the way out just to have it taken away. But he started to slow down. The darkness came from him again, dragging him away from the light, from the warmth, the caring, and the love. He couldn't take it. The hatred, the pain, the darkness came for him again. He started to lose to it. Slowly, inch by inch, it won, dragging him away from the light. It got colder. That's when he heard the voice, that familiar yet completely alien voice. It was soothing, knowing, caring. It gave him strength. He fought. He couldn't lose to the darkness, and he wouldn't. He had things to do, goals to accomplish. He was going to pass these exams, he was going to be acknowledged by the village of Konoha, and he was going to become the Hokage. He used his newly gained strength to get out of the grasp of the coldness, the darkness. He used all his powers to get to the voice, to the light. He was winning. He was so close now, just a few more meters. 5 meters, 3 meters, a half meter. He stretched out his hand to touch his savior. He was so close to the warmth, it burned his hand. But he didn't care. Anything but the darkness. And he touched it. Light exploded all around him, chasing the darkness away, the coldness away, the pain and hatred away. There was only light, only love, only warmth. He blinked a few times to get used to the brightness. What he saw was not what he expected. He was standing what he guessed was a room, but without walls. There wasn't much furniture here, only a small table, a chair, and a crib. He heard low, light breaths from it. He slowly stepped over to it, his breath getting stuck in his throat when he saw who was laying in it. It was a baby, which couldn't be more than a day or 2 old. That wasn't what had gotten to Naruto. It was its appearance. 3 very familiar whisker marks were across the cheeks. His blonde hair was spiky and uncontrolled, bristling in all direction. The baby had his eyes open to show him the most deep, cerulean eyes, which he knew very well. He got a shock as 2 people appeared in the middle of the room. A blond man was kneeling, holding a long, red-haired woman to his chest. You could see that she was very beautiful, despite appearing so sick and weak. Once again his breath hitched as the man rose from his kneeling position, showing his full appearance. He had the same spiky blonde hair as the baby, but longer bangs, framing his head. The same deep, cerulean-kind eyes was positioned in his face. His whole body structure just shouted, "I have power, and I'm not afraid of using it if I'm forced." It was the Yondaime Hokage. Why, the red-haired woman weakly spoke. The pair didn't seem to have noticed the stranger in their home. Naruto stood frozen, not daring to make any movements. Minato began walking over to the crib. Never mind that now, just stay with Naruto. His eyes widened in realization as he heard what the older blonde said. He looked in disbelief between the man standing over the crib to the woman lying in it beside the baby. The woman hugged the baby tightly, her eyes watering Naruto. She didn't notice the dark and grim look which was displayed in her husband's face. His fist tightened a second as a resolute expression took over the grim look. He went to where a wall should have been and opened what appeared to be a closet. He quickly took on a white cloak with red flames dancing at the bottom. On the backside, the kanji for Yondaime Hokage was displayed. Naruto had no doubts now. This was the legendary Konoha no Kiroi Senko. "Minato, thank you," the woman spoke. "Good luck. I'll be right back." And with that he disappeared in a flash of yellow. She just lay there, looking at her newly born son. He began to sob lightly, almost as if he knew what would come to be. The woman comforted him, There, Naruchan. Everything will be all right." But he didn't stop, he began to cry louder. "Sure. Nothing is going to happen to you. Just go back to sleep." But it didn't stop him. She sighed deeply with a smile on her lips and began to sing for him. Chills went down Naruto's spine as he recognized the voice. It was the voice that had saved him from the darkness. The voice which had haunted his dreams, since he don't know when. He sat down on the chair simply listening to what he could only guess was his mom. A serene smile spread on his face. "Just when you think hope is lost and giving up is all you got, blue turns black. Your confidence is cracked, and there seems no turning back from here. Sometimes there isn't an obvious explanation why the holiest hearts can feel the strongest palpitations. That's when you can build a bridge of light. That's what turns the wrongs all right. That's when you can't give up the fight. That's when love turns nighttime into day. That's when loneliness goes away. That's why you gotta be strong tonight. And only love can build us a bridge of light." Naruto could have listened to that for hours, maybe even days, and not get tired of hearing it. He closed his eyes as the song went on, just reveling in the peace he felt. But he suddenly frowned when the voice became lower and lower. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He could only sit there as the angelic song was taken away from him. Naruto winced. He could feel all the pain in his body. He wasn't in the light anymore. What was that place anyway? Had it all been a dream? He really wasn't the Yondaime's son? No, it couldn't have been a dream. Not with all those emotions he felt. He could still feel the peace from the light, the love, and the concern. Two feelings he never really had felt before, but instantly knew what they were. He turned over to feel a warm glow from behind his eyelids. It was nice. Kept him warm now that he was lying here on the forest floor. But how could that be? How did he get here again? The last thing he remembered was the snake which poofed away just like a summonses. A snake summoner? The only Konohanin with a contract to the snakes were Anko, and no one, not even her, was allowed to interfere in the exams. But who else could have the snake summon? Who again was holding the contract? He thought about it for a few seconds, before the realization came crashing down on him. Orochimaru. It was Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin. But then, Sakura, Sasuke. He sat up as soon as he had concluded it, but quickly regretted it and grasped his head. He got very lightheaded, and his whole body still hurt, not as much as before, but still a lot. He winced and looked down his body. He was covered in bandages. He frowned once again, but who could have done it? For that matter, why am I sitting in a camp, and not lying beaten up somewhere in the forest. "Oh, you're finally awake. I have been waiting for quite some time," a foreign female voice sounded. Naruto, while still quite dazed by the lightheadedness, looked lazily over at the direction the voice had come from and looked straight at a blonde girl. He recognized her from the day before, at Ibiki's exam. He analyzed her face. It was smooth, beautiful even. Especially her eyes drew his attention. They were light blue, and her pupils were slit, just like a cat's eyes, while they were set in an angle. They were just under her Hitai 8, which proudly displayed the 3 clouds which are Kumogakure's symbol. Wait! Naruto thought, Kumogakure. Kumogakure. Naruto didn't waste another second. He didn't show any concern to his body's condition, as he jumped from the makeshift bed as fast as he could, making a crystal tanto in the process, and got into a battle stance at the other side of the camp. He realized his grave mistake to disregard his body, as the crystal shattered and he fell clutching his left side. "Baka! You're in no condition to jump around like that. You flew like a cannonball through several kilometers of forest." It came from the Kumo Kunoichi as she stood up and made her way over to him. The blonde Konoha genin looked carefully at her, not really sure what to make of her. "You're not going to attack me?" She snorted, "And why would I do that? Not after all the trouble I went through to treat you." No, Naruto really didn't know what to make of her. Why would a foreign shinobi, a shinobi from Kumogakure nonetheless, treat him? It was normal that genin from the same village helped each other, or at least not attack or hinder each other during the exams, but it was very rare even for allied nations to help teams from foreign villages. Naruto didn't take his eyes off her, trying to keep his guard up as much as he could. "You treated me? Why?" "Why? Because you were beaten up pretty badly. That's why," she answered, a little annoyed. Here she had used hours to treat him and he reacted like this. She stopped walking, waited for him to put down his guard. Naruto shook his head. "That's not what I meant. Kumo and Konoha aren't allies. Far from it. You used the peace treaty as a way to try and get your hands on the Byakugan. It's just disgusting how you would use Konoha's good faith like that." The Kumo Kunoichi snorted yet again. He had no idea what really happened that night. She looked at Naruto yet another time. He was barely standing, his whole body shaking lightly in exertion, and blood dripping from the now loose bandages. She raised an eyebrow. "While it's rather foolish to go around jumping like that with such serious injuries, I can't deny that I'm impressed, but even with his so-called healing abilities, he still is far from in a condition where he could safely move around. Then again, if he really is one of us, then it isn't that surprising." She looked at him with a raised eyebrow, before resigning and sat down on the ground. "Look, I'm not going to attack you, and neither are my teammates." Naruto narrowed his eyes. He had forgotten everything about her teammates. "Then where are they?" She shrugged out, "Getting wood, water, and food. Now come here so I can treat you before you pass out again from blood loss." Naruto didn't get out of his sloppy stance. Should I really trust her? If she wanted to get rid of me, then why would she treat me? But what other options do I have? I could try run for it. But with these injuries I wouldn't get far. She would catch me within a few minutes. I could call for help using that, but I don't think I have enough chakra to do it without passing out, leaving me at her mercy. And I could of course just put my trust in her. It doesn't seem like I have a choice. No matter what I do, I will be at her mercy. Might as well not waste any energy." He carefully got out of his stance. "Fine. But I'll be watching you." He limped over to the now standing Kumo genin, who helped him over to the campfire again, where she began changing and tighten the bandages. He couldn't help but blush as he stood bare-chested, as she looked over his wounds. She raised an eyebrow at what she saw. He really did have rather impressive healing abilities. The long gashes he had when they found him were almost gone. If all his wounds heal as fast as these, she thought as she began stroking his chest lightly, feeling the wounds he must never have gotten, and never will get, any scars. "HMMH," it came from Naruto. She looked inquiring up at him. His cheeks was as red as a ripe tomato. She soon noticed why. She had been stroking him all over his muscular chest, checking for the wounds. As she realized what he must have thought and felt, she blushed deeply and quickly changed the bandages. She sat down on the other side of the bonfire. "So, what's your name?" she asked, eager to shift from the awkward atmosphere that had appeared. "You first," Naruto said, still not trusting the girl completely. She rolled her eyes. "My name is Yujito." "Ni Yujito." Naruto pulled his knees up to his chest and rested his aching head on them with closed eyes. "Name is Uzumaki Naruto." Hours earlier. Futon, Rankuden. Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura watched in horror as their teammate was hurled away through the trees with enormous force from the hidden Sanin's jutsu. The now obvious non-genin turned her attention back to the two Konoha shinobi in front of her. She cracked a smile. Now, where were we? Sakura was shaking out of control. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't stop shaking. It didn't help when Naruto, the strongest genin she knew, yes, even stronger than Sasuke, was shot through the forest, without the Kusa shinobi even breaking a sweat. She felt something wet hitting her arms and legs. She looked down to find droplets of water. Still shaking, she moved her hand to her chin, feeling more water. Tears? She thought, even with all the training I have been going through, it still only took that little effort from him to take me down. Naruto could handle it with no problem, and Sasuke is also able to move. Wait, what is he going to do with that kunai? While Sakura had been trying to get herself under control again, Sasuke had done his own thinking. They needed to get out of there. He had taken out a kunai and was standing up, barely. Sakura's eyes widened in realization as she knew what he was going to do. "And what do you think you're going to do with that, Sasuke-kun?" the Kusanine asked as she began walking towards them. "She is coming. But what can I do? I must." Naruto could pull it together. Sasuke pulled it together. "I also have to pull it together," the pink-haired kunoichi thought. That thought repeated more as she saw their opponent now taking out two kunai. "Relax. I will end it in a flash. You won't have time to suffer," she said, as she almost casually walked closer to them, meter by meter, step by step. She stopped when she was only a few meters in front of the frozen members of Team 7, drawing back the kunai, ready to throw. "I wanted to have a little fun, but now I'm disappointed. Maybe your teammate will be a bigger challenge. Maybe I should go look after him when I'm done with you." He threw the kunai. A surge of determination crashed through Sasuke and Sakura when their friend's name was mentioned. They couldn't give up. He never would. Sasuke turned the kunai towards his thigh, rushing his kunai towards it, while Sakura, with all her strength and might, grabbed her left pinky, twisting and turning it. There sounded a nauseating crack and a sickening stabbing sound, and the two genin was away, leaving the kunai to sink deep into the bark of the tree behind them. Orochimaru looked down on the bloodied grass and couldn't help but crack another smile in excitement. "I see. They got rid of the fear with pain. Even the civilian-born. Maybe I will have a bit of a challenge after all." A few hundred meters away, Sasuke and Sakura sat opposed to each other on a large branch, away from the maniac. Sakura looked down on her now purple and swollen left hand. Her pinky was sticking away from the hand, defiantly not sitting in the right position. She winced as she tried to move it. She moved her right hand over the left, grabbing it. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Sasuke asked with concern. She didn't have time to care about it or answer him. She had to do this before her determination left her again. She took a deep breath and snapped the finger back in place. She bit down her scream, clenching her jaw tight, and tears streaming down her cheeks again. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Finally, she answered her crush's question. "I had to set it back in place. Else it would get infected or start growing back together at a wrong angle. It would hurt much more later on." She took out bandages and wrapped it around her injured hand. Sasuke nodded at the explanation, finally taking out the kunai from his thigh. "We need to get out of here. We need to run. She's gonna find us out soon. But how? How should we run away from something like that?" He was so distressed he didn't even notice the blood seeping out from his wound. While still shaken up, Sakura had somehow managed to calm somewhat down, or at least going from panic to distressed. "Sasuke-kun, we need to stop the bleeding. We can't afford to have you pass out now," she said, beginning to treat the wound, not even waiting for an answer. However, Sasuke quickly pushed her away, while jumping back and activating his Sharingan in the process. She was about to ask him why when she saw it. A giant snake was currently coming down at the exact spot they had been, biting the branch to toothpicks. I was so upset that I didn't notice the presence of a snake before it was over us. The Uchiha heir asked himself in disbelief as he flew through the air. He didn't get an answer, as the snake now launched off the branch, aiming for him. As it did, he felt the presence of him. Panic struck like a lightning bolt. "Don't get near me!" he screamed while throwing 6 shuriken at the snake's open mouth. They went straight through its head, and it soon lay dead in the trees, blood seeping from its head and mouth. Sasuke and Sakura tried to get their breath from the attack, thinking it was over. How wrong they could be. The snake's skin started to crack at its neck joint, like something was trying to get out. Slowly but surely, the fake genin emerged from the snake. "You can't let your guard down for even a second." It came from the evil woman. Prey need to strain their minds all the time and run around in the presence of a predator. She was now fully emerged. She launched from the snake, aiming at Sasuke again. But she was changed. From the waist down, she almost looked like a serpent-like. She even moved like a snake, approaching the panic-struck Sasuke with incredible speeds. She got closer and closer. She was now on the same branch. Just as she was about to attack, she stopped in her tracks as kunai and shuriken alike struck just in front of her. "I'll leave Sasuke-kun alone." It came from the pinkette. Sasuke looked at Sakura with the same wide eyes he had been looking with for the last half hour. Though she was still shaking lightly, she was ready to attack. This was a Sakura he hadn't seen before. She was way different from the girl at the academy, or even the girl in Nami. He couldn't let her die here. "Sakura, run. Do not die here. She is way above our level. Run while you can." First she looked at him in shock. Shock that he cared enough for her that he would give his life for her. Then, to his great surprise, she glared at him like hell I am. "We are a team. All of us. No matter if you like it or not. I get that you're only on this team to get power, to get your so-called revenge, but you're still my teammate, Naruto's teammate, Kaka-sensei's student. I'm not going to leave you to the likes of that Hibi team." No one but Naruto, especially his so-called fan club girls, had ever spoken to him like that. Struck a chord. If she spoke to him like that, he must have been really far out. His eyes slowly changed, his posture changed. He looked back at the hidden Sannin, who noticed it also. "He wants to fight? That's great. I will finally see what the last loyal Uchiha can do." And so, it begins! The female Kusanin laughed while changing back to having legs. They stood like that, the Uchiha heir and the snake user, just looking at their opponent, ready to react at the slightest movement. It was the snake user that finally did the first move. "Sanaijishu," she said in a punching motion. Dozens of snakes appeared out of her sleeve, aiming their poisonous fangs at the Uchiha. His eyes widened, and he quickly jumped over at the branch Sakura was standing. Orochimaru smiled, as if it had been part of his plan. He pulled up his left sleeve to show a weird-looking seal. He bit his thumb and smeared the blood over it, and began to go through hand seals. Sasuke immediately recognized the seals, but before he could warn Sakura, Orochimaru yelled the name of the jutsu. Kuchios no Jutsu. The two genin were hit by a rough gust, as chakra emerged from their opponent. When it was finally over, they found the snake user had summoned a very large snake. It was at least 30 or 40 meters long. He laughed again. "What cute prey we have here. For now, eat them." The snake didn't need to be told twice. It brought its head back, before striking. Sakura acted before even thinking. She remembered her training. Mold chakra in her arm to increase its strength and strike. She punched the branch below them, causing it to break from the tree and fall down into the depths of the forest. Sure, they would maybe get hurt by the fall, but it was better than fighting a giant snake. Sasuke was surprised by the sudden free fall, but quickly realized it was Sakura's doing. They both collected chakra at their feet and came to a hold on the tree's bark. They nodded to the other and started to jump through the rotten-looking forest together, trying to get away from the snake summoner. It hadn't been more than a few seconds later that they heard the forest behind them getting destroyed by something big. It was the snake with its summoner going after them. It was that train of thoughts that left them totally unprepared when the summoner came from their right side, punching Sakura harshly into a tree and Sasuke through the air. He saw the giant snake behind him, coming to its summoner call. Sasuke twisted in the air and landed on a branch. "Sakura," he called her. He looked at her with worry, relief filling his face when he saw her crack open an eye. He turned to glare at the summoner. He reminded him way too much of a certain man. He remembered it like it was yesterday. He closed his eyes as he remembered what he had said to him. "Foolish brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and survive in an unsightly way, run, run, and cling to life." No, he wouldn't let anyone he cared about the least get hurt again. He opened his eyes, his Sharingan now evolved. Orochimaru smiled yet again. He is definitely part of the Uchiha clan. His blood must be making him excited. Sakura jumped down on a branch, violently coughing up blood as she kneeled down. Sasuke saw it. "We can't keep running in this condition. Then, I must fight him with everything I got." Orochimaru pulled up his sleeve again. "I will take my time to see how strong you are," he laughed, and recalled his snake to its own summoning world, getting into his stance. Sasuke didn't even flinch at the gust. He had made a resolve, and he wasn't going to back down now. He brought out a kunai and put it in his mouth. "I have to survive to kill my brother." When that thought came to my mind, I realized that I was the one who was acting like an idiot. Naruto, Sakura, how can someone who can't even risk his own life here even think about killing the man who slaughtered his own clan? Sasuke charged. He jumped into the air, throwing several kunai at his opponent, who dodged them with ease. He jumped from tree to tree, finally getting to the snake user, and brought a punch and a kick to his chest, both of which Orochimaru simply blocked. He retorted and tried to kick Sasuke while he was in the air, but Sasuke spun around, barely dodging it. He used the momentum from the spin and landed crouching a few meters away. They didn't stay that way for long, as both charged again with amazing speeds. They engaged in close combat, each trying to get into the other's guard. Unbeknown to Sasuke, Orochimaru was merely trying, but was greatly impressed by the skills of this genin. They kept throwing punches and kicks at their opponent. Sasuke dodged under another kick. "I can see it." Orochimaru punched at Sasuke's chest, the force forcing them a few meters apart. The snake summoner decided to take a different approach. He ran around Sasuke in a radius, with speeds approaching Jounin level. The only reason Sasuke could see it was because of his newly evolved Sharingan. "I can see." He dodged when his opponent came at him, ramming into the tree where he had stood a fraction of a second earlier. He brought the ram seal up, took a deep breath and spewed fire at the snake. And again, and again. Soon Orochimaru was engulfed in a sea of flames. The flames dispersed to show no Orochimaru, but Sasuke saw where he was, inside the tree, making his way to Sasuke. He emerged from it, slashing at Sasuke, who jumped back and dodged it. The fight came to a hold, with Sasuke standing meters away from the half-emerged snake user. Orochimaru looked analytically at Sasuke. "Good. He was able to predict where I was going to move and attacked accordingly. He must be able to see me, even at mid-Jounin speeds." Orochimaru gathered wind chakra in his hand and used a seal-less futon, Rapusho, forcing Sasuke to jump away once again. The raven-haired boy jumped the trees again until he was just above his opponent. He gathered chakra in his feet and pushed off, grabbing his opponent in the process. He latched on to the head-down snake user. "I got you now." They approached a branch at increasing speeds. Then they hit it, Orochimaru head first, making cracks in the bark. He stood like that, head buried a few centimeters, before his arms went limp. Sasuke jumped away, watching as the legs also went limp. He almost thought he had won, but then the apparently dead Kusanine began to shake, and then transformed back into earth. "Kawarimi?" Sasuke asked, but had to dodge a hail of kunai before he could think further about it. He was forced out over the branch. Mid-air, he took out wires and latched them onto a small branch, swinging around the whole tree, landing on another branch. Before he could get foothold, his opponent emerged from the shadows and completely pummeled him with punches and kicks much faster than before. He punched hard, making Sasuke fall on the branch a few meters away. Sasuke-kun. Sakura arrived, having gotten left behind, and saw the situation. She felt hopeless. She wanted to help, but she was in no condition to do it. She felt so weak, so helpless right now. Orochimaru walked closer to the Uchiha heir and humphed. That was too easy. You're not living up to the name of Uchiha. I'm disappointed. Oh well, I'm gonna slowly beat you and then kill you, just like a bug, the hidden Sannin preached. What he didn't know was that Sasuke had planted small bombs on him. And they went off now. She was surprised by the small blast wave, forcing him to take a few steps forward, and got down on one knee. Sasuke used the distraction to get back up, and jumped into the air. He threw a bunch larger, different shuriken at his opponent, all connected with wire. They all flew past Orochimaru, and the tree behind him. Soon enough the snake summoner was surrounded by wires, but it wasn't the end of it. Sasuke pulled at the wires, forcing them to come back at him. For the first time in the fight, he was actually surprised. These are Sharingan-controlled triple windmill blades. The wires tightened, and he was latched onto the tree. Sasuke, holding a wire in his mouth, went through hand seals, katan. Ryuka no Jutsu. A large fire quickly ran all the way with the wire, assaulting Orochimaru's body with intense heat and fire, even burning through the tree behind him. The scream he emitted was otherworldly, and Sakura couldn't help the chills that ran through her body. The intense inferno lasted for a good 15 seconds before dying slowly down. And there was silence. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura dared move. They knew this opponent was strong, and they weren't going to let their guards down once again. But even then, Sasuke sunk down a bit. This was one of the strongest and most chakra-taxing techniques he knew, and he had already used a lot of both energy and chakra at the fight. Sakura saw it, and while keeping her guard up, jumped down to him with a limb. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? You got to get a hold of yourself, she asked concerned. He didn't get to answer. His opponent got free of the burned-through wires and opened his eye in his melted face. Sakura fell down on her knees right away, while Sasuke began shaking once again, a paralyzing jutsu. I must say that I'm impressed, she said, but her voice sounded different, almost like two voices overlaying each other. That you can use your Sharingan so well at your age. You live up to the name of Uchiha indeed. Now his voice was completely changed. It was way deeper, masculine, and older. I want you after all. Sasuke took a closer look. Half the face was burned off and underneath was another face. He could see very pale skin, and around the eyes were purple-like markings. His Hittite had also changed. It didn't show the Kusa symbol anymore, but the music note that is the newly founded Oto Gekyure's symbol. He screamed in frustration. Would this bastard ever just die? You two are definitely brothers, Orochimaru continued. Your eyes carry more potential than Itachi. Sasuke froze at the mention of his brother's name. Who are you? My name is Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, get through this exam as if your life depended on it. In other words, you'll have to defeat my subordinates. Sakura couldn't stay quiet anymore. What nonsense are you chattering about? We never want to see your face anymore. Orochimaru laughed at her outburst. It doesn't work that way. He brought his hand in a weird seal, and his neck extended. Before either of the genin realized it, he was biting Sasuke's neck. Sasuke-kun. There was no response. Orochimaru let go of Sasuke and brought his neck back to normal size. 3 marks appeared on Sasuke's neck. He quickly grasped it in pain. Sasuke-kun. You! What have you done to Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked with both worry and anger. I gave him a farewell present. Sasuke-kun will seek me. He will seek me for power. It was fun being able to see a lot of your moves. But not I got to go. I have an appointment with a certain blonde-haired shinobi, he replied as he sunk into the ground. Sakura's eyes went wide. You stay away from Naruto, but he was already gone. She watched the spot with horror. I'm sorry, Naruto. We couldn't stop him. I hope you will be okay. She was broken from her thoughts when she heard Sasuke scream in pain. She got over to him. Get a hold of yourself. Sasuke, come on. He screamed one last time before passing out onto her. Sasuke-kun. Naruto. She almost sounded pleadingly. She couldn't hold her tears anymore. The whole situation was just too horrible. There was a maniac named Orochimaru running loose in the forest. He had sent Naruto crashing through God's knows how many kilometers of forest, had beat up her and Sasuke, giving Sasuke a weird mark in the process, and was now going to find Naruto and probably do the same. It was too much. She hugged Sasuke tightly. What should I do? She asked herself, closing her eyes in hopelessness. You're strong, Sakura-chan. You just don't realize how strong. Her eyes opened again, as she remembered what Naruto had told her. Who was she to ask what she should do? She already knew what she should do. With Orochimaru. The sun had gone down by now. The forest was covered in shadows and darkness. Orochimaru emerged slowly from the earth. The fight had taken a lot more from him, more than he had expected. I guess I'll rest for now. By tomorrow Naruto-kun should be good as well. He smiled. I can't wait to see what your son can do, Minato-kun. Kushina-chan. He leaned up by a tree, slowly sinking into it. When only his head was exposed, he closed his eyes and resigned himself to the slumber. Naruto twisted and turned in his sleep. While he didn't get back to the darkness, he didn't see the light either. But the red-haired woman, who he could only presume was his mother, haunted his dreams with her song. In every corner saw her red hair. In every place, she heard her song. She was almost there, but not quite. That was not the only thing that haunted him. He could only imagine what Orochimaru was doing to his teammates and friends. He was angry with himself, angry for charging so carelessly at a so obviously stronger opponent, angry that he got hit by that futon jutsu, angry that he got so hurt, and angry that he couldn't heal faster. If it took this long for the QB to fix him up, then it must have really been bad. The best thing he could do now was rest, and let the fox do its work. Or he would, if someone wasn't talking so loudly. But what if he really is what you think he is? What if he loses control and kill us all? What if he destroys the whole forest? Us with it. Then Asama would declare war because of A male voice sounded. Gosh, oh moy, that won't happen. Look at him. Does he look like he could go on a rampage? A female voice scolded. Does Yujito look like she could go on a rampage? The male retorted. And there was silence for a few seconds. He got you there, sounded the amused voice of Yujito. The other female sounded like she snorted at it. But what was it they thought he was? Did they know about the QB? No, they couldn't, could they? Why is it we're helping Kumo again? Another male voice sounded. It sounded familiar, as if he had heard it before, and yet he couldn't put a face on it. Because they're helping Naruto-kun. And stop complaining now, sounded an irate female voice. He knew that voice. It was Haku. But what was she doing here? That must mean that it was her team that were the other three shapes he had seen before he passed out, with the first three being Yujito's team. I hope he is okay. I can't even imagine who cold V done something like this to him. A nervous voice sounded. Kojuru's voice, Naruto concluded. Wonder how his weak teammates are. Probably lying dead somewhere, Kohei said. His teammates, Sakura, Sasuke, how could he have forgotten about them? He opened his eyes and sat up, surprising the 6 genin in the campsite. It was filled with sunlight, so he had slept through the night. That must have been enough rest. He had to go now. He looked around to see their faces. He already knew Haku, Kojuru, Kohei, and Yujito. The last two he assumed was Yujito's teammates, a boy and a girl. Both had very dark skin, only common in Kumo. The girl had red hair and the boy had white. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Haku asked quickly at his side. Yeah, I am now, but I need to get going, Naruto said. Hey, you wait just a second, mister, the red-haired teammate said. We help treat you and watch over you, and you're not even going to explain yourself? Who the hell did that to you? Orochimaru, he answered flatly. When he saw their faces of recognition and shock, he nodded. Yeah, that Orochimaru, of the Densetsu no Sannin. But how do you know that? The dark-skinned boy asked. The snake that attacked me, Naruto said, while looking for his shinobi gear around the campsite. The snake dispelled when it died. And only summoned animals does that. And before you ask, I know it was Orochimaru's because only one other person has signed the snake contract, Mitarashi Anko. And as you all know, she isn't allowed to interfere in the exams, unless it's a really dire situation. He paused as he began equipping his gear. Even if Orochimaru let someone else sign the contract, it would only be someone who was in league with him. To be honest, I really hope it was Orochimaru. Else we have 2 Jounin plus level shinobi running around in here. He checked if he had all he needed, and then turned towards the 2 foreign teams. Thank you for treating me, but I really got to find my team. If Orochimaru really is in here, Kami knows what he has done with them. He was about to take off when both Haku's and Yujito's voices sounded. Wait. Hold on. They turned to look at each other, and Haku continued first, "We're coming with you." What? Kohei said, while Kojuru just looked even more nervous. Us too, Yujito then said, causing similar reactions from her 2 teammates. Naruto looked at them for a second, and then shook his head. I can't ask you to do anything like that. Yujito gave him a real cat smile. Then it's good you didn't. We're coming whether you like it or not. Right, Omoi? Karui? Omoi sighed. I guess it can't be helped. If we don't go, you won't let it go, and you will probably end going off by yourself and up against one of the Sannin you will usage. Karui rubbed her hand. Stop overthinking things. She turned to Yujito, took a look at Naruto, and then back at Yujito. I guess if we treated him like that, it wouldn't be very good to let him go on his own. Besides, we already have our scrolls. And there is still over 3 days till we gotta be at the tower. Haku was also trying to convince her team, looking at Kohei with her puppy eyes. He made the grave mistake of looking, effectively losing the argument. He signed resigned, fine, we'll go with Blondie. The Hayatan user looked at Kojuru, who just smiled at her. You know I'll go with you anywhere. The 6 genin looked at Naruto, expecting him to lead. He smiled broadly at him, and bowed low, thank you very much. You won't regret it. You will have a favor with the future Hokage of Konohagakure. They nodded at him. By the way, how are we going to find your team? This place is rather big, and your team is sure to have moved from where you last saw them. And we need to contact the outside somehow. We can't take on Orochimaru all by ourselves, Omoi said. Karui and Yujito looked surprised at him, as he had actually said something straight to the point. He shrugged and took another lollipop in his mouth. I have my moments. Naruto grinned at them, already thought about that. He brought his hands together in a seal none of them recognized. He brought 2 fingers from each hand into a cross. Taju kage bunshin no jutsu. The whole clearing was covered in smoke. When it had cleared, all 6 foreign shinobi had eyes as big as teacups. There must have been close to, if not more than, 1,000 Narutos. The original nodded at them, you all know what to do. Look far and wide after Sakura and Sasuke. If you find them, then make another clone and make it dispel. If you get the knowledge that one has found them, find a hiding spot and try not to get spotted. Dispel 20 every 5 minutes by then. Now go! With that, the blonde army jumped through the trees. Soon enough, there was only the original Naruto with his new allies. Karui got out of her daze. That takes care of that. But how are we going to contact the outside? We can't exactly just go out a gate. Naruto only shushed her, making her glare a bit. Naruto brought his hands together in the ram seal and concentrated. Feel the chakra throughout your body. Mold it and focus it at the hara. Compress it into a sphere, squeeze and compress from every side. Once it compressed as much as possible, release it all at once. The 6 genin were shocked once again, as Naruto's navel area began glow blue with chakra, and even more so when it expelled in a thick wall of chakra, knocking them all of their feet. They could see it go on and on throughout the forest in all direction. Naruto panted lightly, but it wasn't too bad. Hokage Gigi knows that I'm the only one in the village that can do that. When he sees it, he will know something is wrong. But Naruto Keikuin, the Hokage mansion is in the other end of the V village, Kojuru said. Kohei snorted. Yeah. Do you expect it to travel over 120 kilometers? Naruto shrugged. It will travel at least 90 kilometers, which is enough. He will be able to see it, and if he doesn't, the ANBU are sure to alert him. He ignored the look of awe from 5 of the 6, and then got a stern look on his face. Upon remembering the seal he made on his arm, he looked, seeing it was broken in places. Shit. Must have been damaged when I was cannonballing through the forest. He looks to everyone. Now, we really need to get going. With that, he started moving, the Kumo and Kiri teams following him close behind. While he knew the situation was dire, he couldn't help but be impressed by their little gathering. Here he was helped by a team from Kumo, a village Konoha was barely having any relations to at the moment, and a team from Kiri, a village that had been ravaged by civil war and hadn't been in alliances ever. He jumped through the forest, getting to the location he had last seen his teammates. Sakura-chan, Sasuke team, please be okay. Chapter 12. Preparing for battle against the snake. Team 9, consisting of Higurashi Tenten, Hyuga Niji, and Rock Lee, were jumping through the canopies of the 44th training ground. They had already beaten down some aim genin, and were lucky enough that they had the scroll of earth, the scroll they needed. Now they were jumping, running, and anything in between, as fast as they could towards the tower. The longer they were in the forest, the bigger the risk was that they would be taken down by an opposing team. They hadn't really talked much more than necessary, mostly because of Niji. He was still upset. Tenten guessed, because she had withheld information about an enemy, as Niji so affectionately had called him, from her team. Tenten sighed. She had respect for the branch member of the Hyuga clan, but he really could be a pain in the ass. It wouldn't hurt him to loosen up just the slightest. Naruto had told her his Shoten secret, and had specifically asked her not to tell anyone, so of course she hadn't. That didn't matter anymore because of that four-eyed Kabuto something. She wasn't going to betray her blonde friend. While she didn't know why, she did know that he didn't have any friends. Well, now he had that pinkhead, his crush nonetheless, as his friend too. Arg! It came from Niji as he deactivated his jujitsu, almost at the same time as birds from almost every tree took off. Are you all right? Lee said, already being beside the kneeling Niji. Said stoic. Hyuga blinked a few times, apparently to get spots away from his eyes. Prepare yo dash, was all he managed to say before the air became thick and electric. Tenten and Lee immediately got into a defensive stance around the still half-blind Hyuga, ready for anything coming at them. Soon after they saw what had blinded their teammate and making the noise, a fast-moving, thick wall of chakra. They braced themselves as it washed over them, ticking their skin in the process. As fast as it had appeared, it disappeared along with the humming and electricity. What was that? Niji asked to himself as much as his teammates. Tenten had a pretty good idea of what it was. She just hoped she wasn't right, because if she was, then… Tenten, look at your pouch, Lee exclaimed, pointing at said pouch with large motions. Tenten twisted herself to see what he was talking about. Through the crack of her pouch you could see a dimmed pink glow. She took the pouch off and put it on the ground. With her teammates at her side, they all crouched down and carefully opened it to see what could be the source of the light. Lee's eyes showed recognition, while Niji's was immediately scrunched into a glare, as she took the crystal six-sided shuriken she had gotten from Naruto so long ago. She had a habit of taking it anywhere, even on missions, but she had never seen it like this, slowly pulsing with energy and emitting beautiful light. Niji turned his glare from the shuriken to his female teammate. What is that? Tenten didn't answer right away. She was going over the possibilities of why Naruto had used that big chakra wave. Surely he must have mastered it enough by now to not make such a big one. Which meant that he was sending a message. He was in trouble. Determination etched its way onto her face. It's a gift from Naruto. We have to find him now, she said, getting up from her squatting position and faced the way the chakra had come from. No, we are not. We need to get to the tower as fast as possible, Niji said harshly. That blonde was only fated to be last, not matter if he had a Kekkei Genkai or not, and he wouldn't waste his time on him. I don't care if you will come or not, Niji, Tenten said in an equally harsh tone, surprising the other members of her team. She never talked to them like that. Naruto is one of my best friends, and he is in trouble. I will go either way. Lee, who had stayed quiet so far, rather impressively if you take into account that he was normally a bigger ball of energy than Naruto, and decided to finally come with an input. Niji, I will go with Tenten. Naruto-kun is also my friend, And I will not leave him if he is in trouble, he said in a calm but steely voice. The Hyuga prodigy changed between glaring at the green-clothed boy and the weapon mistress, before finally giving in with an annoyed sigh. Fine, let's go find him then. With that, Team 9 took off further into the forest of death to find a certain sapphire-eyed genin from Konoha. The examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko, was sitting on top of the stall where the genin had come to get their scrolls. She was swinging her legs lightly and drinking some broth, while chewing on her favorite snack, a dango. Yum! Sweet red bean broth goes best with dango, she said out loud to no one in particular. She took another bit of her dango stick. After I eat this, I guess I'll go wait at the tower for the guys who get through this. She bit the last dango off. This program is made so that the good ones should be arriving there about now. She threw the stick at the tree beside the stall, now showing a full Konoha symbol, made completely from dango sticks. The Konoha mark is complete, she said with a cheerful voice and smiling/grinning to herself. She was just about to take off, when smoke exploded in front of her and one of the Chunin guards appeared in from it. He was kneeling lightly. We have an emergency, Anko-sama. Anko frowned. What is it all of a sudden? Corpses. 3 of them. Anko kept looking at him, showing him that she wanted more information. There is something strange about them. Please come with me, the Chunin asked almost desperately. Strange, Anko asked to herself more than the Chunin. A few minutes later, Anko and the Chunin arrived at the scene. 2 more Chunin guards were there, guarding the bodies. Anko recognized them as Hagane Kotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, also known as the Eternal Chunins. Not that she cared about that. The snake mistress noticed what this place was. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger. One thing is to kill inside the protective walls of Konoha, but it's a whole other thing to kill here. What she was referring to was the small shrines beside the bodies, now splattered with blood. This was a holy place. Even shinobi had a few of those. Even countries at war didn't desecrate holy sites if they could help. For someone to kill here, they either extremely ignorant or they really meant business. Anko didn't know what she wanted the most. While it would be bad for someone to really want to fight Konoha, an ignorant enemy could be just as dangerous. Anko was snapped out from her fuming when one of the Chunin, Kotetsu, spoke up. From their possessions and IDs, we found out that they are shinobi from Kusagakyur who registered for the Chunin selection exams. But as you can see, Anko looked closer and found out what he was talking about. Their faces are gone. Yes, their faces are gone as if they were melted off. Anko's right arm moved up to where her cursed seal was, as reality began to hit her. There's no doubt, this jutsu is his, but why is he at this exam? She turned towards the Chunin who had reported to her at the stall. Show me the pictures of these Kusa shinobi. It should be in their applications, she said with urgency in her voice. If she was right, and gods did she hope she wasn't, then there was a predator much worse than the animals inside that forest with the genin. Hi, the Chunin said and quickly took out 3 photographs. She looked at the picture, recognizing the face from the day before at the briefing. So he took this girl's face? Then, he must have taken it already back then. She turned towards the Chunin with a very serious face. This is Ser Dash. She was interrupted by the chipping of thousands of birds. The 4 Konoha shinobi all turned towards the source, in the direction of the forest of death, and saw the sky grown dark by the birds flying away. Then they saw what they were fleeing from. An almost solid-looking wall of chakra was flying through the air at incredible speeds, and didn't seem to slow or lose power or density in the progress. They all braced themselves as the thick chakra washed over them, making their hair stand on every inch of their bodies. When they were through it, they looked back to see it keep going towards the village, and in every other direction. Anko recognized it. A similar wave had washed over a quarter of the village, much smaller than the current one, a few months ago. She was told by the Sandame that it was that blonde kid that had done it. Anko's unsettlement just grew stronger. She turned her face towards the Chunin again, who were all looking at the light blue wall in awe. Listen up, she half-snapped, catching their attentions again. This is no drill. You 3 let Sandame Hokage-sama know about this right away. and request for a mobilization of at least 2 ANBU squads to the Forest of Death. Also tell him that Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin has returned. I will go after these guys now. Understood. Hi, they all said unison, and jumped off towards the village and Hokage Tower. She stood a few seconds, just staring at the bodies while holding her seal. He's back in Kanahagakure. But why? Anko's eyes widened in realization. What is it that Snake wants more than anything in the world? Power. And who inside those fences have power? That Uchiha brat and the Shoten kid. And it was the Shoten kid who used that big chakra wall. I gotta find them. If I find them, then I'll find him. And she took off at her top speed towards the forest. The 7 genin, all from various villages throughout the elemental nations, were all heading through the thick undergrowth of the forest. Normally they would have taken the treetops, being an advantage point where you could see far in any direction, but this particular section of the forest was half-rotten. More so than any other part of the forest, meaning that they would risk breaking branches. That could result in both injury and letting the enemy know where they were, none of the choices being good in the situation. Although none of the other genin teams would go up against 7 other genin, it wasn't them they were worried about. They were currently heading through the few kilometers of forest that Naruto had crashed through the day before. Now, many times he had cursed the Kyuubi to hell and back for what it had caused him, but right now he was glad he had it in him. He knew that without its chakra, he would either be dead, or at least extremely wounded. As they ran, he could see from the corner of his eye that the Kumokunoichi that had changed his bandages was staring at him, not even trying to hide the fact. He glanced back at his companions, lingering a bit longer on the blonde girl from Kumo. As soon as he did, she looked away. He frowned. There is something about her, I just can't put my finger on it. She is the same as you, the deep sinister voice of the Kyuubi sounded in his mind. He halted his movements for a second in surprise. The fox had never spoken to him since the incident in Nami no Kuni. Well, once more during training with Erosenin, but never since. Flashback, training with Jiraiya. I don't really know if I can do it again, Erosenin. It came from Naruto. You just have to try hard enough. All Jinchuriki is able to speak with the bijou sealed inside them sooner or later, in one way or another. And you have already spoken to it once. The response came from Jiraiya. Yeah, but that was when I had been shot twice, had almost 0 chakra left and was drowning. I have tried again and again to make contact to it, but it doesn't work. What would you have me do? Throw myself off a cliff? Naruto said, frustrated. He was silent for a few seconds, and then looked straight at the Gama Sannin. That wasn't a suggestion. If you ever do that to me, you will find out why they called me Prankster King from Hell. I may not have done any pranks since I graduated from the academy, but it doesn't mean I don't want to, or have forgotten how to. Jiraiya shuddered slightly at the thought. Although he hadn't been much in Konoha while Naruto grew up, he had heard the stories. If the boy was able to paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight without getting notices, and sneaking into the Hyuga clan compound, steal all their robes and dye them bright orange, then he couldn't, or rather wouldn't, imagine what he could do to him. He put the thoughts behind him, as his thoughts returned to the current problem. Look, you have done it before. The first couple of times are always the hardest. But after the first time it is just the slightest easier since you know what to do. Just try it again, please. The whiskered genin sighed and sat down. The 2 Konoha shinobi were in the middle of a grassy field, inside a sealed-off area. The reason for that was what Naruto was training in, tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra. After what happened in Nami, and Jiraiya was sure the seal wasn't breaking, he had wanted Naruto to be able to tap into the chakra whenever he wanted to. And it wasn't as if Naruto couldn't see the advantage of it. If he could use it before he was dying, it would be nice. But he still had the problem of actually making contact to the fox. For the last 2 or 3 hours he had been sitting in this field just meditating. And nothing happened. Nothing at all. He sighed as he thought, well, 27th time's the charm. He closed his eyes and slowed his breath. In out, in out, in out. He opened his eyes again, ready to lash out at Jiraiya and tell him it still didn't work. But he stopped as soon as his eyes opened, and was looking down a damp sewer. He had done it. Now all he had to do was to find the beast. Should be easy enough. Soon enough he was standing in front of the same iron bars as he had a month or so ago. The eyes of the fox opened up. "You're back. Come closer." It came from the fox. Naruto frowned. "How stupid do you think I am? Wait, on second thought, I don't want to hear your ageless opinion. Last time I was here you just tried to shred me." A chuckle came from behind the bars, as the fox in all its might and glory came out from the shadows. "So, you're not as stupid as I thought. You even managed to trick chakra from me last time. Impressive. None of your predecessors had the guts to do that." The blonde human smirked back at the beast standing in front of him. "If I didn't know better, I would say you were complimenting me, QB." The grin on the fox's face turned into a scowl right away. "Don't press your luck, human. I'm just saying you're that less puny than the rest of your race. Now, why are you here? I am suffering enough being stuck in here, without having to deal with the likes of you. I want to use your chakra when I call for it," Naruto stated firmly, not beating around the bush. This time the QB right out laughed at him. "And why did you think I would agree to that? As I said last time, if I die, then you die. Not good enough." Naruto scowled a bit. This was more difficult than he had initially thought. But then again, he was trying to get the chakra of a bijou. He pondered of things he could offer the fox, without putting himself at risk. The fox and the human locked eyes, while Naruto thought over the things he could offer. A feat that QB thought was most impressive, but he would never admit that. Finally Naruto spoke. "What about this? I will grant you access to see what I see, and hear what I hear." "And why would I want that?" QB asked, sounding disinterested. "You said it yourself. You have nothing to do in here," Naruto motioned to the room. "I said no such thing," QB growled. "PFT, you did too. Anyway, if you can see and hear what I do, then you have something to do." The fox stayed quiet for a minute or so, actually thinking about the offer. Neither Mito nor Kushina had offered anything like this to him. He looked at the human in front of him, locking gazes again. He stayed like this for about 3 or 4 minutes, Naruto not wavering once. Finally it growled. "Very well. But don't think you will be able to tap into all my chakra. I will give you enough to fight a fight, but nothing more and nothing less." "Deal." It came from Naruto. To be honest, he hadn't expected anything more. He opened his eyes, for real this time, and grinned largely at his teacher. Said teacher was looking expectantly at him. "Did you do it?" the old pervert asked his student. He had a pretty good idea what the answer would be, with the large grin and all, but with Naruto you could never know. "Hi, I did," the now very happy Naruto said, and brought his hands together in the ram seal. A few seconds later Jiraiya could feel the fox's chakra leak out around him, in a much larger quantity than he had expected. Now the real training could begin. Flashback end. He frowned. "QB, I didn't give you access to my thoughts. How are you able to talk to me this way?" "Relax, human," the fox growled. "It's something all Jinchuriki are able to do with their bijou, if the bijou are willing to do it. I can't hear anything you." Half lying since it could. His current host not nearly as knowledgeable as Mito or even Kushina. Naruto sighed in relief. He really didn't want the fox to hear his thoughts. It would be something it could use against him. He then remembered the statement the fox had come with. "What do you mean that she is like me?" "She holds Matatabi," it said in his mind. "Who?" Naruto asked confused. "The Nibi. She is the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. So that's why she keeps looking at me like that, and it's why I felt something about her." He hummed to himself. Then he realized what the fox had told him. "Hey, wait a second. You called the Nibi Matatabi. Why did you call it Matatabi? Is that its real name? I knew your name couldn't be QB. What is your name then?" Naruto asked, laying 2 and 2 together. He didn't get an answer, just silence. He chuckled evilly to himself, and getting some looks from his companions. Omoi leaned over to Karui. "Hey Karui, do you think he is okay? He seems a bit off." Karui didn't answer or hit Omoi. She just kept looking at Naruto. Yujito, however. "Nibi? My guess is he trying to get that stubborn old fox to talk. The fact he is having a conversation with the old grouch is surprising." The female cat demon spoke up. So he is Jinchuriki. What do you know about the Kyuubi? Promise to tell you later when we are all out of this hellhole. Matatabi winks as she goes silent. Fine, Naruto said to the Kyuubi. If you don't want to tell me, I guess I will just have to come up with a name for you until you want to tell me. Ruben? Nah, too easy. He mused for himself for a minute or so, finally coming up with a name. I got it. From now on I will call you Anthony. At least until you tell me your real name. Anyway, Anthony, how come you're suddenly talking to me? Anthony? Are you there, Anthony? For crying out dash. Fine. My real name is Kurama. Just don't call me something as vile as Anthony? It snarled in his mind, spitting out Naruto's affectionate nickname like poison. More so than he had done with the word human. The blonde Konoha genin snickered to himself at his little victory. And to why I'm speaking to you? That's my own business. Naruto didn't answer. They had finally reached the place he had seen Orochimaru first. Naruto sighed in relief. No bodies. The snake Sannin could of course have taken the bodies with him, but there wasn't any blood either. What now? Kohei asked. Well, Naruto said. Now we look around to see sign of battle. Sasuke may be an ass, but he wouldn't go down without a fight. Kohei snorted again. He was up against a Sannin. He can't have been much of fight. Naruto glared lightly at the Kirinin. What was his problem anyway? He wanted to give him a piece of his mind, but settled with just saying, don't underestimate Konoha's shinobi. The Kiri Genin was about to retort when Haku gave him a sharp elbow in the ribs. Okay, so now watch out. It came from Karui. Naruto turned around to see what she was talking about. A lot of shuriken and kunai was hailing towards the 7 genin. Naruto quickly stepped in front of his new friends, and quickly went through a couple of seals. Doton, Doryuhiki, he cried out, and slammed his hands onto the earth. There was a big rumble, and a medium-sized wall made of earth sprouted out of the earth in front of them, effectively defending them against the shinobi weapons thrown against them. When there weren't any more weapons to deflect, he lowered the wall to not hinder their sight around them. Not long after he had done so did a dark chuckle resonate from the shadows of the forest. The same dark chuckle Naruto had heard before. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki narrowed his eyes into a glare. Come out, Orochimaru. Coo coo coo. It sounded as said person came out from under a tree. So you figured it out, did you, Naruto-kun? I'm surprised that you're able to. But that is to be expected by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The snake Sannin smirked. The dead last of his year turned out to be something special. To think, I had originally written you off. Naruto ignored the gasp from the Kiri team and just kept looking at Orochimaru. He glanced over at Yujito, who were looking back at him with a face that said, I knew it. He looked back at Orochimaru. Yujito-san, don't hesitate to use the nibi, if you can. She looked at him with a plain face. How long have you known? Not long. Kyuubi told me that he sensed nibi within you on the way here. Oh. It came from Orochimaru. What do we have here? A little kitten lost in the woods? Did you know that snakes eat cats? Shut up, Naruto said and began channeling his tenant's chakra. Now, tell me where my team is. Orochimaru chuckled. And why would I do that? Sasuke-kun and I had so much fun. I even gave him a little gift. A gift I might also give you, if you're lucky. You can keep your gift to yourself. The blonde yelled back. He was beginning to get really pissed at this snake. If you won't tell me, I will just have to force it out of you. Naruto, don't. Haku said in worry of her friend from Konoha, but it was too late. Naruto had already taken off. Now all she could do was to help him as much as she could. Chapter 13. The Fox and the Snake. Hiruzen was sitting quietly in his office doing the bane of his existence, paperwork. There was even more than usual, since the Chunin exams was being held in Konoha, and it would probably only increase over the next few weeks as the third exam approached. With the preparations for the Kazekage to come and attend the exam, plus all the noblemen and women, he already knew that he would be getting very little sleep. How his predecessor had managed to always be done with the paperwork and have an active social life on top of that, he would never know. Most fortunate for him, he had gotten letters from both the Mizukage and Reikage, and neither of them would be attending the finals. Whereas Reikage hadn't seen fit to tell why, the newly instated Mizukage had written that she couldn't leave her village and country when the transition from Yagura's regime. That just meant less work for him to do. Sarutobi sighed as he signed yet another formality paper and leaned back into his office chair. He looked tiredly at the mess on his table. Multiple stacks of papers, whereas the right, or finished, stacks of paper was barely the third the size of the left, or yet to be signed, stacks of paper. He groaned slightly and massaged his temples. "I'm getting too old for this," he mumbled to himself and began signing again. Thinking back to the year that he was actually retired, and happily at that. He would have stayed so if there had been a suitable successor. But the only previously one, Jiraiya, became a bit of a mess when Minato had died. And Tsunade had already left the village by then. But if he was lucky, he only needed to endure the job a few more years, and then Naruto could take over. Just maybe. He shook the thoughts from his head and picked up another paper. It was a request for putting up a stall along the main road during the finals. He sighed again. Why did people think that they could get a spot only weeks before the event? As soon as the date for the finals had been announced, he had been swarmed with requests, and all the available spots had been taken. He was sure that they would spot more than a few unapproved stalls during the final. Just what he needed, more work. He put the paper in the rejected stack, picked up another paper, and was just about to read it. That's when he felt it, a massive chakra output. And it was coming from a southeastern direction outside the village, in the direction of the Forest of Death. But surely it couldn't come from the forest. It was too far away, and no one in there should be able to produce so much chakra. Only Kage or Sanin-level shinobi should be able to do it. An unsettling frown settled on his face as he rose from his seat and walked to the window, the one Jiraiya was so fond of using as a doorway. He looked over the village, trying to spot any and all things that could be related to the chakra outburst. He narrowed his eyes. Even if he was able to train so his shinobi abilities wouldn't deteriorate too fast, the same couldn't be said about his bodily functions. He had noticed the last several months that his eyesight had gotten worse just ever so slightly. First he thought his eyes were messing him. Near the horizon the air was black with birds, and behind them the air seemed to shimmer? Yes, it was defiantly shimmering. He walked over to his desk, opened the drawer and put on the glasses he wasn't too fond of using. Despite Naruto and Asuma both saying he looked fine in them, he looked out the window and could still see the shimmering. He quickly concluded that it wasn't just his eyes. The shimmering air moved fast towards the city, expanding as it did so. Hiruzen's eyes widened. Are we under attack? Now of all times. He had to think quickly. While looking at the approaching wall of energy, he had the weirdest feeling that he had seen something like this before, perhaps during one of the 2 wars he had participated in. Then it hit him. It was Naruto who had done this. But why? Hiruzen thought. Why would he do it? From the reports I have gotten from Jiraiya, he should have enough chakra control to not make it this big. Why then? Maybe he made it this big on purpose? But what could have made him done that? The wave or energy or chakra Hiruzen now knew it was, slowly dispersed about 3/4 of the way to his office. It was not very long after 3 Chunin arrived in the office by the use of Shunshin no Jutsu. He recognized 2 of them as Hagane Kotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, or the Eternal Chunin as they had become to be known as. He recognizes the 3rd by name, as he knew that he assigned all 3 Chunin as guards during the exams. He narrowed his eyes. This couldn't be good. Hokage-sama. It came from one Kamizuki Izumo. Kamizuki-san, report, Hiruzen ordered. Approximately 4 minutes ago we discovered 3 corpses at the shrines. We called Anko-sama immediately after the discovery. She examined the bodies and she said, Izumo glanced over at his partner. Kotetsu saw his friend trouble and immediately stepped forward. She said it was the work of Orochimaru, sir. She said that Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sannin is back in Konoha. Hiruzen's breath hitched as he remembered his old, and for a long time most promising, student. Orochimaru was back. But what was he after? What can cause him to return here after so long? Sarutobi worriedly thought. What have changed for him to decide it is time? The old Hokage's eyes widened. He swirled around and looked out of the window, in the direction of the Forest of Death. Naruto, Tora, Nico. The Sandaime Hokage ordered, entering full Hokage mode, making the three Chunin wince lightly. Two ANBU members appeared in the middle of the office kneeling. You called Hokage-sama? It came from the right ANBU, who was wearing the Nico mask. Tora, alarm the ANBU that Orochimaru or the Densetsu no Sannin is back and most probably within the Forest of Death right now. I want 7 patrols around the forest. And you, Nico, you will call Hitaru's and Usagi's teams to meet me at 23rd entrance of the forest in 10 minutes. We are going in after him. Hi! The two ANBU answered and disappeared via Shunshin. Hiruzen turned his attention towards the still-present Chunin. You have done good to give me this information. I will require you to keep it a secret for now. We don't need worry the citizens, but alert the shinobi immediately. Hi! They all answered. Good then, the Sandaime Hokage said and stormed out the doorway before getting an answer. He needed to get into his fighting gear as fast as possible. Tell me what you have done to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto sneered at his opponent, as he tried to slash him yet again time with his blood-red crystal tanto. Orochimaru easily dodged it by leaning unnaturally back, and let the blade fly over him. Naruto didn't give up though. He gathered his chakra in his left hand, making the crystal in his Kesho no Yoroi thicken. He then threw the punch in the direction of Orochimaru's face. For a second or two it actually seemed like it would hit, but just as it was about to, Orochimaru somehow got out of the way and jumped a few meters away. Naruto's fist continued right into a tree, making splinters flies in all direction. Ku! 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 The crazy snake summoner laughed. That is it, Naruto-kun. Show me your power. Stand still and I will show you my power, bastard! The crimson-eyed blonde yelled, jumping up and came down for a kick to Orochimaru's face. True to his nature, Orochimaru twisted out of the kick and laughed at the Konoha genin. Naruto, Yujito called. Calm down. You're falling into his trap. Naruto glanced over at his acquaintance. She was right. There was no way he was getting Orochimaru if he kept raging like this. He needed to think clearly. He looked back at the snake and fought back the bubbling anger that was only growing stronger because of his tenant's chakra. He stopped charging after the Sannin for a second and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He had trained for this, to use the Kyuubi's chakra without letting it affect him too much. The 6 foreign shinobi was relieved to see that they had finally broken through to their Konoha friend. They had been at it for a few minutes, also trying to help the fight go into the favor of their side. But each time they had been about to cast a jutsu, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had gotten in the way, and they were forced to abort, lest they wanted to hurt the one they were trying to help. Especially Haku had been affected by the Shoten user's reaction. She hadn't been able to recognize the blonde Konoha genin at all. He had been nothing like the calm opponent she had fought in Nami no Kuni. He must really care for his friends to get this mad, Haku thought. She was brought back to reality as Orochimaru taunted Naruto once again. My, you're strong. Too bad you can't hit anything. Little Sasuke-kun was much better, the S-rank missing Nin said with a taunting smirk. He definitely has your temper, Kushina-chan. Naruto could feel the anger rising up in him again, and forced it down. No matter how hard I try, I simply can't hit him. Naruto thought, more than a little irritated, trying to find a way to hit his pale-skinned opponent. If taijutsu doesn't work, I'll use ninjutsu. That bastard isn't getting away before he tells me where Sakura-chan and Sasuke team is. Orochimaru analyzed the blonde genin from where he was standing. He seems to have calmed somewhat down. He has that much control over the Kyuubi then. Well, unlike Sasuke, I'm not really specialized in a taijutsu style, Naruto said and began forming seals. But then again, he doesn't really have much ninjutsu other than that katan jutsu of his. Orochimaru just showed his wicked grin. Oh ho ho, we're gonna do some playing with ninjutsu now, are we? Very well, Naruto-kun. Let's see what you got. Naruto just narrowed his eyes and finished the last seal. Shoten, Kesho Hakidori. Crystal began forming on the ground and in the air. Soon enough started to merge, taking shapes of hundreds of small lumps. Soon enough they grew wings, beaks, and legs. Before Orochimaru knew it, Naruto had formed hundreds of small crystal hummingbirds, unlike anything he had seen before, and that was saying a lot. And then there was the color of the crystal again. It was blood red. It just screamed of anger and hate, making the small hummingbirds seems way more intimidating than they would be without the color. Well, intimidating to anyone not of the Snake Sannin's caliber. The reason that the Snake Sannin was surprised of the color was because that, as far as he knew, Guren was only able to make crystal that was colored either pink or blue, not red. It must be because of him using the Kyuubi's chakra, Orochimaru concluded. The small group of genin that was present was all awestruck by the jutsu. They're beautiful. It came from Kojuru. I know, Karui agreed. I can't believe how detailed they are. I mean, you can make out what looks like feathers on them. The rest could only nod dumbstruck. The moment was over as the crystal birds began fluttering their wings, and thus making a lot of noise. They started moving towards their target, Orochimaru. Said Sannin couldn't help but grin. This is going to be so much fun. He began running away from the fast-approaching hummingbirds, transforming his legs into a kind of snake tail, causing his own speed to increase. The birds began attacking him, kamikaze style, as they flew at him with their sharp beak first. First he didn't think much of it, but was soon brought on better thoughts, as one of the birds went almost 15 centimeters into the bark of a tree, before shattering and thus making cuts around the initial impact point. Orochimaru slithered up the trees, twisted himself through branches, and slithered over the pond to get rid of the birds, which, despite keeping up with the bombardment toward him, didn't seem to have lost many of their numbers. Naruto used the cover to get back to the Kumo and Kiri teams. That should buy us a minute or so, he said as he landed beside Haku and Kojuru. He looked over at Yujito. Thanks for calming me. No problem, she said with a small smile. I know how it is. It was true, Naruto realized. She did know how it was, having Bijou chakra flowing through your body. Even with the gravity of the moment, Naruto couldn't help but feel happy that he had found a person who could relate to what he had been and was going through. He didn't know how to respond, so he settled with an acknowledging nod. So, any of you assholes have a plan? Kohei asked in a carefree voice, while eyeing the Snake Sannin with very bored eyes. Hold him off until the ANBU gets here, the only Konoha shinobi present answered. Really? Kohei asked tauntingly. That is your great plan? To hold him off? Do you have any better idea, Kohei? Naruto sneered back. He is a Sannin, for crying out loud. We have no chance against him. So our only hope is that the ANBU get here fast. Kohei was about to retort when Kojuru stepped in front of him. Kohei! Stop! Naruto-san is right. We have no other choice. Kohei didn't answer, just settled with grumbling. None of us stand a chance if we go alone. Omoi. Well, maybe Naruto-san and Yujito would, but they are both Jinchuriki. Think. If they both went up against him, but lost their cool, then they would ouch. Karui blew on her fist. What my friend here is trying to say is that none of us stands a chance alone. We need to work together. Agreed. It came from Naruto. Little Guren never did something like this. Maybe Naruto-kun here is perfect for the Shoten Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru thought to himself while dodging the ferocious hummingbirds. Maybe it's time I stepped up my game to see what he truly can do. The snake user was about to retort when a sharp crystal erupted from the earth, nearly impaling him. What? He looked back at Naruto, only to find him amongst the Kiri and Kumo shinobi he had arrived with. They were standing with various versions of kunai and short swords, the blue-haired Kiri boy being the only one to have a big, broadsword. He was crouching with his hands slammed on the ground, looking at Orochimaru with those red-slit eyes, and a grin that says, "Come and get me if you can. Hebe team, where are my teammates?" The crimson-eyed Konoha Genin growled and began pumping more chakra into the ground and directing it towards the Snake Sannin. Orochimaru soon figured out what the Genin was up to and began slithering between the trees, hoping to outrun the large quantity of chakra in the ground. Soon enough he was running from crystals erupting from the earth, trying to pierce him in several places. Not enough with the hummingbird's attacks, but now he also had to keep from getting pierced by killer crystals from the earth. His grin only grew larger and larger, If it continued this way, he would be perfect for that. So, does anyone have any ideas to how we're going to stall him? Karui said while being awestruck by Naruto's powers. Now, she knew that she was a fairly talented kunoichi herself, one of the best in her generation, but if she was to go up against Naruto, she would need some serious luck to get through it, and Naruto need to be really unlucky, and the sky needed to fall. Yeah, she didn't stand a chance against him. The only way I see it, the Hayaton girl said, catching their attention for a second, is that we bombard him with jutsu to keep him busy until the Konoha Anbu arrives. It's already been a little while since that, since Naruto sent the message. Seems kind of risky if you ask me, Kohei huffed. Haku sighed at her less than cooperative teammate. Do you have a better idea, Kohei-kun? Once again, Kohei just settled with glaring at all the people there. Naruto sighed to himself. They were not getting anywhere like this. They needed to buy time, and a lot of it. Listen, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki said, still crouching in the same position. We're not going anywhere with arguing like this. If we continue, it will probably be the cause of our death. He paused to let it sink in to the 6 people behind him, who were all awfully quiet. Haku-chan is right. This, he said, motioning to an Orochimaru grinning and laughing, will not hold him off for long. I mean, for crying out loud, he is laughing. He is just playing with us. As soon as he gets tired of it, he can break out of it in a second. When he does that, we need to hit him with everything we got, all at once, and hope that it will entertain him for long enough. Got it. They all nodded, not that he could see it. But when no one objected, he took it that they agreed. As the genin from Kumo, Kiri, and Konoha went on to plan how to stall for time. While that happened, Orochimaru was beginning to get tired of the little game he was playing. He jumped up into the trees, having figured out that the crystals wouldn't be able to reach all the way up there, and spun around forming hand seals. Futon de Tapa. It was a much smaller version of the jutsu he had used on Team 7 before, much more like the one Naruto had used, but it did the job. Many of the birds were shattered in the strong wind, and the few lucky ones that didn't were blown far, far away. He then turned towards the group of genin. Well, what's next? Now, Naruto commanded. Immediately the genin started going through different hand seals. Orochimaru frowned. He knew that he can easily take them on, but getting bombarded with 7 different jutsu wasn't anything to take lightly either. Even if they only were genin. He knew for a fact that Naruto was Chunin level, and the chances were that the Kumo Jinchuriki also was. He didn't get to think of it anymore, as the genin had finished their seals. Hayaton, Tsubaime Fubuki. It came from Haku as the temperature in her immediate vicinity dropped, and several ice swallows formed and charged. Kojuru settled on the U seal, took a deep breath, and spat out a long water stream. Suetun, Mizurappa. Raitun, Raikyu, Karui said with a frown on her face. Soon enough a crackling ball of lightning formed in the edge of her clasped together index fingers. She pointed at the Konoha Sannin and shot the crackling ball of energy off with a grunt. Kohei settled on the dragon seal smirking, finally able to show what he was capable of. Suetun, Jano Kuchi. A long stream of water came out of several places of his body. Hidden casks with water, Orochimaru concluded, and formed into a long torrent of water, the first part of it taking shape of a snake's head. Denko Seka, Omoi said and slammed his hands into the ground, causing visible crackling lightning to run over it, towards Orochimaru. Yujido barred all her teeth as she blew out a large quantity of fire. Katan. Jigaku no Niko. The fire soon shaped into the front of a giant cat, well in the size of a large lion with glowing yellow eyes. Shotun, Hasho Koryu, Naruto said and channeled the remaining of Kurama's chakra into the jutsu. Small crystals began forming in the air, ground, and trees, clumping together, getting bigger and bigger. It didn't take long before a big, crimson-red, crystal dragon charged towards the snake Sannin, towering over all the other jutsu sent after him. Orochimaru's eyes widened at the intimidating number of impressive jutsu that was making their way to him. Fast. He quickly went through seals. Boom! Team 9 was jumping through the canopies when they heard the large explosion. They all stopped on their respective branch, the shockwave even reached them. What was that? Lee asked with worry. Niji, Tenten asked. Can you see anything? Already on it, Niji said with his clan's bloodline limit activated. After several seconds of tense silence, he said, I'm sorry. I can't see the explosion site, and I can't see Uzumaki-sen. Wait. Lee and Tenten were deflated for a moment, before their tenseness returned. Niji frowned. What are they doing here? What is it, Niji? Tenten asked with her voice full of hope. In a part of the forest to the southeast from here is several full teams of ANBU members, he answered in his monotone voice. ANBU? The weapon mistress asked, worries returning in full force. Hi. Why would ANBU be here? Lee asked, trying to think really hard. What would Gai-sensei do? The green-clothed boy asked himself. Duh. He would tell me that nothing is more important than to save a friend. Thank you, Gai-sensei. Never mind, it doesn't matter why they're here, Lee said, catching the attention of his teammates. If Naruto-kun is in trouble, we need to help him. Tenten nodded, trying to get rid of the growing knot in her stomach. You're right, Lee. Thanks, she said and smiled lightly at him. Niji didn't say anything. He just continued observing the part of the forest with all the ANBU members running around. Hiruzen and the ANBU teams he had requested were running through the forest at speeds only reachable at high jounin level. To any normal genin, they would be nothing but blurs. He was currently accompanied by Hitaru's team, while Usagi's team was scouting all around them. Each team had one Hyuga member and one Inuzuka member. Apart from that, Usagi's team also had an Abure member. If anyone could find Orochimaru, it was this team. Hokage-sama. I found him. It came from the Hyuga member running a few meters from the old Hokage. Tell me where he is, Hiruzen commanded. He is at about 2.5 kilometers to the north-northwest. And he is not alone. Who is he with? It seems like there is 7 additional persons there. 4 of them have genin-level chakra, 2 of them have Chunin-level chakra, and the last. And the last? What is it? Hiruzen asked, getting impatient. The last has more chakra than Orochimaru. Even more than you, Hokage-sama. Naruto. Hiruzen though and took off in the direction of his grandson. Chapter 14. The Snake, the Monkey, and the Betrayed. Naruto and his friends from Kumo and Kiri shielded their eyes and bodies as their jutsu made contact with their target, creating a small explosion and sending shockwaves throughout the forest. The Konoha Shoten user winced in pain as a piece of rock hit him on the wrist, leaving a shallow cut. Damn it, he thought. I still haven't recovered completely from last time I met him. I should have left a small amount of Kurama's chakra for healing and for my armor. I still have about half of my own left, but I want to save that for later. If there is any later, that is. Yujido coughed a few times. Did we get him? Don't count on it, Haku said, already holding a few sunbon, ready to attack. You're right about that, Hayaton user. It came in form of a laugh in the still dust-covered crater. You really think that a bunch of genin can take down one of the Sannin? One of the heroes of the Second Shinobi World War? Ha! You must be kidding yourself. A gust of wind blew the last of the dust away, and uncovering Orochimaru with a face that looked half-melted. Naruto's eyes widened. Are you fucking kidding me? All those attacks and he doesn't a scratch? And what's up with his face? Must be part of the jutsu he uses to conceal his identity. Even so, even if we're way below his level, he shouldn't be able to go completely unharmed from that. The rest of his alliance seemed to react the same way. Yujito gulped. So this is the power of Konoha's Sannin. Where are my teammates? Where is Sakura-chan and Sasuke team? Naruto asked once again, even though he knew he wasn't on the winning side of the fight. Sasuke-kun? You shouldn't worry about them. He will either embrace my gift, or he will die. I have people making sure of it, the snake said with a wicked grin. Orochimaru dusted off his right sleeve. Well, now that that's over, let's proceed to the main act. He released a burst of killer intent way larger than the one he used before, making them all fall to their knees. The only ones able to withstand it just a bit were Yujito and Naruto. His eyes settled on Naruto as he smirked. It doesn't matter if you want my gift or not. You're going to get it. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with you and Sasuke-kun, my dear fox. His fingers settled in a weird seal, one that looked oddly like the one Haku used when she used her Hayatan, and his neck expanded. Before Naruto or any of the other could blink, it was flying fast towards them, or rather, towards Naruto. He could see it come closer and closer, and he knew no matter what the snake would do to him, it wouldn't be good. 20 meters, 10 meters, 8, 7, 5. 5 shuriken flew out of the cottage flying towards Orochimaru with blinding speed, forcing him to abort the seal. Orochimaru, don't you dare touch another shinobi of Konoha. Orochimaru's head snapped up towards a tree in the clearing, trying to see who the angry voice belonged to. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time, Enko-chan, said Tokubetsu. Jounin jumped down from the tree. Uzumaki? Kiri? Kumo? Can you move? Naruto stood up with his feet feeling like jelly. He looked around to see to his friends. Only Yujito was standing up and Haku about to. The other was still on the ground. There was no way that they were getting out of there like that. He turned to Anko. Mitarashi-san, we won't be able to move for a little bit. And, thank you. Anko smirked. This gave her the excuse she wanted to go up against Orochimaru. She turned towards said missing Nin. You are an extremely dangerous S-class wanted criminal. You have harmed Konoha more than enough, and I won't let you touch any more of her children. That's why I'm going to kill you, even if it costs me my life. It's my job as your former subordinate who learned everything from you, she said and pulled 5 sunbon needles from her coat. Isn't that right, sensei? You can't. It came mockingly from the snake Sanin. Anko narrowed her eyes and drew her hand back, ready to strike with her sunbon. But Orochimaru was faster. His abnormally long tongue shot out of his mouth and struck at Anko's location. She jumped in the last second, getting above the newly made crater, with her sunbon still in hand. She quickly gathered chakra at her soles and began running backwards up the trunk of the tree. Orochimaru's tongue quickly followed. She jumped over to another tree, but to no avail. Orochimaru's tongue was faster, and it soon gripped her wrist, making her drop the sunbon. It pulled her down fast, but she flipped over just in time and landed on her feet and knees. She seemed surprised, but just for a moment. She quickly got back into the game. With her right hand restricted, she pointed her left hand at Orochimaru with the back towards the ground. Sanaijishu, for snake emerged from or yellow coat and shot towards Orochimaru. He wasn't able to dodge, as he was currently tied to Anko via his tongue, so he couldn't do a thing as the snakes wrapped around him. I won't let you get away again. She pulled back so Orochimaru lost his footing, and threw him through the air, into the trunk behind Anko, and wriggled her hand out of his tongue in the process. Not one to miss an opportunity, she quickly retracted the snakes, laid her hand upon his, and drew a kunai through both their hands. She made eye contact with the snake Sanin. I got you. Orochimaru, I'm going to borrow your left hand, she said, and made a seal. The snake Sanin's eyes widened. That seal is... Anko smirked. That's right. You and I are going to die here. She took a deep breath to prepare herself for her death. Ninpo. Sojusosai no Jutsu. With that said, she closed her eyes to let the sweet embrace of revenge and death sweeps her away. Or so she thought. Mitarashi-san. Watch out! The girl from Kiri screamed at her, making Anko's eyes snap open. Orochimaru's creepy laughter erupted from everywhere and nowhere. Are you trying to commit suicide, my sweet, dear Anko-chan? He emerged a few meters behind Anko, drawing her look to him. He ripped of his face, revealing the real one. That's a Kawarimi. She looked back at what she thought to be Orochimaru in horror, only to see it melt into mud. No, it can't be. I was so close, she screamed in her mind. You're one of the village's Tokubetsu Jounin, dear Anko-chan, so don't walk around and use kinjutsu that I taught you nonetheless. Like they were nothing, the snake Sanin said while walking closer and closer to Anko. Naruto tried to take a step, but fell to his knees the second he did. He looked back at his friends, only to see them in same or worse condition than himself. Damn it, I can't let her die for me, for us. Even if she is a shinobi, I won't let that happen. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, You will get your gift in time. Just let me take care of our little problem here first. Naruto just glared at Orochimaru in response. It was all he could do at the moment. Anko pulled out the kunai she had punched through her hand and threw it at the other snake summoner. He simply caught it with 2 fingers, inches before his face. I told you that it's useless, he said as he stopped and settled in half a ram hand seal. Naruto felt a fast chakra spike from him, which then upset something on Anko. Anko froze up and could do nothing as Orochimaru stepped closer, step by step. It felt like an eternity to Anko, but soon he stood right in front of her, the man she hated most in the world. She glared up at him. I won't let you touch any shinobi of Konoha, not even that emo brat of an Uchiha. Orochimaru laughed again. We haven't seen each other in so long time, but you're treating me so coldly, and you're too late. Partly anyway. You interrupted me giving Naruto-kun here my gift, but I already gave Sasuke-kun it. Anko's eyes widened. She was too late. No. A whisper escaped her as she collapsed on her knees, a hand clasping between her right shoulder and neck. That's right, Orochimaru said as he kneeled down to Anko and held up the kunai she threw at him. But you won't have to worry about that anymore, for you're going to die. Goodbye, my dear Anko-chan. Anko closed her eyes and got ready for death once more. Just this time around it wasn't so sweet. Orochimaru drew his hand back and aimed. He moved his hand forward again, and... Orochimaru, you have really fallen a long way from grace. Haven't you, my old student? All the shinobi present turned their heads to see none other than the shinobi no kami, the Sandaime Hokage. And he wasn't alone. There was 10 ANBU with him, 2 full squads. GG, Naruto said strained. Though still in his same cheered voice, the 6 shinobi beside Naruto looked at him with shock and horror across their faces. He had just called one of the most powerful shinobi in all of the elemental nations an old man. If anything like that happened in their respective villages, there would have been severe consequences. All of the foreign shinobi had immediately got on alert as soon as the Hokage had appeared. While they knew that the old and powerful Hokage was most likely there to help them, he still was the leader of a rivaling village, and they knew nothing about him other than what they had read or been told. Because of that, they were nowhere near prepared for what their new friend had just said. But the Sandaime seemed to smile lightly just a second as he nodded to Naruto. Before he turned his attention towards their enemy, Orochimaru dropped the kunai. The Sandaime's old student just chuckled. And why would I do that? I was just having a little chit-chat with an old disciple of mine. But if you insist. Orochimaru drew his hand back one last time and threw the kunai at the defenseless Anko. She closed her eyes yet another time, only not to feel the stabbing pain. But maybe death didn't hurt? No, that couldn't be right. She opened her eyes slowly only to see the Hokage himself standing in front of her, the kunai nowhere to be seen. You will not take another life today, Orochimaru. I will make sure of that. The old Hokage sneered to his old student. The snake Sannin looked around the clearing, weighing his options. First, he was alone. Second, his opponents were many 7 genin, 10 ANBU, 1 Tokubetsu jounin, and a Kage. He needed to get out of there now. He cracked a smile. Well, not because this hasn't been delightful, but I will have to get going now. Too bad that I didn't get to give my gift to you, Naruto-kun. Faster than any of them could react, he had made a seal-less shunshin, disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Hataru, take command over Taka and Hado and pursue Orochimaru. Usagi, you and the remainder of your team will scour this area. Make sure that there aren't any traps left from Orochimaru, the Sandaime Hokage ordered and turned his attention to Anko. Hi! It came from the ANBU before they all disappeared in blurs. While the Hokage was taking care of Anko, Naruto turned around and checked on his friends. Are you all okay? He asked with concern in his voice. His eyes ran over the 6 people. None of them seemed to have any major injuries. Good. And they were slowly but surely recovering from Orochimaru's killer intent, which meant that they could go find Sakura and Sasuke soon enough. I think I'm all right, said a slightly exhausted Yujito. She turned to her team. Are you two managing? Hi, Karui said. I am now, but what if Omoi began? But shut up as he saw the looks he was getting from the 6 other shinobi. Hi, I'm fine. We're all right too, right? Haku half said, half asked Naruto and her teammates. Kojuru stood up and fastened his broad sword to his back. Hi. I'm a little low on chakra, but nothing else. It could be discussed what fine is, but I suppose that I could be worse for wear. Kohei snorts. Naruto nodded. Good. Then we... Naruto swayed a bit as flashing images came flashing through his mind. It took him a few seconds to place 2 and 2 together, remembering it was the shadow clones. He frowned. It hadn't found his teammates, but it had found the Oto Genin team. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Haku asked with concern. Yeah, it was just one of my clones that dispelled, he replied. Did it find your team? The red-headed Kumo Genin asked. No, it didn't. Naruto could see the disappointment in their eyes. But it did find the Oto Genins. It saw which way they were headed, and Orochimaru said that he had sent people after them. Are you sure they will lead us to them? Or even tell us? For all I know, we could be Kohei began complaining, but then stopped for some reason. Naruto thought it odd, until he saw the faces on the other Genin. He turned around to see the old Hokage coming towards him. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Hiruzen asked with concern, not caring that the foreign shinobi saw him like this. Yeah, I'm fine, Gigi, the blonde boy answered. As he looked at his grandfather, he remembered all the times that he had asked about his parents, and the answers he had longed for. Now that he thought about it, they had all been vague or even avoiding the question that had been asked. And then he remembered the episode, dream, whatever it was, he had seen while he had been out. The Yondaime Hokage, the red-haired woman, the baby Naruto. Ajisen, Naruto said. Hiruzen was taken back at the change of tone. When we get to the tower, I need to talk with you. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a slight frown of concern. What could have happened in here that he needed to talk about? Couldn't be about Orochimaru, so what? He wasn't going to get the answer here, so he settled with a nod. All right, my dear boy, I'll see you at the tower. But if all of you are all right, then I need to go. Orochimaru have caused much trouble in Konoha in the short time he has been back. Sakura was sitting beside Sasuke. He was laying on the ground groaning and moaning in pain. Somehow after the fight with that weirdo. What was his name again? She asked herself as she wiped sweat off of Sasuke's forehead. Orochimaru, that was what he said his name was. It sounds familiar. Come on, Sakura. You're the brightest of your year. You should be able to remember a name. She berated herself. But no matter how much she tried, she couldn't think of it. She sighed and looked outside. She and Sasuke were currently in a cave. It wasn't really a cave, as it was under one of the larger trees. Somehow the tree had lifted, or the earth had been corroded away, leaving a well-sized hollow beneath it. She didn't really care how it had been created. She was just happy she had found it. After the fight with Orochimaru, she had picked up Sasuke. Boy, had she been happy she had been training, and looked for a shelter as fast as possible. She had come by multiple places she could have hid, but none of them were defendable by one person. This place was, while it had 3 entrances, 2 of them rather small, they were all fairly close to each other, making it easier to watch them all at once. She had put traps outside the larger entrance and one of the smaller. She just hoped it was enough. Sasuke groaned again, bringing Sakura back from whatever world she was thinking off. She looked at him with concern as his eyes moved rapidly beneath his eyelids. She laid her hand upon his forehead. His fever has gotten somewhat back to normal, but his fever, it just won't break. It's as high as ever. She took out her water canteen and poured some new water over the cloth. I wish I could do more for him and for Naruto. I have to become Chunin. That way they will start giving me lessons at the hospital. If I become a medic nin, I will be able to help both Sasuke-kun and Naruto much better. She looked over the cave and the entrances, hoping to see a mess of yellow hair either sit here with her, or entering from being on lookout. Naruto, please be okay. She was having a lot of mixed feeling about her blonde teammate, most of them being regret. The last few weeks, months even, since they graduated and became a team, the whiskered boy had really grown on her. Boy, she mockingly thought to herself, I talk like I am way older and more mature than him. In truth, He is probably the most mature of us all. Anyway, as she had learned to know him, her regret had grown, just as her friendship with him had. She suddenly found out that he wasn't such a pain, that he actually was a funny guy who cared deeply for his friends. She had seen that firsthand, the way he was around that girl Tenten. And one day it had hit her how miserable she must have made his life, and how many times she had actually wished someone dead. A fellow citizen, and now shinobi, of Konoha. It was even worse when it was a real possibility now. First in Nami no Kuni, and now here in the forest. No, she told herself sternly. Naruto is alive. He is probably the strongest genin in Konoha. No matter how strong that Orochimaru guy is, Naruto will find a way to survive. She felt herself brighten just the slightest. She knew that it was true, but the nagging feeling in her stomach just wouldn't go away. In a tree, not long from where Sakura was sitting and nursing Sasuke, were three shadowy figures, two males and a female. The shorter male, but by far the largest two, brushed some branches away, making sure to make as little noise as possible. Now he had a clear lookout to the pink-haired girl. The bandages across his face stretched as he smiled. I found you. We're gonna strike at daybreak just like Orochimaru-sama ordered us to do. Our target is strictly Uchiha Sasuke. But if the other one gets in the way, we can kill her, right? The other male asked. Please, she won't be a problem. Look at her. She is one of those fangirls that give Kunoichi such a bad name. You can see it by her hair. She probably used more time on it than she does on training, the Kunoichi said mockingly. No matter, the shorter male said. If she gets in the way, kill her, but if not, just stick to our target. Are we closing in on them? It came once again from a very impatient Kohei. Yes, Kohei. My clone was dispelled just up ahead, Naruto said with irritation plain visible in his voice. And for a good reason. The Kekkei Genkai had been like all through the night. Apparently Kohei didn't think they were going fast enough. Not that it can be helped Naruto though. And it was true. While they were all shinobi, they had grown up in 3 different nations, and every nation had trained their shinobi with minor and major differences. The biggest was probably how to travel. The shinobi in Suna was masters of traveling in hot and sandy area, knowing how to run the longest while not losing too much water. Kumo shinobi had a major advantage in higher altitude, with them growing up in Kumogakure high in the mountains. IWA were great mountain travelers, knowing how to avoid the rocky areas that could crumble and cause landslides. Then there was Kiri who were well trained to travel through damp area. And finally Konoha, no shinobi of the same level from another village, could outrun a Konoha shinobi through the forest. Hell, the students at the Shinobi Academy were trained in navigating the forest before learning how to throw a kunai. And that Naruto and his companions couldn't go faster. Haku's and Yujido's teams simply wasn't used to the forest. Sure, they were fast, but they weren't Konoha shinobi. Kohei was clearly better than the rest, and thus was the cause of his complaints. Naruto suspected that he wanted to find Sakura and Sasuke as soon as possible, so he could get away from Naruto. And while Naruto enjoyed his new friend's company, Kohei were a big pain in the ass. And what then? Kohei asked, causing groans from almost everyone else in the group. Even the quiet Kojuru. What? He sneered. We may soon be where he saw them, but that is hours ago, since we have gone so slowly. They could be miles away. They could watch out. They all turned in midair only to see several dozen shinobi tools flying towards them. Naruto thought fast and went through hand seals, Kesho, Rakaku Shuriken, Ranbu. The air shimmered around the Konoha Jinchuriki. Then the crystals formed. Less than half a second after he had finished the seals, Crystal Shuriken was flying towards the shinobi weapons, annulling them. Naruto and Haku's and Yujido's teams landed on the next branch, drawing their weapons, and looked for their opponent. They all knew that if it was Orochimaru or another maniac running the forests, they would be done. They all had some chakra left, but they hadn't really had a chance to rest since Naruto's blackout, and Naruto didn't even fully recover from that. They drew their weapons back as 3 spots of the forest began to move, beginning to come out from the shadows. When Naruto saw who was standing in front of him, a large smile plastered itself on his face. Team Guy had finally found Uzumaki Naruto.